Batman's Owl Godfather. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 126 Use the Fist of Justice on her. Bruce was now temporarily lost. Soldier Boy had been rejected, and the dagger was temporarily unavailable. He could only search for other ways to shed blood for his countrymen. Bruce, hold me tight, Queen Maeve said with a smile. Batboy, with a harmless expression, clung to Queen Maeve's waist. Then Maeve leaped high into the air. She rose and fell, each time she landed on the ground, creating a massive crater. Will this cause public outrage? Bruce shouted to Queen Maeve, feeling the wind whistling in his ears. Maeve smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm watching the road." Soon, they landed at a heavily cordoned crime scene. Several hostages had been taken hostage in a building and refused to come out. Bruce, upon landing, released Maeve's grip. "You can hold me a little longer if you want," Queen Maeve joked. "Don't be ridiculous," Bruce said, his head bowed. He was now quite familiar with Queen Maeve and knew that compared to the other VOD Corporation superheroes, she had some boundaries. When Homelander killed people, Maeve wouldn't stop him, but she also tried not to get involved. Compared to the others, Maeve was kind and sweet. But Bruce didn't think she was any good. She was always playing pranks on him, sometimes not quite like a joke. He was still a child, and he couldn't stand it. "All right," Maeve said with a smile. Seeing Bruce's bewildered expression, the work didn't seem tiring anymore. It was much more comfortable than working with Homelander. "Stay with me, I'll take you on the mission." Bruce followed Maeve to the cordoned-off site. "Queen Maeve, wizard, you're here," a police officer immediately greeted the two superheroes, a wave of relief washing over him. "I'm relieved you're here. There are at least 7 hostages in danger. Don't worry, officer," Queen Maeve was confident. In Bruce's presence, she was an all-powerful hero. "What time is it?" she asked. The officer checked his watch. 9:10, 5 minutes. Maeve spread out her 5 fingers. "All hostages will be safe by 9:15. She led Bruce into the building occupied by the robbers without hesitation. Once inside, Maeve smiled and asked Bruce, "How was it?" That officer was stunned. "I was stunned too." Bruce was a little worried. 5 minutes, is that really enough? "No problem. Actually, I only need 3, Maeve said. "That's how a hero's performance works. You have to proactively create buzz around them. For example, this time, we could have gone straight into the building and taken care of the criminals without showing up, saving time, but then we wouldn't be seen, and without the news coverage, our work would be wasted." Maeve was the only one of the 7 who taught Bruce this lesson. She always said that the crime scene is the stage, the hero is the protagonist, and the civilians are the audience. The audience has to be captivated so they'll continue to support you. You have to be there. Some heroes, nearing the end of their powers, would rather make shocking statements and perform incomprehensible deeds than disappear from the public eye. "So you must remember this, Bruce," Queen Maeve said. "Attention is everything we rely on. Without it, you'll return to ordinary life," Katoom concluded. "In short, you can live without an owl, but you can't live without it." Queen Maeve hadn't brought her owl with her when she arrived. She had flown here on her own. Bruce, deeply respecting his image, nodded in thanks to Maeve, saying he'd remembered. Without striving to be a hero, one can only return to being an ordinary billionaire. Such a dull and boring life is something no one wants. Queen Maeve said 5 minutes, and that was it. The officer kept an eye on his watch, counting the minutes. Just as the hands reached the last possible moment, several bound criminals fell from the sky, landing in front of the officer. There was no blood or gore. Queen Maeve had clearly calculated her strength. She had to take photos later, so she didn't want to show any scenes that shouldn't be there. They have accomplices and further plans. Queen Maeve and Bruce appeared before the police officer. "They're pretty tough." Maeve punched one of the gangsters in the back, causing him to cry out in pain. "I had to interrogate them 3 times before they opened their mouths," Maeve said. "You should go back and interrogate them a few more times. They're a tough bunch." No, one of the gangsters immediately began to protest. "We're not tough at all," he cried. "Actually, I wanted to confess the first time, but it was so painful I couldn't speak. Maeve punched him again. So you're saying I was too harsh? No. No, the gangster begged for mercy. Bruce, standing nearby, saw Queen Maeve's aura and suddenly thought of something. Katoom, he asked, can Queen Maeve fight Homelander? Yes, and she can make Homelander bleed, Katoom said flatly. But you can try. She wouldn't dare attack Homelander right now. She's afraid of him. Queen Maeve could indeed make Homelander bleed. In the TV show, she pierced Homelander's ear with a pin. But the fearless Maeve back then wasn't the same Maeve she is now. If Maeve fought Homelander, Homelander would bleed, and she would lose her life. She would never agree. The power of fear again, Bruce sighed. According to this, even if Homelander weakens in the future, it seems they can still thrive for a while. After all, his reputation has already been established. He doesn't have to do anything, others will just assume he's powerful. But I won't do that, Bruce thought. If they could defeat Homelander, Vought Corporation would be left without a support. By then, the era of the metahuman would be over. Bruce, let's go. Queen Maeve finished her contact with the police and interviewed the reporters. She came to Bruce's side, ready to take him away. Bruce, hold me tight, she said with a smile. Ding-ling-ling, wind chimes rang, and the door to the secluded little bar opened. Homelander, dressed in a steel blue battlesuit and draped in the American flag, walked in. You're here again. Martha was still polishing glasses at the bar. Homelander felt a sense of peace at the sight. Yes, I'm here again. This time, Homelander's attitude was completely different from the first time. Martha preferred his irreverent side. Homelander sat down at the bar. Give me a drink, the same one you made last time. I'll charge you this time, Martha said. No problem, Homelander promised immediately. I can pay any price. Martha glanced at Homelander, who immediately put on an ingratiating smile, looking a little silly. Never mind, Martha suddenly shook her head. From now on, you don't have to pay when you come to my place. Just talk to me, of course. Homelander chuckled and waited for Martha to mix his drink. The drink was ready, still as sweet as before. Homelander downed it in one gulp, the familiar intoxication washing over him. Ah, Homelander sighed with enjoyment. You seem in a good mood today, Martha asked. You look so relaxed. Homelander felt like he was back home. Not really, I have my own worries. Homelander looked up. It's just that being here helps me relax a little. Then you can tell me, Martha said. Whatever's bothering you, I'd love to hear it. It's all about work. Actually, Homelander felt no awkwardness and immediately began chatting with Martha. Martha gave him a feeling he had never had before. She understood his every thought, never criticized or denied it. She even offered insightful advice when he was lost. I'm actually starting to doubt that Madeline doesn't love me. Homelander played with his empty wine glass, his eyes blank as he muttered to himself. She might just see me as a useful tool. In her heart, she even thinks I'm a monster. How could you be a monster? Martha rested one hand on the bar, then ran her other hand from the corner of her mouth to the right. People like me are monsters. No. Don't say that, Homelander retorted immediately. You're beautiful, really. Just seeing you makes me feel so good. How can I even be called beautiful? Martha smiled. I'm old. It's better to be old, Homelander muttered. What? Oh, nothing. Homelander quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I'm increasingly starting to feel that something's wrong with Madeline. She doesn't even care about me as much as you do. Perhaps you misunderstood, Martha thought for a moment. Perhaps Madeline just loves you but can't express it. Homelander shook his head when he heard this. How is it possible? I can hear her heartbeat. Every time she sees me, the frequency of her heartbeat has nothing to do with love, but more like fear. Maybe I really am a monster like they think. You are not a monster. Suddenly, Martha's voice became unusually firm. Homelander looked up and found that Martha was also looking at him. Her eyes were warm and loving, which made Homelander suddenly think of the mother he had never met. Homelander was an orphan and had never seen his parents. But in his imagination, if he had a mother, it should be Martha. Mom, he just stuttered a syllable and immediately realized his presumptuousness. Homelander quickly lowered his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Martha did not expose her. At this time, she gave Homelander a suggestion. If you really care about this, go and try her, huh? Homelander raised his head and waited for Martha's next words. Madeline probably has something important too, right? Martha said with a smile. Then take it away and let Madeline make a choice. If she doesn't choose you, it means she truly doesn't love you and has been using you. If that happens, Martha suddenly clenched her fist in front of Homelander. Use the fist of justice on her. Chapter 127. The poor people of our country are being played with by others. Did Madeline have something important? Yes, she did. Homelander grasped the answer in a fraction of a second: Madeline's biological child. A test tube baby. But after this thought, Homelander hesitated. He seemed to have foreseen how Madeline would respond when faced with a choice. You hesitated, Martha noticed immediately. You seem to have known the answer in advance. Homelander paused. What mother wouldn't love her own child? That's true, but you're a little pathetic. Martha looked Homelander in the eye and whispered softly, you gave her your all, and she only gave you a few scraps of love. Do you think that's enough, or do you think you only deserve this level of love? Of course not. Martha's few words cleared the fog for Homelander, a sudden realization dawning on him. He finally understood how humble he had been before. It shouldn't have been like this. He was Homelander, the world's most powerful superhero, a man born to destiny. Why should someone born great be humble in love? Madeline was nothing. I know. Homelander abruptly stood up, his eyes determined yet gloomy. I've been wrong all along. The choice was never Madeline's, it was mine. Do what you want, child, Martha whispered. Homelander turned and left, his mind made up. This time, Madeline had only one choice. Choose wrong, and die. A black sedan pulled up in front of a mansion, and Madeline got out. Good night, Miss Stillwell. Goodbye, Ball. Madeline said goodbye to the driver and entered the house. Maria, she called out to the babysitter. Maria, I'm home. The house was pitch black, and no one answered. The silence suddenly made Madeline feel uneasy. But before she could react, a voice echoed from the darkness. Your child is sleeping soundly? Madeline immediately recognized the voice, but instead of relaxing, she felt even more apprehensive. Homelander, she forced a smile. Why did you come to my house without telling me? Homelander emerged from the shadows, holding a sleeping baby in his arms. Madeline's smile faltered. Look, he's sleeping soundly, and I didn't hurt him, Homelander said. Why is your heart beating so fast? Are you scared of seeing me? Madeline still feigned composure. Because I thought someone was breaking in. My heart raced, and it hasn't slowed down yet. Madeline held out her hands, tentatively. Come on, give me the baby. Seeing Madeline's expression, Homelander felt a sudden, inexplicable revulsion. This was the woman he'd been obsessed with? She was nothing like Martha. Martha had never lost her composure like this before. You're holding out your hands, are you trying to hug me? Homelander smiled, not handing over the child. Today, there's only one person you can hug. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Madeline's words were tinged with flattery. Please, Homelander, give me the child. No, you already know what I mean. Homelander, now standing before Madeline, was experiencing something he had never experienced before. He had always tried to please Madeline, demonstrating his worth, doing all sorts of things for her. But Madeline hadn't loved him any more for it. Now, Homelander had come to his senses, no longer indulging in the self-admiration of pleasing Madeline. He suddenly realized, Madeline, that's all. Today, you must make a choice, Homelander said softly. Who is more important to you, this child or me? Homelander, Madeline's voice was trembling. I don't know if anything has happened to you, but give me the child now, and I'll do whatever you want with you. This wasn't the answer Homelander wanted to hear. If Madeline remained steadfast in her choice, there was still room for redemption. But now, it was over. It seems you've made your choice, Homelander, holding the child, came to Madeline. He stared into her eyes, seeing a pleading ray in them. Please, she had barely opened her mouth when two red laser beams suddenly erupted from Homelander's eyes. Madeline didn't even have the chance to scream before she was reduced to a smoking pile of charcoal. Looking at the corpse of the one he once loved, Homelander felt a sudden sense of relief. Actually, I already knew the answer, he chuckled. I just don't want to lie to myself anymore. At that moment, he felt like he had been reborn. Homelander glanced at the baby in his arms. This burden, he could just toss it in an orphanage. Now, he was going to see Martha. The next day, when Bruce entered the Vought building, he heard a bombshell. Madeleine Stillwell, the vice president of Vought Corporation, had died. And even more devastating news came during the meeting of the 7th day. I killed Madeline, Homelander said calmly. From today on, Ashley will take over Madeline's duties. Do you understand? The other heroes at the round table fell silent. They couldn't believe Homelander could casually kill the group's vice president and get away with it. Had Vought Corporation completely surrendered to Homelander? Hearing the anxious heartbeats of those around him, Homelander smiled with satisfaction. Yes, he could do whatever he pleased. This world was just his plaything. But then, I have a question. As everyone bowed their heads, Bruce suddenly spoke. Why did you kill Ms. Madeline? There must be a reason, right? A reason? Homelander's face darkened instantly. Did he need a reason to kill someone? Bruce's words were a complete provocation. He glared at him, as if he was about to unleash his heat ray and kill Bruce. But Bruce seemed oblivious. He turned and met Homelander's gaze, unyielding. Mr. Homelander, I know you wanted to kill me in a split second, but it's up to you, and I have something to say, Bruce said. May I ask why you killed Lady Madeline? Homelander heard Bruce's heartbeat, remarkably calm, without a single fluctuation. There was no fear. Homelander had only experienced this with Martha. Was he simply a newborn calf fearless, or did he truly have some backup plan and confidence? Homelander thought back to the time he met Martha last night after killing Madeline. Ding-ling-ling, the bar chimes rang, and Homelander entered with a swagger. I did it, Homelander shouted to Martha upon entering. I discovered that woman's true nature and helped her escape. He had intended these words to show that he had fulfilled Martha's request. Homelander wanted to prove that he was no longer troubled by a little charity, that he was truly free. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that his so-called freedom was merely a leap from one pit to another. His emotional attachment had simply shifted from Madeline to Martha. Martha stood behind the bar, gently wiping the glasses. Every time Homelander came, he'd see her like this. It seemed like she'd never finish wiping the glasses. Why are you so happy? Martha suddenly sighed. I'm actually sad for you, because I sincerely hope you can be the chosen one. It doesn't matter, Homelander said. I don't care about Madeline anymore, really, Martha glanced at Homelander. Then I'll take it as your sincerity. Of course it's sincere, then congratulations on getting over it. Martha mixed Homelander another drink and pushed it towards him. Homelander drank it down without hesitation. A third of a drunken stupor washed over him. Martha, I'm so grateful, Homelander said, a little lisp in his voice. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have seen my true heart. I have to repay you. Let me do a little favor for you. Hearing this, Martha shook her head. I'm not helping you for a reward. Let's not talk about that. A little thing. A little thing? I can do anything, Homelander insisted. Don't bother me, is that so? Martha paused, lost in thought. Homelander remained silent, awaiting Martha's response. Then just be yourself, Martha suddenly smiled. Stop caring about what others think. Be your true self and do whatever you want. Some people will definitely not understand, but I promise you, those who love you will always love you. Those who love you will love you back. That was pure nonsense. But to Homelander, it had a completely different meaning. He seemed to have received the answer he'd longed for from Martha. He automatically imagined that the person who loved him was Martha. You're right, Homelander nodded. I've long been tired of my current life. What I need is someone who truly loves me. He thought of his fans. Although they claimed to love him, how many of them would still stand by him if they knew his true self? This couldn't be allowed. Homelander realized he should screen his fans. Only those who truly love him and support him unconditionally can be considered true fans. Everyone else is a fake fan. From that moment on, Homelander divided the world into two groups, those who love him, and those who don't. By the way, I have one more thing to ask, Martha began, then quickly denied herself. No, I've already asked you to do one thing, and I can't bother you again. Go ahead, Homelander suddenly burst into pride. Not just one thing, even 100 things, I can easily do them. Martha's request, he would absolutely give his all to complete it. Look, there's someone named Bruce Wayne in your group of 7, Martha asked. Suddenly, Homelander became suspicious. Why was Martha asking Bruce? An uncontrollable thought began to creep into his mind. Could it be that Martha didn't love him, but Bruce Wayne? Was that even possible? Don't overthink it, Martha said with a smile. I have a friend who's a fan of Bruce, and she cares about him a lot. Really? Homelander retorted. Are you suspecting me of lying? Martha's smile suddenly faded, and she sighed. If that's the case, then you can just turn around and leave, or kill me first. I won't blame you. No, no, no. Homelander panicked, hastily assuring Martha, I absolutely don't doubt you. I swear, absolutely not. Swearing isn't enough. Martha's expression softened slightly, but she clearly still hadn't forgiven Homelander's attitude. She pulled a bag of snacks from under the counter and opened it, revealing marshmallows. Here's how. I'll throw a marshmallow into the sky. If you can catch it with your mouth, I'll forgive you. No problem. Homelander patted his chest, laughing inwardly. Martha still didn't understand her own strength. He was Homelander. Not just one marshmallow. He could catch 100 in a second. Ready. Martha tossed a marshmallow high into the air. Homelander flashed, and the next moment, the marshmallow was in his mouth. How is it going? He said to Martha, as if offering a treasure. I caught it. Martha beamed. Good boy, recommending a promising new book? Welcome to support the seedling American comics, working overtime, then starting to fight Superman. The finances are like this. Lex Luthor only has to deal with Superman, but as Lex's finance manager, I have a lot to consider. For example, how much money is needed to develop Luthor's armor, the cost of training Superboy, the daily losses and expenses of the Legion of Doom, the stock market rumors about Stark Industries, and how to kill the Wayne Enterprises money tree with boiling water. Uncle Liev, I didn't expect you to be so kind to me. Connor hugged Yoris Liev. Milk powder, clothes, daily necessities. You actually prepared so many things for me, even though I clearly don't need them. It's okay if you don't need them, I do. Yoris closed his eyes, hoping Superboy would never know how he took kickbacks. I may not understand superheroes, but no one understands business warfare better than me. High-end business wars often only require the simplest form of revenge. Yoris Liev. Chapter 128 Black Robe Patrol. Seeing Martha smile, Homelander finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd only briefly displayed his super speed, and yet Martha was so happy. Her smile was genuine. Unlike Madeleine, he'd been completely open with her, only to be met with fear and terror. As expected, someone who truly loved him wouldn't be afraid of his strength. Homelander was still secretly gloating when Martha suddenly asked, "Who are you thinking about?" It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over Homelander's head. Feeling guilty, he quickly replied, "No one, really." Martha half smiled. Homelander felt like slapping himself. Madeleine was already dead. Why was he still thinking about her? Now he should move on. Homelander looked at Martha anxiously, knowing she had the power to see through his heart. Thankfully, Martha didn't dwell on it. This made Homelander secretly happy, but also a little disappointed. Why didn't Martha dwell on it? Did she care about me that much? Let's talk about my friend, Martha said. She was a pitiful woman. Her child was shot in front of her, and she was powerless to do anything. She could only hold the child's gradually cooling body and cry helplessly. As she spoke of her friend, Martha's eyes were filled with immense sorrow. Homelander sat quietly at the bar, listening attentively to Martha's story, occasionally sighing in agreement. Really, how could it be, Alice? Martha continued. She once went crazy and kidnapped many children, then forced their parents to choose the children's life or her own. Homelander nodded, just as he had with Madeleine. He suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for Martha's friend. I guess no matter what the parents choose, they'll be the ones to die in the end, Homelander said. If they choose the children's life, the parents will die. If they choose to live themselves, they're unworthy parents. Damn it, you're very smart, Martha praised Homelander, and his heart suddenly surged. But recently, the appearance of Bruce Wayne has changed her a little, Martha said. She sees the reflection of her own dead child in Bruce. She then sighed. If that child hadn't died, he'd probably be Bruce's age now. Hearing this, Homelander suddenly understood. So, Martha was asking him to take care of Bruce for that friend, right? No problem. As a role model for the world, it was only natural for Homelander to care for the younger generation. He immediately patted his chest and assured Martha, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Bruce." Care? That's not necessary. Martha shook her head. Just promise not to hurt him. Just pretend he doesn't exist and go about your business. That was too simple. Homelander immediately promised not to hurt Bruce. That's enough, Martha smiled at Homelander, full of confidence in the greatest hero. Then, a thought suddenly occurred to Homelander. What about you? He said. Do you have children? I see you always stay in the bar alone, and it seems like you never leave me. Martha thought for a moment, shook her head and said, God didn't bless me. I'm not blessed to have children by my side. Come to think of it, when Bruce first became famous, I also thought about treating him as my son. But to be honest, it's still a little different. Bruce now can't be my son yet." Hearing this, Homelander immediately became excited. He wanted to remind Martha that Bruce was not the only one who could be a son in the group of 7. But he stopped when the words came to his lips. "Don't be so presumptuous. There's still a lot of time. As long as he works hard, Martha will definitely understand his thoughts." Time goes back to the present. In the meeting within the group of 7, Homelander looked at Bruce, who was tit for tat and not afraid of his eyes. Although he felt a little unhappy in his heart, he suppressed it. He promised Martha that he would not hurt Bruce. Moreover, even without that promise, Bruce was enough to rouse his interest. Not afraid of himself at all, not even his heartbeat fluctuated? Interesting. If Bruce was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Homelander would not mind bullying him. But now, you have saved your life? Bruce is still questioning what the reason was for killing Madeleine. "Do I need to give you a reason?" Homelander said coldly. "People like Madeleine, just kill them if you want, what's the big deal?" Under the table, Starlight kicked Bruce lightly. He signaled him not to continue to be so impulsive. If he angered Homelander, it would not end so well. "Don't give me a reason, give the people a reason," Bruce said. "The situation now is not the same as before. The cause of Madeleine's death can't be hidden. No matter what you think, you must give the people an explanation. Can't be hidden?" Homelander was just about to say that Vought Corporation had done a lot of things to destroy corpses and evidence, so how could it not be hidden? But then, he saw Ashley behind him signaling him with her eyes several times, as if she had something important to say. Although Ashley sat in Madeleine's position, she had no foundation and relied entirely on Homelander's support. In other words, she was a puppet. She completely represented Homelander's will. Since Ashley had something to say to him, it must be a very critical matter. Homelander paused for a moment and changed Bruce's subject. "Vought Corporation will naturally explain this matter later." He thought he was just changing the subject, but he had no idea how deeply this shocked the others. Under Bruce's questioning, Homelander changed the subject? How was that any different from bowing his head? At that moment, the other 7 members began to wonder. Why did Bruce dare to go against Homelander like this, and nothing happened? Did he already know he would be fine? Where did Bruce get his confidence from? After the meeting, Homelander left the command hall, and Ashley immediately followed. "What did you want to tell me?" Homelander said unkindly. "If it's nothing important, I don't mind letting you experience the same death as Madeleine." "I'm so sorry," Ashley bowed repeatedly, without any of the aura of a vice president. She was just a small figure who had been forced into this position. "But there is something very important that you must know." "Speak." Ashley hesitated for a second, then said, "Mr. Homelander, what Bruce said just now is right. We really can't keep the cause of Madeleine's death secret." Homelander frowned. "What's going on?" Because of this, Ashley showed Homelander the tablet in her arms. It displayed several murders, all targeting metahumans. There have been several metahuman deaths recently, all murdered by unknown perpetrators, Ashley said. But what we know is that this person must really hate Vought and is constantly investigating us. Now that Madeleine's murder is so serious, there's no way he wouldn't be paying attention. A thorough investigation will reveal the truth. Homelander felt like he was listening to a sci-fi movie. "You're saying there's an ordinary person hunting metahumans, and you can't even figure out their true identity?" Homelander said with amusement. "Come on, see for yourself. How many loopholes are there in this story?" Ashley didn't dare to speak. She knew it was hard to understand. There were no signs of any other superpowers at the scene, so the killer was most likely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person kill metahumans, and several of them, and still remain undetected by Vought? "Let the other members of the 7 handle this. We must find who it is," Homelander said coldly. "Killing someone is one thing, but provoking me is a big deal. If we let him keep killing, will he come after me?" He was invincible, but even the presence of such a clown made him feel disgusted. Homelander turned and was about to leave, but Ashley suddenly brought up another matter. "Mr. Homelander," she said. "You know, I now have the privileges of a vice president, allowing me to see some of the company's most hidden secrets." "So?" Homelander asked. "I saw something very strange while looking through internal documents today," Ashley said. "I thought you might be interested." She clicked on her tablet and pulled up 3 surveillance videos. The first showed Homelander walking into a room with a woman in his arms. Upon seeing this footage, Homelander's expression suddenly changed, his eyes instantly turning red, as if they were burning. "You're investigating me," he threatened, his voice low. "I'm Homelander. I sleep with whomever I want." "It's none of your business." "That's not what I meant." Ashley nearly burst into tears. "My loyalty to you is evident to all. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now." "Just keep reading and you'll understand what I mean," Homelander snorted coldly, retracting his intense gaze. He watched as Ashley clicked on the second video. It was the same room, but 3 hours had passed since the previous one. The woman who had entered the room with Homelander came out panting, her high heels in hand, leaning against the wall, looking distraught. Homelander smiled again. "I'm pretty good, aren't I?" he said. 3 hours? Not many men can last that long, Ashley grumbled inwardly. Homelander had been angry just a moment ago, then smiled again. Could he change his expression so quickly? She didn't dare show any disrespect and could only nod in agreement, which only made Homelander even more proud. Fortunately, Madeline was dead. If the fact that he'd only lasted 3 seconds leaked, it would be an irreparable blow to his image. Then, Ashley pulled up the third video. Homelander's playful expression faded upon seeing it. He saw the woman he'd just slept with, heavily pregnant, being wheeled into a secret delivery room. The video was from exactly 10 months after they'd slept together. Wait, Homelander suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "That woman is pregnant?" he asked, stunned. "Could it be my child?" Ashley nodded. This was exactly why he'd shown Homelander this. Has the child been born? Homelander was suddenly filled with anxiety. As a parahuman, it was difficult for him to have children. With such news, how could he not be excited? But Ashley could only shake her head. "I don't know. I can't find any information about the child." "No problem, I'll check it myself." Homelander was now more agreeable than ever, eager to find out the truth immediately. Was he going to be a father? Now, there's only one question, Homelander thought for a moment, then said, "Who is this woman?" He'd slept with so many women, how could he possibly remember every name? An owl flew out of the building, bearing the news Bruce was looking for. Katoom had been eavesdropping beside Homelander, completely undetected. Someone's hunting metahumans. Bruce rubbed his chin and couldn't help but wonder, so, this world already has its own resistance. If that were the case, then there was no need for him to rush into action. "Don't be too happy," Katoom said. "If we leave it to the resistance, the results might not be as expected." The so-called resistance was probably the boys. They would fight for at least 4 seasons and achieve significant results. Of the 7, they could at least kill the Invisible Man. Wait, the Invisible Man was already dead? That was alright. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Let 7 people die first to test the waters. That being said, Katoom knew the situation was a little different. That end metal dagger was still roaming around. The murderer was undoubtedly Billy Butcher, an ordinary man who wanted to hunt metahumans. He and Homelander held a deep hatred. The woman whose name Homelander had forgotten was Butcher's wife. The hatred for having his wife stolen was irreconcilable. His thirst for killing metahumans would sooner or later attract the attention of the end metal dagger. Perhaps the Butcher and the dagger were already together. "Bruce, we still have to be careful," Katoom warned. "Be careful, or someone might hunt you down one day." Vought Corporation took the murder of metahumans very seriously. With the exception of Homelander, the other 7 members of the group were dispatched to investigate. They had to find the killer. They were working in pairs, and Bruce was accompanied by Starlight. "I find it hard to imagine how this was done." Starlight flipped through the photos in her hands. The bloody scenes made her feel a little uneasy. She was also deeply puzzled. These are all incredibly powerful parahumans. How could they be killed so silently? Powerful. Bruce remembered the descriptions of the murdered parahumans. They were all second-rate heroes. If he had a plan, he felt that he could have taken care of them alone, even without using magic. "Our current mission is to find the true identity of that person." Bruce looked thoughtful. Judging from the way the bodies were mutilated, the murderer must have a deep hatred for parahumans. This hatred must have a source. Why not follow this clue? Starlight saw Bruce's reaction and felt a surge of admiration. He was only 13 years old, yet he could look at such a bloody photo over and over again without feeling any discomfort. If we're talking about hatred towards parahumans, there's a lot of it, Starlight said helplessly. Given the unbridled behavior of superheroes, it's not surprising that they are hated. When she said this, she had no awareness that she was also a superhero. Bruce did not dwell on this point. He asked the owl directly at him, "Tell me the truth, you know who the murderer is, right?" "It's just a guess," the owl said. "I just have a suspect." Bruce nodded, without asking the man's name. He just confirmed, "Is he a lunatic?" "The kind who kills indiscriminately." "Not in my impression," Katoom said. "That guy kills in a very targeted way." "That's fine," Bruce said. "I'm not in a hurry to investigate him. I'm confused. I don't know anything." In fact, at this moment, Bruce felt that this world was not hopeless. If this world allows superhumans to do whatever they want and humans do not resist at all, that would be real despair. Bruce never thinks about problems from the perspective of superhumans because he is a human. Now this murderer, although his methods are extreme, represents that humans are still resisting. Bruce has no reason to be a bad guy. "Bruce, I seem to have observed that you have a strange mentality," Katoom suddenly said. "Have you inadvertently put yourself in the position of the butcher?" "Really?" Bruce heard the word butcher and thought it was probably the person Katoom suspected. "Of course, I feel that what you think the butcher does is what you want to do, but the means are not so extreme." Katoom shook his wings and said, "I must remind you that the butcher is the butcher. You are you. You are two people." Bruce and the butcher differed in their methods, stances, and even their motivations for declaring war on metahumans. Perhaps it was his extended time in the Black Robe world that had given Bruce a certain degree of radicalization. He looked unlike anyone else, much like Thomas Wayne in the Flashpoint universe. The owl once told Bruce that Gotham was beyond redemption, but in reality, some parallel Gothams had indeed been redeemed. For example, in Flashpoint, it wasn't Bruce's parents who died in the alley, but Bruce himself. Driven by the loss of her son, Bruce's mother, Martha, fell into madness and became the Joker. She kidnapped children, using them to pressure parents into making a choice. Meanwhile, Thomas Wayne, once a doctor, donned the Batman cape and became the most brutal Batman. He showed no mercy to evil and showed no reluctance to kill. His ruthless methods slew countless villains, making admission to Arkham Asylum a mere aspiration. It was under these circumstances that, decades later, Gotham became the safest city in America. According to Katoom's current observation, Bruce and Flashpoint Batman Thomas are really becoming more and more alike. "Do you want to take Bruce to the Flashpoint world someday?" The owl just had this thought in his mind, but quickly rejected it. "No, the DC world is very dangerous now, and Barbatos is watching them all the time." "But if Bruce goes to the Flashpoint world, isn't it equivalent to walking into a trap?" But Katoom is now thinking about a problem very seriously. Bruce has now left DC and is traveling around the world to study. The characters from DC he can come into contact with are either villains or anti-heroes. He has never seen the hope and justice of DC. In this case, when he grows up to be Batman, he will naturally have some prejudices. Although Bruce is paranoid, but knowing that he has this shortcoming, he has been exposed to all kinds of darkness. Good kids will also grow up crooked, right? It is still necessary to go to the Flashpoint world. Katoom thought, let Bruce go to see Thomas, but not Martha. In the world line of Flashpoint, Martha jumped from the top of the Batcave and died in the cave because she knew her son became Batman. She would rather die than see her son become Batman. Now Bruce is aiming for Batman at such a young age. If Martha sees it, wouldn't she go even crazier? Forget it, let's put this idea aside for now. Katoom really couldn't think of any good way now. He could sneak into the Flashpoint world quietly and leave quietly. Unless there is some special opportunity, it is better not to go back to DC casually. At this time, Bruce and Starlight put their heads together, analyzing clues to the murder case. The two of them were newcomers, and Bruce deliberately slacked off. The reasoning process was not only slow, but also fruitless. In the end, even Starlight herself couldn't stand it. She raised her head, her face full of shame. "Bruce, do you think I'm stupid?" Bruce had obviously sorted out all the clues, but he just couldn't find the underlying pattern. "How could that be? You're not stupid at all," Bruce encouraged. "You're just not very smart, but I really haven't a clue." Various files were placed in front of him, but Starlight couldn't tell where to start the investigation. "It's not your fault," Bruce said. "After all, we didn't go to the scene and didn't see the killed superhumans with our own eyes. It's normal not to notice some clues." The news of the superhuman murders was always blocked by Vought Corporation and never spread to the outside world. Because once it was leaked, the impact would be too bad. The image of superhuman invincibility would be directly shattered. In order to conceal everything, Vought Corporation quickly cleaned up the crime scene, leaving only these files. The records above were extremely sloppy, as if they were rushed. Apart from some photos, even the autopsy report had a lot of problems. The main reason was that the superhumans who died were too small, and Vought Corporation did not pay enough attention to them. They even thought that these people were dead, so they just had to clean up quickly and leave it at that. "Don't delay the company from making money." Bruce shook his head and said, "If it was the 7 who were killed, the result would definitely be different," but when facing Starlight, his rhetoric changed again. "It doesn't matter, the company has tried very hard," Bruce said. "In the final analysis, it was because the previous police inspection was not thorough enough and failed the company's expectations. If we could examine a body ourselves, I believe the situation would be completely different." As soon as the words fell, footsteps came from outside the door, and Ashley opened the door and came in, her face full of horror. "Come here quickly," she shouted hurriedly. "Something big happened." Xinguang quickly stood up and supported Ashley. "Don't be anxious, tell me slowly, what happened?" It's Zuins." Ashley trembled all over. She pointed outside and shouted, "Zuins was killed." Boom! It was like a loud thunder, and Starlight froze in place. Another one died. Since the Invisible Man, another member of the 7 has died. In fact, when Starlight just joined the team, there was a rumor on the internet that Starlight was not a good star, but a Death Star. It was because she wanted to join the 7 that she killed the Invisible Man to make room for her. Starlight has always been dismissive of such remarks. The fatalism of the Death Star has nothing to do with her. If she really is a Death Star, why hasn't the Deep Sea died yet? However, the sudden news now completely shattered Starlight's original confidence. It hasn't been long since then, and 2 people have died in the 7. Could it be that Starlight really carries some ominous metaphysics? On the other side, Bruce and Katoom looked at each other and felt that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. "Did you do it?" Bruce confirmed to Katoom. It was really a bit suspicious. He was just thinking that Vought Company would take it seriously after the death of the 7 members of the group. And now it really happened? What a coincidence. "It's definitely not me." Katoom flapped his wings to refute Bruce's slander. "Why would I kill Zuins? I'm not racist, and Owl would not kill people secretly. He wished the whole world knew." Chapter 130. Just be a good child to your mother. When Bruce and Starlight arrived at the command center, Zhuanse's body lay still. His armor was riddled with cracks, and a piercing wound through his heart marked his cause of death. Homelander, his face livid, stared at Zhuanse's body in silence. The nature of this murder was completely different from the death of the Invisible Man. Homelander considered Zhuanse a friend. One who would not betray, deceive, or deny. "This is a provocation," Homelander said, his voice emotionless. "Everyone knows Zhuanse is my shadow." Then, he turned to the 7 people around him. "What have you found out about your investigations?" No one answered. Everyone seemed to be working hard, but there had been no real progress. They had always done this, but this time, something was different. The provocation was now visibly tangible. Along with Zhuanse's body, a cardboard card was brought to the office. It read, "You will pay for what happened 8 years ago, Billy Butcher." No more investigation was needed, the murderer simply gave his name. "Without me, you'll never accomplish anything," Homelander sneered. "I won't need you anymore. This is my job," his tone tinged with murderous intent. Bruce suddenly looked up at this. He sensed a difference in Homelander today. Something that had previously bound him had been unleashed. Butcher's provocation had completely flipped a switch in Homelander. "That Butcher, you're talking about the Butcher, right?" Bruce asked Katoom. "You said he was just an ordinary man, but now he feels confident enough to challenge Homelander. Where did this confidence come from?" Bruce could only think of the end metal dagger. He had a premonition that after seeing Zuince's death, Homelander had reached the brink of losing control. If anyone fanned the flames at this point, something truly terrible would happen. Ding-ling-ling, Homelander returned to Martha's bar, this time with a completely different mindset. This scene was like Superman in Man of Steel, who, before revealing his existence to the world, had once confessed his inner confusion to a priest. Homelander, too, was about to reveal his true existence to the world. What's wrong? Martha, with her keen observation, noticed something was amiss with Homelander. Or perhaps, this was exactly what Martha had expected, it just happened a little sooner than she imagined. Martha, I'm really confused right now. Homelander sat down at the bar, head bowed, like a child who had been wronged. Can I help you? Martha's voice was gentle. Homelander looked up and saw Martha looking down at him, a look of concern on her face. I'm sorry, Martha, I don't know what to say, he apologized first, not wanting Martha to think he was just a nuisance. I just need someone to talk to, I suppose. If you're willing, I'd be happy to sit with you for a while. Martha walked out of the bar for the first time and sat next to Homelander. Her tolerant attitude made Homelander's nose tingle. What are you thinking about? Martha whispered. I can sense you're feeling aggrieved. Yes, aggrieved, Homelander thought. Martha was the only one who cared about him the most, having seen through his weakness. As usual, Martha mixed Homelander a drink, which he gulped down. Everyone's picking on me, Homelander began to speak his mind, slightly tipsy. I've always been a good person, but people are always pushing me. They killed my friends and provoke me. Endless resentment welled up in Homelander's heart. Hadn't he done enough? Flaws aside, Homelander was filled with strengths. He brought hope to people, fought so much crime, and always encouraged the world with his smile. Yet, even with such a perfect person, there were still people who weren't satisfied. Homelander thought of the message that said he would pay for what he did 8 years ago. This person couldn't explain clearly. Homelander had done so much, and the phrase 8 years ago, how could he possibly have guessed what it meant? I understand your pain, child, Martha comforted him. That's just how the world is. It always wrongs the honest. It shouldn't be like this, Martha. I feel like I was wrong all along. Homelander poured out all the years of anguish he had harbored. Madeline used to make me do this, and I really enjoyed it, but ever since I realized Madeline was using me, I've grown tired of this disguise. I don't want to pretend anymore. I want to show my true self, but I also feel that if I reveal my true self, the applause and admiration I have now will completely disappear, and I can't bear it. Martha, what should I do? Homelander finally revealed his current confusion. It was simple. After Madeline's betrayal, Homelander finally experienced a rebellious period, 20 years overdue. He no longer wanted to follow the path Madeline had once hoped for him. Yet, he clung to his current status and fame. Butcher's provocation was the straw that broke the camel's back. Homelander faced a fork in the road of fate. The decision he made would not only change himself, but also the course of the entire world. At this critical moment, he decided to listen to Martha's advice. Martha keenly sensed this. She smiled and placed her hand on Homelander's head. The touch sent a jolt of electricity through Homelander, sending a tingling sensation through him, nearly collapsing. You're a good child, Martha's voice was more gentle than ever. You are God's most perfect creation. There's nothing wrong with you, Homelander nodded. So, Martha knew him. But I must point out a flaw, Martha said, changing the subject. Your flaw is that you care too much about other people's feelings, Homelander shuddered. Martha was right. That's just how he was. If he wanted to, he could easily kill everyone in the world. But he didn't, restraining his power. Isn't that a consideration for the world? But some people don't value their kindness and instead dare to target them. The people of this world seem to have taken your kindness for granted, even daring to challenge you, Martha said patiently. It's time to change something, Homelander. Be brave and do it, show your strength to the world, let them deeply understand, they have no choice but to love you. These words resonated deeply with Homelander, and he was almost completely convinced. However, he still had some doubts. He looked at Martha and said hesitantly, those who admire me, as long as you are strong enough, no one will doubt you. Martha smiled faintly. Those who doubt you, just send them away, Homelander, create a world you accept, you can never be wrong. Homelander's eyes brightened, Martha's advice bringing a sudden realization to his mind. Yes, he was Homelander. The choices he made were always right. He could never be wrong. Some might not agree with him, but when the vast majority of the world feared him, how could he be wrong? No. Even if he was wrong, it would ultimately be the fault of the world, the fools, the weak. Everyone who didn't want to die, who didn't want to suffer, must love him, be loyal to him, respect him, and adore him. Because he was Homelander. I get it. Homelander suddenly stood up, roaring to the heavens. In that moment, he had an epiphany. From beginning to end, Martha watched Homelander's performance with a smile. Thank you, Martha. I finally know what to do. Homelander lowered his head, looked at Martha, and asked, I have a difficult request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Go ahead, child, Martha said gently. I'll listen. Can I hug you? No. That day, all of America witnessed a scene they had never dared to imagine. Strange things happened on every electronic screen. Televisions, previously playing different programs, computers browsing different web pages, and square screens displaying different advertisements, all simultaneously flashed with electronic snow. This kind of powerful electromagnetic interference could only be achieved by the massive VA Corporation, with its control over satellites and media. Everyone stared at the nearest screen, bewildered. Then, a familiar voice boomed from the speakers. I am issuing an urgent notice to the world. The electronic snow faded, and a face recognizable to every American appeared on the screen. Homelander. But unlike before, Homelander's expression was gloomy, completely devoid of his former sunny and cheerful demeanor. Right now, a thug named Billy Butcher is roaming across America. He killed the Invisible Man, Black, and countless superheroes, allies of justice. Now, I issue Butcher an ultimatum. On the busy streets, pedestrians, shoppers, and commuters were stunned. They stared blankly at the giant screens on the skyscrapers, the clear sky contrasting starkly with the terrifying announcement. Homelander's face appeared in every corner of the country. Billy Butcher, I know your evil intentions and your horrific plans. You want to divide America into countless smaller parts, destroying them one by one. For example, right now, you want to destroy Queens. As Homelander finished speaking, the TV broadcast the scene of Queens. From above the sky, beyond the clouds, 2 red laser beams suddenly descended. The light kept cutting through Queens. The streets collapsed, the houses collapsed, and the people who were late to realize it began to flee desperately. In the ruins, the screen that had not yet been turned off was still broadcasting the news of Homelander. Unfortunately, when I knew about this disaster, it was too late, and the evil Butcher might have succeeded. As far as I know, Butcher's next attack should be in Manhattan at 9 o'clock tonight. Stop it, Butcher. Stop all your horrible actions. I'll wait for you in Times Square at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's solve it one-on-one. Don't hurt innocent people. Homelander finished shouting to everyone, and all the screens returned to normal. Amidst a noisy and panicked discussion, a bearded man in black was still standing there, unable to calm down for a long time. Homelander's shouting just now might have sounded like a declaration of justice to others. But to this person, it had a completely different meaning. He was Billy Butcher. The attack on Queens just now was not his own doing at all. Damn Homelander, he was forcing him to come out. His declaration was very clear: if he didn't show up, then at 9 o'clock tonight, Homelander would directly attack Manhattan. All the lives and losses would be blamed on Butcher. Bastard, Butcher clenched the dagger in his arms. Want a one-on-one fight with him? I wish for it. The TV in the bar was still playing Homelander's declaration. The tragedy in Queens was also shown through live broadcast. Martha shook her glass and looked at her face reflected in the wine. It's a little fast, but Bruce should be able to handle it. Martha drank the wine in the glass. Bruce, you have to work harder, Martha smiled, feeling the trace of drunkenness coming from her head. I hope Barbatos can be of some use. Starting from the witch, I have been helping him plan for so long. Just for now, Martha hummed a nursery rhyme, which was the song Bruce used to sing to sleep when he was a child. Don't listen to the nonsense of owls. You just have to be a good boy to your mother. There should be 2 updates today. The later plot needs to be polished, and the missing one will be made up. Chapter 131 Because I Believe in Bruce. Homelander's gone mad. Bruce stared at the screen, his hands shaking. He'd seen the fall of Queens just now. The laser beams raining down from the sky were clearly Homelander's work. Was he even pretending? No more hesitation, Bruce made an immediate decision. Homelander has become a complete threat to this world. He had to act. Katoom, I have a favor to ask of you. Bruce looked at the owl with a resolute gaze. If I lose consciousness due to entering a dream, can you please keep my body safe? Katoom immediately realized what Bruce was up to. You want to collect blood on the spot. The battle between the Butcher and Homelander was practically a foregone conclusion. Homelander didn't even need to meet the Butcher. A laser beam from the sky would be enough to kill him. It was an air-to-ground, dimensional strike. Bruce's only hope for the Butcher now was that he'd rise up and make Homelander bleed. That way, Bruce could confront Homelander on a spiritual level. Then, he'd be on his home turf. However, after learning Bruce's thoughts, Katoom sighed. "Bruce, I'm actually a little worried." "What are you worried about?" Bruce asked. Katoom took out his diary and showed it to Bruce. "I've always felt that Ravenclaw's dream magic wasn't very reliable." "What do you mean, Bruce?" "You know, Ravenclaw's dream magic is a deconstruction of the witches, and it's essentially DC magic," Katoom said. "Since it's from DC, we should always be cautious, right?" Bruce understood. "You mean, Barbatos might have tampered with this magic, that's about it?" Katoom nodded. "After all, he calls himself the god of bats, so it's understandable that he has a backup plan." This made sense, and Bruce hesitated. "So, this magic isn't so reliable. If that was the case, the original plan would be unworkable, and they would have to activate the backup plan." But Katoom shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." He stretched out his wings and felt among his feathers. Then, a black gift box was pulled out, tied with a yellow ribbon and a bow. "If you're going to enter the dream, take this with you," the owl said. Bruce looked at the palm-sized gift box, unsure of what was inside. "What is this?" he asked. "My secret plan, please accept it." The owl held a gift box between its wings and handed it to Bruce. The whole process was incredibly solemn. Bruce briefly wondered if this was another owl prank, but he quickly dismissed the suspicion. While the owl might be a bit frivolous, it wouldn't betray him when it mattered most. Bruce picked up the gift box, and heard a rustling sound from inside. "When should I open this box?" "When you enter the dream and feel it's time to open it." "Open it?" Katoom met Bruce's eyes. "I trust your judgment." This time, Bruce was the only one in the dream, and Katoom was responsible for keeping Bruce's body outside. "Be careful," the owl said finally. Night fell, and 8 o'clock quickly arrived. All the lights around Times Square switched on, making the scene as bright as day. The whirring propellers of several helicopters in the sky drowned out all other sounds. Drone cameras monitored every corner. Homelander, hands on his hips, hovered in the air, the American flag draped over his head fluttering behind him. He waited. So did the audience watching the live broadcast. Finally, in the sky, Homelander's brows twitched. His supervision and clairvoyance enabled him to spot a figure approaching in the distance. Wearing a black jacket and disheveled hair, he looked reckless and dejected. Was this the human who had challenged him? Butcher the Butcher stepped before Homelander, his face clearly visible to everyone. Homelander said calmly, "You're here." Butcher replied, "I'm here." Homelander replied, "I knew you'd come." Butcher replied, "I definitely would." Homelander sighed, "What a shame." With that, 2 red lasers emanated from his eyes. Without any warning, the battle had begun, and Homelander had long since decided to resolve it as quickly as possible. Parahumans should have an overwhelming advantage over humans. The laser beam pierced Butcher's chest, its scorching heat causing the surrounding air to evaporate. The audience watching the live stream hadn't anticipated this unfolding. A lethal attack right from the start. What suspense? Butcher would be reduced to charcoal in an instant. They thought so, and then they saw something unexpected. Under Homelander's laser beam, Butcher not only remained unscathed, but he actually stood firm, defying the force head-on. How could it be possible? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. A human body could withstand Homelander's heat vision. Homelander, realizing something was amiss, retracted the laser, and hovered in midair, his expression sullen. "Why aren't you attacking anymore? Are you scared?" Butcher winked, his expression defiant. His shirt had been completely burned through, revealing the sheen of metal beneath. Butcher reached into his chest and pulled out a dagger. Homelander's face darkened instantly. Had this tiny dagger just blocked his attack? What a jerk. He was furious, his momentary defeat severely damaging his dignity. Homelander's body vanished from its original location, appearing before Butcher in the blink of an eye. He lashed out with a punch so fast that the camera couldn't even capture the afterimage. Butcher, however, reacted quickly. With the power granted by the dagger, he wasn't superhuman, but he was more than superhuman. He swerved with incredible speed, dodging Homelander's punch. Furthermore, the dagger slashed through Homelander's uniform, slicing through his skin. Blood dripped. Hiss, Homelander gasped, feeling pain for the first time in his life. Of course, heartache wasn't enough. The moment he was cut, Homelander hid his wound, shielding it from the camera. Gods cannot bleed. Butcher's expression remained mocking, as if he were about to say something. But Homelander was in no mood to continue chatting. He activated his super speed once more. This time, he held nothing back. He no longer had any cat and mouse mentality, and he didn't dare to be careless. That dagger could really hurt him. Or even kill him. Butcher's pressure mounted. He dodged, brandishing his dagger, searching for an opening to defend and counterattack. As time dragged on, Homelander's temper grew increasingly volatile. Things were starting to look dire for him. If he couldn't decisively defeat a human quickly, other superhumans would wonder if Homelander wasn't as powerful as they thought. Buttercup, you must die. Homelander suddenly soared into the air, then plummeted back down at breakneck speed. His eyes glowed red, laser beams poised, and his fists clenched. If Butcher used his dagger to block the laser beam, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Yet, Butcher remained unfazed. He even said, that's just what he wanted. He truly wanted Homelander dead. But he hadn't considered wanting himself to live. 8 years of cuckoldry, now payback. Butcher's eyes were determined. Without flinching, he hurled the dagger with all his might, charging towards Homelander. It's over, he thought. But then, something unexpected happened. At that moment, Homelander suddenly stopped moving, clutching his head with both hands, and began screaming frantically. Himalayas. At the moment Butcher slashed Homelander's skin during his first encounter, a drop of blood fell. No one noticed it except Bruce, who had been hiding nearby. Come here. Bruce's magic struck the drop, silently drawing it toward him. He opened his palm, and the drop hovered there. Success. He dared not utter a single word, communicating only with Katoom telepathically. I'm entering Homelander's mind, he declared, opening the diary and drawing the drop onto the blank page. The drop fell, quickly smeared, and vanished, like the ink that had written on it. Thank you for taking care of me, Bruce said. I will definitely defeat Homelander. An owl flew beside him, observing his godson's spirited expression without a single word of discouragement. Go for it, Katoom said. I believe in you, Bruce nodded, then turned and tapped the supreme wand on the diary. At that moment, the diary seemed to become a black hole, sucking in everything around it. Bruce's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Owl used its head to support his fallen form, then slowly lowered it. Suddenly, at that moment, an eerie laugh echoed from the shadows. A slender figure emerged. Katoom's eyes widened upon seeing the person. Holy crap, he couldn't help but sigh, echoing the sentiments of his past life. The person had green hair, a pale face, and a smile smeared with paint. This person was undoubtedly the Joker. But this Joker was a woman, making her identity even more significant. Flashpoint Joker, Bruce's biological mother, Martha. Owl had calculated everything, but he hadn't expected this person to be the pursuer. What was going on in Barbatos' mind? At that moment, Katoom wanted to curl up into a ball. He felt as if he had abducted an innocent little boy, only to be confronted by his biological parents. Little Owl, are you here? Martha said playfully. I can't see you. Please come out. Katoom was still wearing his bandit mask, making him invisible to everyone. Even if they tried hard to find him, they couldn't find him. You're not coming out, Martha called out a few times, but there was no response. The damned owl had disappeared somewhere. Are you sure you won't come out? Martha laughed again, then walked over to the unconscious Bruce, took a deep look, and then suddenly turned her head away. The movement seemed to take all her strength. She bent down, picked up the open diary, and turned to leave. Suddenly, the owl took off his bandit mask and shouted, Your grandfather is here. Leave the diary for me. Oh, little owl, you're here. Martha turned around, her eyes wide with smile. Martha Wayne, the owl couldn't help but call out her name. Just call me Martha, Martha said with a smile. Thank you for taking care of Bruce for so long. The owl remained silent, glancing at the sleeping Bruce. Don't look at me anymore. I don't want that body. I just want to take Bruce's personality, Martha said with effort, clearly having mentally prepared herself for such a statement for a long time. A body like that could kill him with just one bullet. What's the point of having it? Martha smiled, a smile that looked as unpleasant as tears. Bruce's life shouldn't be so fragile. I want to give him a full life. The most suitable body had already been found. I see. At that moment, the owl understood Martha's plan. He stopped insisting and raised his head. Then you can take the diary with you. I allow it. So straightforward. Martha was a little incredulous, a strange smile covering her suspicion. Of course, because you can't take it away. No matter where you take him, he'll always come back, Katoom said. I believe in Bruce. I've watched him grow to this point and understand his determination. You can't change him anymore, Owl said confidently. Chapter 132 Mom, you forced me. Because of the soul contract, Bruce should have been the only human capable of understanding Katoom's language. But now, Martha could communicate smoothly with the owl, which only meant the situation was worse than imagined. Bruce's personality had been completely mastered by her. Katoom, however, showed no sign of concern. After Martha left, he simply flew over to Bruce and checked his pocket. It was empty. Good. Katoom breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the gift he had given had been brought into Bruce's mindscape. In her diary, Ravenclaw briefly explained the principles of dream magic. Everyone has a mind palace within their own mind. Some exceptionally intelligent individuals can even actively enter their own mind palace, she said. But most people are unaware of the palace's existence. Dream magic traps a person within the mind palace, making them unable to extricate themselves. In short, it's a form of mind magic from DC. There are many casters of mind magic, the Witch, Zatanna, Raven, and many others, naturally, including Barbatos. There's something wrong with the Witch's mind magic, and Ravenclaw hasn't noticed the manipulation, Katoom thought. Perhaps from the very beginning, the Witch was sent here as a sacrifice. Perhaps Barbatos and Martha had already been working together. Their goals didn't conflict. Barbatos wanted Batman, while Martha wanted Bruce. Katoom didn't stop Martha from taking Bruce's personality. After all, it wouldn't be right for him, the Godfather, to force him to stay after his mother came to visit. But, Owl looked in the direction Martha left, thinking silently. Many parents try to arrange everything for their children, but the results are always unsatisfactory. Sometimes, you have to respect a child's personal wishes. Batman is Bruce, Bruce is Batman. This is his own choice, that's why I am so confident. Next, Martha would probably create a dream world where she and Bruce could live together. Then, bit by bit, she would slowly eliminate Katoom's influence on Bruce, until Bruce became the person she wanted him to be. Then she'd probably be disappointed, the owl thought to herself. Bruce now is not a good boy in her memory. Homelander was wrapped in a metal egg in full view of everyone. No one knew what happened. At this time, What Company had sent people to take Homelander's egg away, but they were stopped by the US military. This is no longer an internal matter of your company, the head of the military said to the representative of What Company. Everyone has seen this incident, and the situation is unclear now. We suspect that this matter will affect national security, so I'm sorry, you can't take this metal ball away. Homelander is our company's superhero, the Vought representative was still arguing. We need to protect Homelander to prevent accidents, but the head of the military still said, I understand your feelings, but I'm sorry, you can't take him away. A staff member has already brought instruments and approached the metal egg, using X-ray scanning technology to try to find out what's going on inside the shell. But no matter how they scan, the final image is pitch black, and nothing can be detected inside. They can't see that Homelander is curled up in the metal shell, dreaming a peaceful dream. And his body is also changing at the same time. The body that was originally in its 30s is getting younger and younger. Homelander is rejuvenating. Bruce looked at the gloomy sky of Gotham through the window of Wayne Manor. Footsteps sounded from behind him, and the aroma of snacks wafted in. In a trance, Bruce felt that this scene was inexplicably familiar. It was like the scene when he had just lost his parents and Alfred came to comfort him. But when he turned around, the person who appeared behind him was not Alfred in his memory. Bruce. Martha was standing behind him with afternoon tea, a gentle smile on her face. What are you thinking about? Come, try these snacks. Mom called Bruce over, but Bruce didn't move. The dim light cast through the window lattice, and Bruce seemed to turn into a silhouette, standing under the sky of Gotham City. Mom, he said, are you no longer sad? Just yesterday, after watching a show, their family was robbed when they passed by an alley. In order to protect his wife and children, their father, Thomas Wayne, died at the hands of the robbers. Fortunately, Bruce and Martha survived. Sadness can't solve anything. Martha forced a smile. We have to go on living, don't we? Come and have something to eat. You still have a lot of classes, etiquette, piano, classical literature. Bruce, even without your father, I will train you to be a perfect gentleman. But Bruce still didn't come over. His eyes were extremely clear. "Mom," he called Martha. "Am I dreaming?" Martha's expression changed. "Bruce, you must be tired." Martha said helplessly, "It's okay, you have a good rest, you can have snacks later." She was like a poor performer, trying to cover up the truth that everyone knew. "Mom," there was no smile on Bruce's face, and he looked at Martha with complicated eyes. "I have experienced a similar dream once, so I will never get lost again." There was a hint of sadness in Bruce's tone. "The multiverse is so big and full of infinite possibilities. I am very happy that there is a world where my mother can live. Barbatos is obsessed with me, I understand. He used you to let you take me back, I understand. What I don't understand is, Mom, why don't you want Dad to be alive even in your dreams?" Bruce already understood everything. After he used the diary as a medium to enter the minds of his homelanders, there was suddenly a force that captured his mind and then placed it in this illusory Gotham. He himself was restored to the age of 8 again, experiencing the nightmare in the alley. Everything was just like the dream in Hogwarts. But the difference was that this time, Bruce was awake from beginning to end. He saw his father dead, but his mother alive. And after that night, his mother's various behaviors were very abnormal. It goes without saying who created this dream. "Mom, someone once told me that I was trapped in the alley when I was 8 years old." Bruce slowly walked to the dining table, "but now I find that I am not the only one trapped that night." He sat on the chair and pointed to another chair to signal Martha. "Mom, please sit down." Martha froze in place, lost in hesitation. The clown who had toyed with countless hearts was now at a loss before his own child. "What happened between you and Dad?" Bruce asked sadly. How could family members get to this point, wishing each other dead even in their dreams? He was, of course, happy to see his mother alive again. But he hated the thought of a family torn apart. "Bruce, let me explain." Martha slumped into her chair. She didn't want to reveal her current self to her child. She wanted to continue playing the gentle mother. But Bruce was too clever. Not only did he not lose himself in the dream, he even guessed that he was the one who created it. This made it almost impossible for her to continue acting. "Mom, you must have been in pain." Bruce didn't blame Martha. Instead, he reached out and clasped his mother's cold hands tightly. "Although we are from different worlds, I am willing to consider you my mom. I can feel your love for me. It's undeniable, but the situation is, I must gain sufficient strength to save Gotham. I can't go back with you." Hearing this, Martha, who had been sobbing, suddenly widened her eyes. "No," she cried. "Gotham doesn't need you to save it. You can't be like that lunatic Thomas." Martha was terrified. Thomas hadn't even come into this world, so why would a child have the same thoughts as him? She spoke helplessly, almost as if begging her child, "Your goal should be to become a doctor or a lawyer and live a happy life, not to dress up as a weirdo and play with your life." Seeing Martha like this, Bruce felt a little sorry for her, but the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate. "Mom, do you remember when I was little? Only a few months old, unable to eat on my own, and I needed you to feed me." Bruce's sudden recollection of the past left Martha somewhat bewildered. "Of course I remember," she stammered. "But why do you remember?" "Because there's a memory palace in my brain, storing all my memories from childhood to adulthood," Bruce said with a smile. "The time I spent with you is my most treasured memory." "Mom, you know better than anyone that I will grow up. When I was a few months old, I needed you to feed me to eat. After I turned a year old, I could hold a spoon on my own. It's the same now. I'm 13, not 8. As soon as he finished speaking, Bruce's body began to grow. Not the 8-year-old Martha remembered when she lost him, but his actual age now, 13. Almost as tall as Martha. "Mom, I have my own ideas now. They may be a little immature, but they are what I really want to do." Bruce finally tried. "Can you support me?" Martha didn't answer immediately. She looked into her child's eyes, feeling a strangeness she had never felt before. "I understand," Martha said suddenly. "I've been away from your growth for too long, and it's too late to make up for it now." Her expression gradually changed from sadness to a stern one. "You're just like the world. You have to be forced to change for the better. I've seen Thomas's madness, and I'll never let you become like that. Bruce, you leave me no choice. One day you'll understand that I'm doing this for your own good." Martha had originally wanted to use gentle means, using dreams to subtly influence Bruce's thoughts. But Bruce didn't fall into the dream at all and remained awake the entire time. There was no other way. "Bruce, you forced me to do this." Hearing this, Bruce could only extinguish the last glimmer of hope. That's what I wanted to say, too. Bruce looked into Martha's eyes. Mom, you forced me to do this. Chapter 133 You Are My Robin. In an instant, the scene around them shifted. No more Gotham or Wayne Manor. Bruce and Martha were now in a laboratory. Everything that had just happened was just a small, isolated scene Martha had deliberately isolated. Ultimately, this was the realm of the Homelander mind. Martha, now stripped of her disguise, revealed her pale skin, green hair, and eerie smile to Bruce. Bruce's eyes widened. He had heard this image from Katoom before. His nemesis, the Joker. The Joker is my mother. In that moment, Bruce's entire worldview was overturned. How could Katoom have never shared such important news? Martha understood her son's shock, but she couldn't keep it a secret forever. She could only wait for Bruce to accept it. Bruce, I'm going to have to use some unpleasant tactics on you for a while. With a wave of her hand, Bruce's clothing instantly transformed into a straitjacket, binding him tightly. But it's okay. When we return to our original world, I'll have someone erase this unpleasant memory of yours, and we'll still be close mother and son. Martha waved her hand again, and Bruce's body flew up, trapped in a room in the laboratory. He could hear the screams of a child. Turning, he saw a blond boy trapped in a room resembling an incinerator, screaming in agony. The heat inside was almost visible to the naked eye, as the boy's screams instantly vaporized his tears. But no one showed any concern for him. Even outside the incinerator, countless staff members were taking notes. They seemed to be trying to see how high the heat the boy could withstand. Someone turned up the temperature, and the boy's wails intensified. Homelander, Bruce recognized the boy. This was Homelander's mind, a place where all the pain of his past was buried. Although Homelander claimed to have never felt pain, that wasn't the case. Not only had he felt pain, but it had been a daily part of his childhood. But the memories were too painful, and Homelander buried them deep within his heart. Inside the incinerator room, Homelander's skin remained unscathed, yet he was constantly scratching every inch of it, trembling with pain. While the damage was obviously avoidable, the pain was unconcealable. Pathetic, Bruce remarked casually, averting his gaze. While there was a connection between the suffering he endured as a child and the suffering he brought to others as an adult, Bruce didn't believe that meant Homelander was excusable. He wouldn't criticize others' choices. But everyone should bear the consequences of their choices. Do you still have time to care about others? Martha stood outside Bruce's room, tenderly looking at her son, immobilized by his straitjacket. Did you know I was actually saving you? She said. What? Bruce was stunned, immediately realizing Martha had a hidden meaning. He immediately expressed disbelief. How could it be possible? You've treated me so badly. I don't blame you, Bruce. You can blame me all you want now. Martha ignored the child's little rebellion and said, you have no idea how hard I racked my brains to come up with this plan. I can get you away before Barbatos's 5 medals arrive, saving you from the suffering that's about to happen. Barbatos was obsessed with Batman's body. Martha desired Bruce's personality. Bruce had long suspected that perhaps, after the incident with Deathstroke, Barbatos had changed his strategy. He no longer insisted on capturing him, but simply allowed the medals to arrive naturally, opening the door to the dark universe. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will. If Bruce doesn't return, Barbatos will go. Martha's words now completely confirmed Bruce's suspicions. Damn Owl, always hiding crucial information from me, Batboy cursed inwardly. He was increasingly convinced that Barbatos's ability to send people here was similar to Katoom's ability to travel across the multiverse. But Barbatos himself couldn't make it. Katoom refused to reveal anything, leaving Bruce with nothing but speculation. But speculation wasn't the truth, lacking several crucial clues. Just then, the door to the room next to Bruce opened. The Homelander boy's incineration experiment had concluded, and he was taken back to his own room, next to Bruce's. Batboy could even hear intermittent sobs from the other side. The young Homelander was secretly weeping. It'll take a while for Homelander's body to fully become your vessel, Martha said from outside the room. They were special beings in this realm of thought, and the staff around them wouldn't react. After all, they weren't real beings, just images in Homelander's memory. Martha left, leaving Bruce alone in the room. He closed his eyes in a trance, then opened them again. A second passed, and in that brief moment, Bruce had another dream. It was about him and Martha living happily in Gotham. It seemed Martha was trying to fill Bruce's mind with a flood of dreams, altering his perception. Make him forget about the universe, owls, and Batman. Just remember the happy times with his mother. Bruce had barely woken up when his eyelids began to droop again, and sleepiness continued to creep in. So that's how it is. Every time I blink, I have a dream. Bruce immediately widened his eyes, hoping to reduce the frequency of his dreams. Mom, I'm your own son, and you're so cruel to me, Bruce couldn't help but mutter in his mind. He noticed that the furnishings in this room weren't cold at all, they were warm, trying to create a sense of home. Directly across from Bruce, an old-fashioned television was playing a program. The screen showed a spherical metal object, placed in the center of Times Square. The sphere was irregular, resembling an egg. Surrounding it were countless investigators, examining the metal egg. This isn't a program. Staring at the familiar scene, Bruce immediately realized that what he was seeing was real life. Was this what Martha wanted him to see? Cracks were already appearing on the surface of the metal egg, as if the contents were about to break free. Whatever hatched couldn't possibly be anything good. Bruce's eyes were dry as hell. He blinked, and dreamed again. This time, Thomas wasn't dead, his family was complete. Martha seemed to have compromised, not wanting her child to feel sad about his family. When Bruce awoke from his dream, the intermittent sobbing continued. Stop crying, he suddenly shouted to the person next door. What can crying solve? The sobbing suddenly stopped, and then the timid voice of little Homelander rang out. Can't I even cry? No, Bruce said. You're disturbing me. After these words, the sobbing stopped. But it wasn't that Homelander had stopped crying, he bit his lip tightly, muffling the sobs. Huh? Bruce had only intended to test little Homelander's resilience, but he hadn't expected him to be surprisingly obedient at his age. As expected, Bruce thought. Little Homelander and the grown-up him were two completely different extremes. His behavior in the incinerator just now proved that Homelander was a sensitive and weak boy as a child. He could have simply broken into the room and killed everyone who abused him, but he didn't. Instead, he endured all the pain and completed the experiment. Could Homelander be a people-pleaser? A thought flashed through Bruce's mind. If that was the case, no wonder he grew up to be so perverted. He didn't resist, but instead cooperated with the experiment. Did he think that if he just endured the pain, everything would be fine? Impossible. It would only make others more aggravated, hurting him even more. These accumulated wounds will slowly warp a person's heart. After experiencing another dream, Bruce shifted and banged his head against the wall. Homelander, are you still crying? Who is Homelander? A sobbing voice came from the next room. My name is John. Okay, John, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Little Homelander waited for the next question. Bruce thought for a moment and asked, why didn't you come out of the room when you were being burned? You could have done it, right? A brief silence fell from the adjacent room. Then the little Homelander's hesitant voice rang out, but if I did that, they'd be very disappointed. True to her people-pleasing personality, Bruce said sternly, if they're disappointed, they're disappointed. It's none of your business. Do you really think your compromise will earn them their approval and love? The little Homelander fell silent. Clearly, Bruce's words struck a chord. John, although I feel a little sorry for you, I have to say you've brought this suffering upon yourself. Why didn't you resist? Bruce said. How could someone who truly loves you have the heart to torture you, just like Martha? Even though she'd locked him up, Bruce was convinced that if he just pretended to whine and act in pain, Martha would immediately appear at the window and ask what was wrong. Bruce's eyes were dry as hell. He blinked again, slipping into a dream, once again deeply experiencing Martha's love for him. When he regained consciousness, the little Homelander next door asked him, why do you keep trying to make me rebel? Who are you? My name is Bruce, and I'm a partner of justice. Bruce struggled to sit up, straight-jacketed within. He watched the screen on the television. The cracks in the metal egg were already dense, and it was about to collapse. Then, with a cracking sound, the entire eggshell shattered. A figure within the eggshell soared into the sky. It was Homelander, but his appearance had undergone a complete transformation. He looked only about 10 years old, now transformed into a child. He hovered in midair, laughing maniacally. His eyes flashed red, and laser beams were unleashed, instantly severing several buildings. Bruce had always wondered why his mother could move freely within Homelander's mind. Now he knew. It was because Homelander also had a Joker personality within him. Was this the preparation his mother had mentioned? Bruce suddenly understood Martha's plan. to use the Joker's personality to obliterate Homelanders. Then Martha left and wiped out the Joker's personality. From then on, only his own thoughts remained in this body. But Bruce looked at Homelander on TV, who was wantonly destroying the city and was completely unrestrained. Isn't this price a little too high? John, Bruce suddenly shouted to the next door. I have a request for you now. If you don't want to disappoint me, just do it, huh? Little Homelander didn't understand Bruce's train of thought. Why could he say such words with such righteousness? Why should I listen to your orders? Because I am a hero of justice, and I want to take you in as my little brother. Bruce thought of a word. From now on, until the end of this, you are temporarily my Robin. Chapter 134 Siren. In reality, Katoom grabbed Bruce's unconscious body and flew towards the villa. He hummed a song he knew well from his past life. There's only one mother in the world. Once they arrived at the villa, he casually tossed Bruce's body onto the sofa. Batboy's eyes remained tightly closed, showing no sign of waking. I wonder what you're dreaming about right now, Owl sighed. You're sleeping so peacefully, someone who didn't know would think you were dead. As he finished speaking, a violent vibration suddenly erupted in the distance. Katoom looked up and saw a figure hovering above the city in the distance, continuously firing laser beams. How did Homelander become so small, and still laugh so maniacally? Katoom frowned, remembering what Martha had said earlier. Bruce's life shouldn't be so fragile. I want to give him a full life. So that's how it is, Katoom sighed. Even though she's Martha, she's still a clown after all. She'll do anything to achieve her goals. An ordinary criminal wouldn't have considered such a method. It was a bit too crazy. The owl turned to look at the sleeping Bruce. It's about time you opened your eyes, even if it's not you who woke up. Homelander's mindscape, in the laboratory room. Bruce watched Homelander on the screen, wreaking havoc. The city was filled with cries and pain. In the next room, the little Homelander kept asking questions. What do you mean by your Robin? Do you mean you need my help? If you ask me, I can, but I have to come back here afterwards. By the way, you're a hero of justice, so what's your nickname? Superheroes all have nicknames. Bruce didn't answer, he just slowly closed his eyes. He entered the dream Martha had woven for him. It was still Gotham, still Wayne Manor, still that warm home. Bruce, you're back. Martha, acting like a mother, straightened Bruce's collar. Her eyes were gentle. You've probably understood by now. No matter how far you stray from home, you'll eventually return to your mother. Mom, Bruce whispered softly. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Why should our feud involve innocent people? Wasn't Homelander's rampage in the city meant to prick Bruce's conscience and force him to bow to Martha? Either accept Martha's terms or watch Homelander destroy the country. You still don't understand my resolve. Martha leaned down and gently kissed Bruce on the forehead. When I came into this world, I had it in mind. To achieve my goal, I'd do whatever it took. I used Huey to see if you would stop him from killing people. If you had stood by, I wouldn't have let Homelander wreak havoc now. I constantly indoctrinated Homelander with the Joker's ideology, coaxing him into drinking the diluted Joker virus, so he would develop the Joker's personality and drive him mad. Even the nth metal I brought was to transform his body, to make him more like you, Bruce. No matter how crazy I get, it's all for you. Martha suddenly hugged Bruce to her chest. I've been following you. I've watched every video you've made since you joined us 7 countless times. Every time I watch it, I become more resolute. It's okay if you hate me now. You can erase this memory later and start over. But Bruce, the prerequisite for all this is that you must come back with me. Bruce felt the warmth of his mother's embrace. The feeling was real, not like a dream. He hadn't been held by his mother in 5 years. But he couldn't give up. Mom. Bruce whispered softly, you're really crazy. You just realized this, Martha said gently pressing her son's face against his. Bruce raised his head, his gaze through the window, looking out at Gotham. Mom, you may not understand the determination I have made. He raised his hand, and a gift box wrapped in black with a yellow ribbon appeared in his hand. It was a gift from Katoom. He could open it whenever he felt the need. So, now is the time. Mom, this has never been what I wanted. I never thought of making others suffer for my own happiness. On the contrary, for the happiness of Gotham, I would rather suffer myself. He hugged Martha and untied the ribbon of the gift box behind her back. A small red metal box fell from the gift box into his hand. He had seen that thing before. Bat launcher? No. Bruce pinched the bat launcher and turned it over. Then he saw that there was a sticker on the back of the bat launcher. It was a grinning owl. Seeing the familiar owl, Bruce couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Is that so? He had indeed seen it many times. In the little nest workshop built by Katoom, the owl huddled in front of the workbench, busy with something. Now he finally knew. The bat launcher sent by Barbatos was no longer a bat launcher. A more appropriate name for it would be the owl launcher. Mom, Bruce suddenly buried his head in Martha's arms, his voice trembling as he tried to hold back his tears. There's never a moment when I felt like I wasn't your child, and there's never a moment when I didn't think about you and Dad, but it's precisely because I'm a son that I can't watch you continue to make mistakes. Mom, if I can't save you from your mistakes, then let Gotham burn. Martha, who was originally immersed in the hug, suddenly opened her eyes. She realized something was wrong. Bruce released his embrace and slowly backed away. What are you going to do? Martha said blankly. It's useless. You can't escape this dream. I know. Bruce lowered his head and looked at the owl launcher in his hand. If you think of this as a dream, maybe it would be a lot easier, but how can I think like that? Because in my hands, I hold this owl launcher, and Bruce looked up, tears streaming down his face. His gaze fixed on Martha, who looked worried. I'm Batman, from SYNOPSIS, boom, and in that instant, everything before Bruce shattered. Martha and Gotham vanished, replaced by the ever-clearer world within Bruce's mind. Everyone has their own mind palace. Bruce's was a planet called SYNOPSIS. He looked up, and the sky was ablaze. Bruce was among the ruins, his mind palace under construction. Buildings rose from the ground, forming the Gotham of Bruce's memories. On a vast stone platform, suspended in the void, jet-black stone pillars rose, forming a massive temple. Bruce took a step, and a staircase flew from beneath him. Countless past events merged before him, forming pages in the great work of Bruce. Bruce embarked on the long stairway to self-realization. A massive clock wheel appeared behind him, its hands spinning counterclockwise. With each step, Bruce drew closer. Finally, he reached a stone platform above the void and entered the Temple of the Mind. A giant bat sculpture adorned the temple. Beneath it, a towering throne flanked by 6 distinct figures. Bruce knew those 6 figures intimately, for they were illusions he had created of the Justice League members. They stared at him. Silent. Atop the throne sat a figure. His face was identical to Bruce's, but his eyes held a profound indifference. This was Bruce's alter ego, Batman. As Bruce approached the throne, a vision took a step forward, attempting to stop him. It was a vision of Superman, the only vision Bruce had ever possessed by a patron saint. Bruce simply glanced at him, and the Superman vision ceased all subsequent movement. Zubat looked at Bruce and said lightly, "You come with bad intentions. I am not a newcomer. Bruce has come to the throne. This is my world." He stretched out his hand, grabbed Zerna's collar, and with a little force, he pulled his second personality up from the throne of thinking and threw it to the ground. "This is my thinking, and I should have the final say on everything." Bruce turned around and sat on his own throne. "I don't know when you were born, maybe when I left Gotham? Maybe when I first came into contact with metal. Or, you have always been with me? But there is one thing you have to remember, you are just the second personality. Don't overstep your bounds." Bruce declared the sovereignty of his thoughts to the Batman. The Batman's eyes were fierce. He was also Bruce. He would not bow to anyone. The personalities were about to clash. But suddenly, the cry of an owl was heard in the void. Coo, with a bang, a strange little owl appeared behind the Batman. The owl was a little round. It was obviously a bird, but it was wearing a Batman uniform. When the owl appeared, the originally restless Batman suddenly seemed to be still, except that his eyes could move. He could not do anything else. "You kid, you finally opened the gift box," the little owl laughed. "How about it? Is your godfather powerful?" Bruce looked at the owl and felt the shadow of Katoom on him. But why is he wearing Batman's uniform? The little owl flew away from the Batman, and the Batman immediately regained his ability to move. "I am the backup designed by King Katoom specifically for the Batman." The little owl introduced himself. "You can think of me as the second personality of King Katoom. My name is Katoom II. In order to deal with Batman's second personality, the solution given by the Godfather of Owls was to create a second personality of his own. Let the second be against the second, and the personality control the personality." Katoom II said, "From now on, as long as I am in this hall, the old bat will always be suppressed." Bruce nodded. Katoom did think of the most comprehensive solution. Old Bat, my body is unconscious now, and I need a personality to stop Homelander. This task is given to you. Bruce lowered his head. I don't care what you do specifically, Katoom will keep an eye on you in reality. Old Bat's eyes were uncertain, and he was obviously unwilling to cooperate. Bruce's tone softened a little. If you don't help, many innocent people will die. This is to save my mother's mistake. Hearing these words, the Batman's expression relaxed. No matter what, he is still Batman. Inside the villa, Bruce's body, lying on the sofa, his eyelids suddenly began to tremble. Then, he opened his eyes. It seems that Bruce has lived up to my trust. Owl looked as if he expected it. Well, what should I call you? Bruce, or Zurin, whatever you want, the Batman said coldly. I don't have time to chat with you. I'm going to gather the 7 members immediately, gather all the strength to stop the Homelander's riot. The Batman is going to fight the Homelander. Chapter 135 Hell Batman Armor Youth Edition. Zura. The name comes from a conversation Bruce had with his father before entering Destiny Alley. That day, young Bruce asked his father, why can't I become Zorro? His father answered seriously, I'm not sure Gotham would welcome a man wearing a mask and taking the law into his own hands. The sad truth is, they'd probably throw someone like Zorro into Arkham Asylum, but Bruce couldn't understand such words at the time. He only memorized the colloquial syllables of the phrase Zorro in Arkham, Zor Narrh. This strange name remained in Bruce's mind until the Batman personality appeared. At this time, Batman temporarily took control of Bruce's body, entrusted with stopping Homelander's atrocities. As for the real Bruce, he remained in the Mind Palace, sitting high on the throne. He took a deep look at the 6 illusions around him. Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, and Green Lantern. The chubby Katoom, wearing a Batman suit, flew beside him. Why are you wearing Batman's suit? Bruce asked. Did Katoom give you any special meaning when he created you? No special meaning, the little owl shook his head. It's just for a little recognition. If there are new personalities, they will wear other superhero suits. For example, Superman. Bruce nodded, not believing this at all. I also have my own mission now. Since Batman is not here, you can follow me for a while. After Bruce finished speaking, he closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was back to the small room in the laboratory. Cassandra also followed him here. Bruce's mind palace broke through the dream constructed by Martha. Now, when he blinked, he would no longer be dragged into the dream like before. He could fight with peace of mind. At this time, little Homelander was still shouting at this side across a wall, why don't you answer my question? What is your heroic title? Bruce was silent for a moment and gave the answer. I am Batman. This answer was for both Homelander and himself. Batman, Homelander muttered a few times, not quite understanding why there was such a title. It sounded like a name only for villains, such as Batman. Azu, don't stand there now. Bruce ordered, now that you are my Robin, you have to get to work. Now tear down this wall in front of us and come to my side. The so-called Robin has always been the name Bruce unilaterally gave to Homelander. But Homelander himself didn't seem to object. Oh, all right then, stay away from the wall. Zu didn't hesitate. He blasted out a thermal vision, and a big hole was instantly blown in the wall. Zu, wearing a white lab coat, crawled out of the hole. Bruce only then saw the face of the young Homelander head-on. Blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical Aryan Superman image, but his eyes were clear, without the domineering arrogance of his adulthood. Batman, here I come. Zu was very sensible. After he came over, he helped Bruce remove the restraint suit, allowing him to move freely. Then, Zu saw Katoom flying next to him. Oh. There's a strange little owl. He showed surprise, and with superhuman speed, he held Kai in his arms and rubbed him non-stop. The little owl was a little dissatisfied, but he could do nothing about it. After all, he was not Katoom, and he did not have the mentality of always guarding against others trying to harm him. And then he was caught. Azu talked to Kai enthusiastically. Hello, my name is John. Bruce corrected him. It's Robin. Oh, yes, Azu nodded. I'm Robin now. I didn't expect you to know owls. Bruce twisted his slightly stiff wrist. I thought you grew up in a laboratory and knew nothing about the outside world. Azu explained. Every day, besides doing research, I can watch TV. Doing research? Being studied by others, right? Bruce shook his head. Okay, stop talking. We have to leave here now and defeat the evil villains. Zu's blood boiled immediately. Great, he asked excitedly, who are we going to fight? He was already eager to try. No matter what kind of criminal it was, Zu was confident that he could beat him to the ground. Hit my mother, Bruce said. Zu. Now we are actually in Homelander's mind. By the way, Homelander is your future self. Bruce took Zu out of the room. You are a personality of Homelander, probably representing his childhood and kindness. Zu suddenly couldn't accept it. I'm just a personality, for now, Bruce said, but if I help you become the main personality, then you will be the real Homelander. Help me. Zu's heart trembled violently. This was the first time he met someone who said he would help him. Why do you want to help me? He said as if to confirm. What is there about me that is worthy of your attention? Isn't it obvious? Bruce turned around and put his hand on Zu's shoulder. My friend, because you are the real hero. Zu was instantly moved to tears. Okay, I will continue to tell you what to do next. Bruce and Zu walked in the corridor of the laboratory, Zu still holding Kai in his arms. Your original personality has now become a clown. If he continues to control your body, the real world will be in chaos. We have to find him, defeat him, and then let you replace him. Zu, from the first time I saw you, I felt a sense of connection with you. It was like seeing a family member. Zu nodded vigorously, acknowledging the identity of Bruce's family. Although he did not understand at the time that being Bruce's family might not be a good thing. Then, Zu thought of a question. But what does this have to do with your mother? You just said you wanted to deal with her, Zu asked puzzledly. I mean, my mother is so good, I don't have her, and yet you are going against your mother. I don't want to do such a thing. Bruce shook his head. She forced me to do it. When you fight the main personality later, she will definitely intervene. I will help you stop her. So it was your mother who forced me to do it, Zu nodded, then realized something was wrong. Wait? I attacked the main personality, he asked. If it's not you, then it's me. Bruce found Zu's question baffling. But, Zu was about to say something, but suddenly, alarms blared throughout the lab, and red lights flashed continuously. Countless armed guards appeared before them, their guns pointed at the two children. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Bruce patted Zu's shoulder and said, Robin, now's your time to act. Zu hesitated. Don't be afraid, Bruce encouraged. These are just images in your mind, not real things. You can do whatever you want. As Bruce worked in Homelander's mind, Zu in the real world was also busy. He quickly gathered the remaining 7 members and set off for the Vought Corporation's command center. When he arrived, the others were already seated at the round table, Queen Maeve, Starlight, Deep Sea, and Locomotive. Each of their faces was filled with worry and fear. Homelander's rampage made them feel as if they were witnessing the end of the world. Now that everyone's here, I'll get straight to the point. Zuba took Homelander's seat and addressed the other 4 in an undeniable tone. His distinctly different demeanor caught the others' attention, but Zuba didn't care. Everyone has seen that Homelander is now a global threat. I believe everyone is well aware of the consequences of continuing to neglect him. During this critical period, we, the 7 superheroes, must step forward and protect the innocent. This statement clearly caught the others by surprise. We stop Homelander, said the Engine. But how can we stop him? Even if we join forces, we're no match for him. A stark truth lay before them. Homelander was currently hovering high in the sky, continuously beaming heat rays down to the ground. And none of the superheroes present could fly. Don't worry about that, Zuba said coldly. I'll be the one confronting Homelander head-on. You, at that moment, different expressions crossed the faces of the other 4 heroes. Queen Maeve, seeing Bruce's determination, felt a surge of justice, but having deeply experienced Homelander's strength, she seemed hesitant. Starlight immediately nodded, willing to fight alongside Bruce. Deep wasn't so prepared. He was thinking that if the world was destroyed by Homelander, he would dive into the ocean floor and never emerge again. As for Locomotive, his face darkened and he remained silent. I know what you're worried about, but I'm confident I can defeat Homelander, said Zubat. But before that, I need your help. What help? Queen Maeve asked. How can I help you now? I need your strength, Zubat said. As long as you can become the force that protects me, I can fight Homelander. This statement was clearly difficult to understand, and confusion crossed the faces of the others. Zubat sighed. Time was running out, and he had to explain everything as quickly as possible. As you all know, I'm a wizard. I have my own methods, he said. If you are willing to fight alongside me, I can make your power a part of myself. This explanation, though hardly an explanation, at least gave the others a bit of confidence. Starlight nodded immediately. So, how exactly are you going to do it? As you know, I can summon magical mechas from another world, Zuba said. Your power will become part of the suit. I won't go into details. I'm going to the lab now. You will all come in one by one to help me. With this, Zuba left the command hall. There was truly no time, so every step seemed hurried. He went straight to the Vought Corporation's technology lab and, with a wave of his hand, a jet black steel suit appeared before him. The suit was folded by a traceless extension spell and hidden in Bruce's sleeve. Zuba, I've been silent until now, but now you have to explain it to me, said Katoom beside him. How are you going to build the armor? As far as I know, Bruce doesn't have such skills. Bruce can use the Patronus charm to summon Wolverine's abilities because they have truly lived and died together. This bond activates a special Patronus. But now, with just a few words, Batman wants to gain the power of the other 7? How can it be so simple? Besides, neither Katoom nor Bruce has powerful forging skills. Otherwise, the Iron Man suit would not be just a decoration now. Thor's hammer would not still be just fragments. I know that the bond with the 7 is not enough, and I really can't forge. Batman admitted this very straightforwardly, but I don't want to use these powers. I want to use this. He spread out his palms, and the owl launcher appeared in his hands. For some unknown reason, it just appeared like that. Then Batman crushed the launcher with one hand, and then a ball of golden liquid metal appeared in his hand. The metal condensed into a ball, in the form of gel, and it would not disperse even if held in the hand. This is the metal that Barbatos hid in the original Bat launcher, and only Zerna can find it. Bat gold. The Batman said, different metals will attract each other. Although the collection of 5 metals will open the door to the dark universe, there are only 4 now, so we might as well make use of them. He turned to look at Katoom. Can you please give me a drop of Dionysus factor and a piece of promethium metal? These are the things Katoom had collected. You need such precious things to make a battle suit. The owl frowned. Then I want to see what you can come up with. After that, he took out a test tube of Dionysus factor from the feather and dripped out a drop. He handed it to the Batman along with a piece of Deathstroke's armor. Thank you, the Batman said softly. To open the door to the dark universe, all 5 metals must enter Batman's body. The battle suit we make does not meet this condition, so don't worry. After that, a streak of light suddenly penetrated a wall of water company and flew in front of Zubat. The light dissipated and turned into a dagger. After Homelander broke the metal egg, the eggshells gathered together again and formed a dagger again. I knew Barbatos had done something. Different metals will attract each other. Zubat took the dagger and easily broke off a small piece from it. The remaining end metal deformed and turned into a complete dagger again, but it was a little smaller than before. Zubat then took off a little bat gold, and then handed the dagger and the remaining bat gold to Katoom. These can be regarded as the exchange of Dionysus factor and promethium metal just now. Katoom accepted it without hesitation. By this time, the Bat Zoo already possessed 4 metals. Only promethium was solid, the remaining 3, Dionysus factor, a liquid, bat gold, a gelatinous substance, and end metal, capable of arbitrary transformation, slowly gathered and condensed, forming a radiant object. With a flick of his hand, the Bat Zoo threw the radiant object toward the Iron Man suit, merging with it. That's it, the Bat Zoo said. All we need now is to gather the powers of the other 7, Queen Maeve's super strength and resistance, Starlight's electrical pulses, the locomotive's super speed, and the deep sea's diving capabilities. They would be integrated into the suit, transforming it into a unique magical armor. Katoom nodded, understanding the Bat Zoo's plan. Owl would call it the Hell-Batman Armor, Youth Edition. Also known as the Anti-Homelander Armor. Barbatos taught you this, Katoom suddenly said. The Bat transmitter should contain information about Barbatos. Did he teach you this? Yes, the Batman didn't hide it. He nodded and said, but Barbatos wanted me to integrate these metals into my body, but I didn't do that. Instead, I used them to forge armor. Even if I have other ideas, I am one with Bruce after all, and I won't harm him. Katoom nodded, thinking that only a fool would believe your nonsense. The Batman must have tampered with this suit of armor. If he really can't gain control of Bruce's body in the future, this suit of armor will be his backup body. Of course, he will use the best materials to build a body for himself. Forget it. Katoom was too lazy to expose this. This was a matter of Bruce's own inner personality. If Bruce didn't discover this trick later, He deserved to suffer a big loss. Katoom, suddenly, the Batman said to the owl, speaking of which, I am actually Bruce in Batman too. But why did you choose him and not consider me at all? Katoom was too lazy to answer such questions. There are so many whys, he said, and didn't I leave you a cat to my eye? Okay then, the Batman no longer hesitated. It was indeed not the right time now, and he could not possess Bruce. The Iron Man suit, which was originally transformed into magical armor, had changed at this time. Its appearance was similar to the Batman suit, but it was pitch black, and the red bat logo that occupied the entire chest looked a bit hideous and terrifying. Ding-ling-ling, suddenly the doorbell of the laboratory rang. The first of the 7 people came to enchant the suit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Crescent Moon Sky Strike. The first person to open the door was Queen Maeve. Bruce, are you okay? She was concerned about Bruce's current condition, as he looked quite off. She leaned closer to Batzu and asked, you seem stressed out. Why not, Sister Maeve? Batzu smiled brightly. Seeing you every day, no matter how much stress I have, it all melts away. Katoom, what had he just heard? Was Batzu flirting with Queen Maeve? Suddenly, a thought crossed Owl's mind. He'd been careless. Batzu's personality was a more powerful version of Bruce's. He had Bruce's strengths, and they were even more pronounced. For example, he was more tenacious, more meticulous in his strategies, and more flexible in his boundaries. But he also had Bruce's weaknesses, and they were even more extreme. For example, he was more paranoid, more violent, and more philandering. It was common knowledge that Bruce grew up to be a playboy. But Batzu was different. He was a playboy now. As soon as Katoom had this thought, he realized something was wrong. Even if Zuber was a playboy, he wouldn't do it now. This was a crucial moment as they prepared to face the Homelanders. How could he not distinguish priorities? There was only one explanation. Despite appearing to remain silent, Zuba bore a certain resentment at being suppressed by the combined might of Katoom and Bruce. Bruce was petty, and so was Zuba. Therefore, Zuba's actions were essentially a trap for Bruce. He didn't mind getting closer to Queen Maeve or Starlight, creating the illusion that something was about to happen. Then, Bruce would have to deal with all the other issues. Zuba, you're such a treacherous brat, Katoom whispered. I'll definitely punish you when Bruce returns. That's for later, Zuba said. Besides, I can't really do anything. You're watching me. Good to know. Katoom shook his head. He certainly wouldn't let Zuba so brazenly set a trap for Bruce. Bruce was only 13, still a child. Regardless, Bruce's words had genuinely surprised Queen Maeve. She paused for a moment before chuckling. Stop pretending to be so grown up, brat. Despite her words, Maeve's mood was visibly upbeat. What do you want me to do next? Maeve spotted the black armor on the ground, its distinctive design instantly catching her attention. Sister Maeve, just place your hand on the bat symbol on the suit's chest. The red bat symbol, with its sinister lines, resembled a bat demon with outstretched wings. Maeve wondered. Bruce said this was a magical armor summoned from another world. Could it be from hell or the demonic realm? Despite some concerns, Maeve obeyed. The moment she placed her hand on the hell suit, she felt it suddenly come alive. It absorbed a portion of Maeve's power, channeling it into the bat symbol. The red glow of the black suit grew noticeably brighter. An inexplicable force flowed into the suit's hands. Queen Maeve had strengthened the suit's power. All right, Zubat said. Sister Maeve, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Maeve hurriedly removed her hand. Although she hadn't lost much strength just now, the feeling was truly strange. If she continued, there was no telling what would happen. Is that all? She asked. It's all right, Zubat said with a smile. Sister Maeve, please call the next person. Maeve nodded. Before leaving, she said one last thing to Zubat. Bruce, don't put all the pressure on yourself. Even if you fail in the end, I won't fail. Zubat's tone was filled with determination and conviction. I don't know how to lose. I came here to win, all right, Maeve smiled helplessly. Since you said so, I definitely believe you. Since you've worked so hard, I promise you this, too, after defeating Homelander, if you want to learn some adult knowledge, come find me. She winked at Bruce. I'll teach you everything. Zubat immediately turned his head away. Seeing the boy's shy look, Maeve chuckled and left. I don't have any future, Zuba whispered. Save that knowledge for Bruce. Starlight arrived soon after. Bruce, what did you say to Maeve? Starlight asked, puzzled. I saw she was smiling the whole time. Nothing, Zuba shook his head. Time is running out. Let's get started. Starlight, please place your hand on the bat symbol on the suit. Starlight did as she was told. She felt the same way Maeve did. Although she hadn't lost anything, the chilling atmosphere that touched her heart made her feel uncomfortable. This time, Starlight's power focused on the suit's torso, flashing red lightning. Starlight imbued the suit with electromagnetic power. Alright, Starlight didn't remove her hand until Zuba gave the okay. Bruce, you really don't need me to fight alongside you, she finally declared. Even if I lose, even die, I'm not afraid. A hero shouldn't run away from battle. You're already fighting alongside me. Zubat looked Starlight in the eye and said, as long as I wear this suit, you'll always be with me. It was unclear where Zubat had learned this trick, but when Starlight met his gaze, she, like Maeve, fell into a momentary trance. When she finally came to her senses, she couldn't help but pat Bruce on the head. Where did you learn this? She snapped. Don't do that again. Then, she couldn't help but laugh again. You've really learned bad habits here. I remember you weren't like this when you first joined the Seven. Starlight also smiled and left the lab. Only then did Katoom begin to express his opinion. That's about it, isn't it? He said. You've already caused Bruce enough trouble. That's just the beginning. Zubat shook his head nonchalantly. Katoom, tell me, if I were to go with locomotive or deep sea, stop it. That's absolutely not allowed. Katoom quickly flapped his wings to warn Zubat against such dangerous thoughts. After stopping Zubat's thoughts, Katoom thought to himself, Bruce, oh Bruce, you really owe me a big debt this time. If he hadn't been keeping a close eye on him, Zubat might have used Bruce's identity to do something awful. The door to the lab opened, and this time it was Deep Sea who entered. Zubat, expressionless, gave a direct command, put your hands on the suit. Okay, okay, Deep Sea nodded and bowed, obeying. His power gathered at the waist of the suit, which puzzled Zubat. Is it Deep Sea's lungs? Zubat couldn't think of an answer for the moment, but the ability to embrace the ocean and swim at extreme speeds had already been given to the suit. Alright, he said. Shenhai suddenly felt relieved, then hunched over and came to Zubat. Bruce, are you sure you can win this time? He said. Look, I also contributed a lot. After we defeat Homelander, my video, Zubat assured him, I can delete the video. Okay, okay, Shenhai was immediately delighted and was about to start flattering. Then he heard Zubat say, as for the copy in Xingguang's hand, I don't know about it. Bruce had already copied a copy of this evidence to Xingguang. Shenhai's expression suddenly fell, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Then can you persuade Xingguang? We are comrades after all. That's enough. Zubat looked at him unkindly. Don't use comradeship to taint the purely exploitative relationship between you and me. If you don't get out of here right now, I will use this secret of yours for the rest of my life. The Deep Sea got out immediately. The last one was the locomotive, but he didn't do anything else and gave his power obediently. He strengthened the legs of the battlesuit and gave it super speed. So far, the anti-Homelander armor has been completely manufactured. Zubat put on the battlesuit, and the 4 metals and the power of 4 superhumans were immediately added to him. The black battlesuit fits the body, the red bat on the chest is ferocious, and the muscle lines on the armor are firm. The eyes of the battlesuit helmet are lit with a crimson light. The last step is to put on the black cloak given by Dumbledore. Hell, Batman is here. Homelander, Zubat raised his head and looked at the small dot in the distant sky. I have made all preparations, you can die. Homelander in the sky suddenly felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from his heart, as if something unknown was happening in his brain. But it didn't last long, and the madness like a tide swallowed up his remaining rationality. He laughed wildly. In Homelander's mind, Bruce watched as Azu easily defeated all the people in the laboratory. But he didn't kill anyone, obviously he was still holding back. I didn't expect that you still had such a bottom line at this time. Bruce immediately patted Homelander on the shoulder and praised, useful guy, I was right about you, this personality is indeed worthy of replacing the main personality. Azu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. This is actually my first battle, as long as you feel satisfied, he said. Then where are we going now? The world is so big, where can we find our mother? My mother, Bruce corrected. What you said just now sounded like your mother too. Zoo's expression was somewhat lost. I've never met my mother, and I long to see her, so I probably slipped up. Seeing this expression, the cold-blooded and ruthless great demon Lord Bruce felt a certain empathy. Katoom I whispered in his ear, Homelander can't find his mother. He's a product of an experiment. The person who gave birth to him is called the birther, and they have no blood relationship with him. Furthermore, at the moment Homelander was born, he burst out of his body on his own. Not only his birther, but also the doctors and nurses who attended the birth, perished under his uncontrollable, scorching gaze. Zoo's life was a tragedy. From the moment he was born, he had been tainted by human life and burdened with sin. Poor fellow, Bruce didn't know how to react to this. He believed this wasn't Zoo's intention, but the point was, it happened. This kind of behavior is difficult even for God to judge. Bruce shook his head. I won't dwell on it. I'll talk about it after I defeat Homelander in real life. The most urgent task now is to find Homelander's dominant personality. Robin, let me ask you a question, Bruce said. When you were in the lab, was there anything you really wanted to do? Something you wanted so much that it became an obsession? Homelander thought about it, then suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Yes, there is, but I told you not to laugh at me. I won't laugh at you, Bruce promised. Go ahead. I've always wanted to go to the tallest building in the city and stand on its roof. Homelander, as if using all his strength, revealed his deepest secret. I want to go there and let myself go, facing the moon. Chapter 137, Zubat vs. Homelander. No need to be embarrassed, Bruce shook his head. That's a perfectly normal thought. Zoo's eyes lit up. So you also? I didn't, Bruce interrupted him expressionlessly. Then he said, alright, let's get there. Your Joker personality is probably at the very top of the city. In the real world, the city was in complete panic and chaos. It was already late, and darkness was gradually enveloping the sky. Unlike the usual bustling scene, the city was now engulfed in flames. Buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and countless people ran and screamed in the streets. It was like hell on earth. Ho-ha-ho-ha, Homelander hovered high in the sky, continuously firing laser beams at the ground. To him, this was a game of watching powerless ants tremble before the majesty of God. Watching the screams, the cries of the crowd, watching mother and child separated, it was all a pure pleasure for him. And he wanted more. This city's almost done, Homelander said with a twisted smile. Next city, I'm going to try something new. For example, I'll kidnap every family in the city and force the parents to shoot their children, or the children to shoot their parents. That would be hilarious. Hey, ho-ha-ho-ha, Homelander couldn't wait any longer. He could almost see families, unable to bring themselves to kill, kneeling before him, begging him for a quick death and release. Then, Homelander wouldn't mind showing mercy. Send the whole family on their way. Perhaps because this tactic was so fun, Homelander was actually getting a little impatient. He looked down and saw a family fleeing. Parents, holding hands with their son, were walking through an alley. You're here, Homelander's voice vanished in the air, and the next second, he appeared in front of the family, blocking their path. Ah, the mother screamed, as if she had seen a demon. What's there to yell about? Homelander shook his head. This reaction was all too common. What a boring woman. His figure flashed again, then reappeared in the same spot, this time with a pistol in his hand. Homelander tossed the pistol to the family. I'll give you 3 chances to shoot, he said. One person must die here today. The gun fell into his father's hands, and without hesitation, he aimed it directly at Homelander and pulled the trigger. The bullet burst out of the chamber, hurtling towards Homelander's head. In reality, the bullet's speed seemed as slow as an ant to Homelander's eyes, but he didn't dodge, letting it hit his eye. The bullet couldn't penetrate Homelander's defenses at all. It struck Homelander's eyeball, but it couldn't penetrate even a fraction. Even under the immense kinetic energy, the bullet itself was crushed, reduced to a small metal piece that fell to the ground with a ding. You still have 2 shots, Homelander said calmly, suppressing his smile. He didn't need to smile all the time. Sometimes, not smiling was the greatest form of mockery, mocking a father's incompetence, his inability to even protect his family. Of course you can shoot me, that's within the rules, Homelander said. But after 3 shots, someone must be dead, or I'll kill your entire family. The choice was the father's. He was completely consumed by fear and despair. He glanced at his wife and children, trembling in his arms, his eyes flashing with determination. Homelander was no joke, he was a man of his word. If he said he'd kill your entire family, he would. Trembling, the father finally made his decision. He suddenly put the gun to his temple, his finger on the trigger ready to press. If one person died, the other two would escape alive. So why not himself? At that moment, Homelander curled his lips. This father's choice was truly utterly frivolous. He could kill his wife and remarry, kill his son and have another child, so why kill himself? Bang! The gun went off. The father had mentally prepared himself to sacrifice his own death for the safety of his wife and children. But he waited for a long time, only to find that he had not died as planned. When he opened his eyes, Homelander was already approaching him. He clamped the bullet between two fingers. "You still have one," Homelander said with a smile. "I forgot to tell you, I respect God very much. God forbids you from committing suicide, so I can't bear to see you committing suicide either." The father, trembling all over, looked at Homelander, uttering a single word in despair. "Devil, whether I'm a devil or not is none of your business." Homelander remained unmoved. Shoot? How could the father possibly shoot? With his wife and children staring at him like that, he would rather die than pull the trigger. Finally, he pointed the gun skyward and fired a blank, wasting his last chance. "Kill us." The father slumped to the ground. "Anyway, with you in this world, I see no hope or future. Give us some relief." As expected, everything was just as Homelander had expected. No surprises at all. His eyes gathered red light, ready to shoot the entire family through. And then, just then, a sound of breaking wind was heard. Homelander frowned, not dodging or avoiding. He simply extended two fingers and casually grasped a strange dart. The dart was crudely polished, as if newly manufactured, and its shape was strange, resembling a bat. Homelander looked up and saw a scene he had never seen before. From the distance atop the vault building, a searchlight beam shot straight into the sky, casting a smear of light across the night sky, like another moon. Within the moon, a shadow shone. It resembled the batarang in Homelander's hand, representing a bat. Interesting, Homelander suddenly smiled, a long-lost anticipation evident. It was a provocation, a challenge. Someone had conveyed this message to him, Homelander, in this way. It seems that no matter the time, there are always those who are not afraid of death. He casually tossed the batarang and suddenly vanished from the spot. The family had survived, their lives saved, but the parents were still frozen, not recovering at all. Only the child stared intently at the batarang stuck in the ground. As he looked at the dart, he suddenly felt no fear. It was as if no one could ever hurt him again. Homelander's voice suddenly appeared above the vault building. He stood high above, his back to the moon, his cape rustling behind him. "So you're challenging me?" he asked calmly, as if he were a god. On the top of the building, a man in a black muscle suit with a red bat symbol blazing on his chest was looking up at him. Through his X-ray vision, Homelander already knew the man's true identity, Bruce Wayne. "So it's you," he sneered. "You, a tiny insect, dare to challenge a god?" "God," the bat said coldly, "if you bleed, you're not a god." "But I won't bleed," said Homelander. "No," the bat shook his head slightly, "you will." Chapter 138, Fighting Like Gods. Homelander's words were stubborn. Just the day before, he'd been lacerated by Butcher. But since emerging from his nth metal cocoon, he'd felt reborn. His heightened powers had made him feel he surpassed all mortals. Now, a black bat dared to challenge him, a crime unto itself. How could a man look a god in the face? Boom! Homelander charged at the bat originator, his sudden burst of speed creating a sonic boom in the air. In a flash, he was in front of the bat originator, fist clenched, and struck relentlessly. The overwhelming pressure of such overwhelming power felt as if the very earth itself was being shattered. However, the bat originator simply raised his hand and caught Homelander's fist. The entire building shook, debris flew, and countless cracks appeared on the roof beneath the bat originator's feet. Yet, the bat originator remained motionless. "That's all?" the bat originator asked, his hellbat armor's power surging, crimson sparks swirling around him. With the blessing of Queen Maven Prometheum, his power now rivaled Homelander's. "Didn't you say you were strong?" he taunted, and Homelander's irritation was palpable. Instantly, heat rays burst from Homelander's eyes, and two laser beams shot straight at the Badmaster's face. At that moment, a crimson lightning bolt, piercing the sky, thundered down. It struck Homelander, sending him flying several meters. Homelander tumbled onto the ground, landing on his back as the laser beam shot skyward, taking a long time to dissipate. This was the electromagnetic force of starlight combined with the higher-level magic of Batmetal. Homelander struggled to his feet, but the constant red lightning pulsing through his body left him feeling exhausted. He barely stood up before stumbling and falling to the ground again. This was a move Bruce had once used against Deathstroke, and now the Batmaster was using it on Homelander. Homelander gritted his teeth, wanting to denounce Bruce's insidious tactics. But Batman had no time for further chatter. "You're not strong." Batman approached, his cape swirling like a pair of massive black wings, obscuring the sky. "Humans are strong." Boom. At that moment, Batman's speed surpassed sound. The locomotive superspeed and the subversive physics of nth metal were on full display. Homelander couldn't even move before a punch pierced his face. The punch, brimming with crimson lightning, sent Homelander plummeting from the rooftop. His body plummeted, piercing floor after floor. Homelander's speed ripped through the hundreds-meter-high building, sending him plummeting from the rooftop to the ground. Batman's punch seemed to send Homelander plummeting into hell. Batman stood by the breach in the building, looking down. Homelander was nowhere to be seen. But he was definitely not dead. Batman knew it. Sure enough, the next moment, a blue figure sped out from the swirling smoke and dust, and Homelander climbed back out of hell. He hovered over the gap in the attic, half his face utterly disfigured, battered to the point of bone. Red lightning flashed across the wounded flesh, preventing it from healing. Homelander wasn't truly made of steel, indestructible. Yet, seeing this, Homelander felt no emotion. With a calm expression, he said, as expected, the current situation was far from optimistic. The exposed bones on Homelander's face gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if enveloped in a layer of silvery liquid, flowing slowly. Nourished by the silvery light, the red sparks quickly dissipated, and Homelander's damaged body began to heal itself. This wasn't Homelander's own ability, but a gift from nth metal. Martha had intended this body to be Bruce's reborn form, and naturally, she wanted it to be flawless. His earlier transformation into Cocoon was intended to grant Homelander the power of nth metal, subverting all physics and magic, becoming a unique being. "You just said that humans are powerful." Homelander's eyes were icy. The blow from the Batman, a blow to the face and a blow that broke his defense, left him feeling utterly humiliated. He raised his hands, crossed them before his forehead, and soared into the sky. A beam of heat-seeking laser light, unprecedented in its power, shot down from the clouds, sweeping down a street, annihilating everything in its path. Homelander then revealed himself, appearing before the Batman. "If this is what you call powerful, then I will destroy them utterly." Homelander's lips curled. "They all died because of you. You must bear the guilt of it all." "It doesn't matter." The Batman looked up. "I was born for revenge." If Homelander was trying to use moral coercion to inflict guilt on the Batman, he was mistaken. The Batman wasn't Bruce. He didn't have to think ahead. If innocent people died while saving the world, it was a necessary sacrifice. The Batman's cape rustled behind him, and his feet left the ground, lifting him to Homelander's height. "I hadn't expected you to be transformed by Nthalite," he said. "Now, let's begin our second round." With that, he suddenly lunged at Homelander, grabbed his shoulders, and carried him high into the clouds until only a black and blue glow remained. As the two vanished into the sky, countless loud explosions crackled through the clouds. Their figures loomed in the clouds, fighting from one end of the city to the other, long white trails marking their tussle. Finally, the Bat and Homelander emerged in Manhattan, laser beams and red lightning crisscrossing the Statue of Liberty. Those on the ground watched the battle unfold as if beholding two gods. A casual strike from either Bat or Homelander was a calamity like the end of the world for those on the ground. A stray laser struck a building, causing it to collapse, showering countless rubble upon the fleeing people. Tragedy seemed imminent. Suddenly, a blue figure darted through the crowd, its speed like a streak of black lightning. It was Locomotive, one of the seven. He continued to carry those exhausted and away from the area of the falling rock. There were also those the Locomotive hadn't reached, as a massive, broken wall hurtled down overhead. A red-haired figure leaped up and appeared above them, shattering the massive rock. A flash of lightning followed, and the debris was pulverized. When it rained down on the people, there was no further danger except for a coughing fit from the smoke and dust. Queen Maeve and Starlight had also arrived. Ever since Bruce left to confront Homelander, The remaining members of the Seven had been busy. They were scattered around the city, dealing with the aftermath of the battle, protecting the residents, and minimizing the damage. As the other three defended the city, Deep rubbed his hands, watching with relief. This was a hero, stepping forward in times of need. The powerful, like Bruce, fought for those unable to fight, confronting Homelander head-on. The less powerful, like the remaining members of the Seven, evacuated the crowds and protected those unable to defend themselves. As for himself, Deep simply standing still was already the greatest achievement. Otherwise, the other superheroes would have to free up their hands to protect him. With all my abilities, what else can I do? Deep thought. How about I go to the ocean and protect marine animals? Grandpa grabbed Homelander's neck and carried him through the air. They'd fought countless rounds, all was in a stalemate, unable to completely defeat their opponent. You can't beat me. Homelander clamped Grandpa's hand, his other hand repeatedly hammering Hellbit's abdomen. He grinned cruelly. I've completely surpassed my former self. Homelander wasn't lying. Now blessed with Anthium metal, he was no longer just an experimental product. He had become a truly transcendent being. Despite Hellbit's immense powers, he couldn't truly defeat him. I know, Grandpa's tone was icy. So, I've long been prepared to perish alongside you. They had already rushed out of the city and arrived above the ocean. This was the final battle Grandpa had long prepared for. Katoom once said that even a piece of toilet paper has its value. Deep's abilities perfectly embody that statement. Zubat accelerated again, the crimson lightning reaching its limit. He pressed Homelander down, plunging him into the sea. Gurgle, just as he entered the water, Homelander felt his breath begin to suffocate. Unable to maneuver underwater, he lacked shells like deep-sea fish, so he could only hold his breath to prevent the seawater from entering his lungs. It's uncomfortable, isn't it? Zubat was now taunting him. His deep-sea abilities allowed him to navigate even a 10,000-meter trench without any difficulty. But Homelander was different. Prolonged deprivation of air would inevitably affect his bodily functions. Even among superhumans, Homelander was a freak of freaks. He could travel into space and view the beautiful Earth from the cosmos. This meant he could survive for a long time without oxygen. But so what? Zubat had already made up his mind to die from the moment he prepared for this battle. He had dragged Homelander to the seabed to restrict his movements. I know it's hard for me to defeat you. After all, I'm not the real owner of this body, nor am I the chosen one. Zubat gritted his teeth and continued to pull Homelander down. But the task of defeating you has never really fallen on me. I just need to restrict you, to ensure that you can't continue to run wild, and to ensure that you can't do anything. As for completely eradicating you, that's Bruce's job. Zubat's words made Homelander completely confused. He had difficulty moving in the water and couldn't break free from Zubat's restraints. What did it mean to completely erase himself? Homelander felt a hint of threat. Could it be that Bruce had some conspiracy besides confronting him head-on? Want to use some underhanded tricks to defeat him? Homelander, don't even think about it. Zubat looked at Homelander, who was holding his breath, with pity through the Hellbat-Man armor. Meeting death obediently is your best destination. Until then, I will always be with you. At this time, the two of them had no idea how deep they had dived into the sea. Zubat raised his head, but he couldn't even see the shimmering light on the surface of the sea. That's right, it's nighttime now. He suddenly sighed, feeling the struggle of his motherland, and thinking of his own destiny. Such a beautiful world, in the end, all belongs to Bruce. Neither Bruce, nor Katoom, nor even his mother Martha, had chosen him. The first time he came to this world, he had to take another unwelcome person with him, fall into the deep sea, and continue to dive. Zubat looked around. Under the seabed, there was no light. Dark, so dark. The thinking realm of his motherland. Bruce had brought his little Robin to the Empire State Building. This building, completed in 1931, was once the tallest landmark in New York. Although it was once surpassed by the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, on September 11, 2001, two pilots from the Middle East helped the Empire State Building regain its status as the tallest building. Of course, it will still be surpassed by the rebuilt World Trade Center in the near future. But now, it is the tallest building in the hearts of his little motherland. We're finally here. Bruce and Zoo came to the top floor, which was the place where the Crescent Moon Sky Punch had been in little Homelander's dream. There, a man was already waiting. He was wearing a steel blue battlesuit and an American flag cloak, with his back to the two of them. This was the adult version of Homelander, but when he turned around, his face was covered with pale makeup and a weird smile. Even Zoo was a little scared and blurted out, "It's a clown?" "Yes, except for a red nose. This is exactly the makeup of a clown in an amusement park." "Found you," Bruce said in a deep voice. "This is a fateful duel. Even if Batman leaves DC, he will still fight the Joker." Chapter 139 In the Name of Martha. A closer look at Homelander's clown face reveals a difference in his makeup. 2 blue tear streaks run down his eyes. His mouth smiles, his eyes weep. Homelander looks at Little Zoo, the two personalities of the same person now officially confronting each other. "You finally escaped," Homelander says. "I hid you in the lab because I didn't want you to see this cruel reality, even if it meant torture, even if he wasn't treated like a human being." Little Zoo, after all, represents Homelander's childhood. But he doesn't appreciate these inexplicable words. "You're the villain, right?" Little Zoo cries. "I'm going to defeat you and become a true hero." "Hero?" Homelander sneers, a hint of sadness in his eyes. To his younger self, he's now a villain? How pathetic. But this peculiar emotion is fleeting, and soon, Homelander returns to his domineering and arrogant demeanor. He looked at Bruce. "You're Martha's biological son?" "Excellent." With that, Homelander let out a maniacal laugh. "I'll defeat you. In Martha's name, I'll show her who's truly worthy of being her child. I'll fight. That's why I came here." Bruce shook his head. "But first, could you please put on your pants?" They had rushed to the rooftop of the Empire State Building, inadvertently interrupting Homelander as he released himself to the moon. Homelander, expressionless, put on his pants. Without further ado, the battle erupted. Homelander laughed wildly, his eyes glowing red as he activated his heat vision, shooting laser beams at Bruce. Bruce didn't move. His vision went black, and Little Zoo stood in his way. The same heat vision shot from Little Zoo's eyes. The laser beams met, and there was a brief stalemate. "Come on, Zoo," Bruce encouraged Little Zoo. "If you defeat him, I'll make you a regular." His words were vague, and he didn't make it clear whether this so-called regularization meant becoming Robin or becoming Homelander. Little Zoo gritted his teeth and resisted Homelander's power. But he still tried to muster some strength, put one hand behind his back, and gave Bruce a thumbs up. "Believe him." Bruce nodded, turned around, and walked to the other side of the top floor. There was another person who had been waiting for a long time. "Martha." "Mom," Bruce said softly, "I figured it out on the way here." "What?" Martha smiled at her son. Could it be that Bruce had thought it through and wanted to go back with her? That's right. Why does a mother and son have to turn swords against each other? However, Bruce's next response completely caught her off guard. "I understand why you hate Dad so much, and why you dislike Batman so much," Bruce said. "I think it must be because in your world, Dad has become Batman, right?" The smile on Martha's face faded. "That's all you figured out," she said coldly. "That's enough." The supreme wand appeared in Bruce's hand. "Dad's choice is also my choice. Becoming Batman is an inescapable nightmare for the Wayne family." With that, no further explanation was needed. Bruce had declared his resolve to Martha. He was going to become Batman. Suddenly, a swarm of bats appeared out of thin air, surrounding Bruce, clinging to his body. Piece by piece, they formed a battlesuit. "Mom, the memory of that night in the alley will never fade from my mind. Your death also took that innocent child away. From that day on, I was determined to avenge the evil of Gotham. Gotham cannot have any more orphans because of crime. Mom. I am revenge. I am the Knight. I am Batman." At this moment, Bruce's battlesuit was complete. He stood in front of his mother as Batman. This time the batsuit was completely different from the previous ones. It was made up of Bruce's determination to prove himself in front of his mother as a son. "I have not let you down along the way." Batman moved, and without any mercy, he swung his fist at Martha. At this moment, Martha was in a trance and had an illusion. Her beloved son, at this moment, looked like he actually overlapped with that damn Thomas Wayne. "I won't allow." Before Martha finished speaking, Bruce's fist arrived. Following the fist came a swarm of bats. Martha was about to fight back, but her eyes were suddenly swept by the swarm of bats. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she suddenly found herself in a strange cave. This was a hollow underground, and in the center of the hollow, there was a statue of an owl. "Bruce." Martha called her son's name, but received no response. Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the cave, and a beam of light formed by a flashlight. Martha turned around and saw little Bruce, holding a flashlight, pretending to be calm, walking towards this side. He kept his hands in his arms, obviously holding a weapon. Bruce. Martha rushed towards her son desperately, but missed. Obviously, everything she saw now was an illusion. She could only watch. She saw her son cut his hand with a knife and smeared it on the statue. She saw an owl fly out of the statue, claiming to be a devil, and wanted to make a deal with Bruce. Then she heard the owl say this: "I will cast a spell now, and your parents will crawl out of the grave in the next second. Damn devil." Martha gritted her teeth. It was because of the abduction of this dead owl that her child embarked on this road of no return. She now wanted to tear the owl into pieces. Unfortunately, she could only think about it and could do nothing now. The scenes in front of Martha kept changing, and she saw the trajectory of Bruce's journey. He made an agreement with the owl at Wayne Manor to travel through the heavens together until they returned to Gotham. The first time he came to the world of the heavens, he even had a family. What kind of family is this? Martha couldn't help but say, it's all fake. She did not approve of the Granger family, especially Hermione. She hated the sight of them. Then she saw Bruce going to Hogwarts. Although he had a somewhat cold personality, he still made a lot of friends. She watched him try to put on the bat suit for the first time, and then failed. When Bruce hugged himself into a ball and asked the owl in a crying voice if he was useless, Martha's heart was broken. Why should the child she held in the palm of her hand suffer such grievances? The following scenes changed faster and faster. Bruce merged with the owl to become Batman, reconciled with Jason, and resolved the collapse crisis of Hogwarts. Go to the Dusk Wolf universe, get help from the entire universe, and save the world. Then return to Hogwarts, be taught by two old men, and even successfully deceive Ravenclaw, one of the four founders, through illusions. Finally, he came to this universe and faced his mother directly. "Mom, did you see it?" At this time, Bruce appeared behind Martha, his supreme wand tightly grasped in his hand, pointing it at Martha, and he had obviously prepared a spell. "This is what I have gained along the way. I am still your child, but I am no longer the child in your memory." Bruce smiled, trying to awaken Martha's reason. "Children always have to grow up, and I can't hide in your protection forever. Mom, let go and let me grow up." Martha was silent. Bruce showed her his past with a last glimmer of negotiation in his heart. Even Batman does not want to become an enemy of his family after all. Although this is his specialty. The world outside is dangerous, Martha wanted to say this, but suddenly realized that when it comes to danger, Gotham is not much better. Finally, she asked, "Is the owl treating you well?" "Very well," Bruce said. "He always tells jokes to make me laugh." "What a pity." Martha shook her head, then suddenly changed the subject. "Even if the owl can tell jokes, it can't help you. You may not know what awaits you if you continue to be stubborn." Suddenly, Martha extended her hand, and a flash of silver light flashed through it. All illusions vanished, and they were back on the top floor of the Empire State Building. Homelander and Little Zuko were locked in a fierce battle. Or rather, Little Zuko was taking the beating unilaterally, his face bruised and battered, but not in immediate danger. Martha's hand was already on Bruce's shoulder. "You think I'm harming you, but I'm actually saving you," she said. Barbatos's plan has reached its final stage. 4 of the 5 medals had already been delivered. The remaining pursuers no longer mattered. Barbatos only needed to deliver the final amber to forfeit all his efforts and return Bruce to his role as Batman in the DC universe. "Go to my world, at least it's safe," Martha said finally. "Child, I hope you won't blame me." A piece of gelatinous metal suddenly appeared in Martha's hand. No one knew how much nth metal she had brought with her this time. Ever since she reached an agreement with Barbatos, Martha had been searching for a way to save Bruce. She couldn't bear to see her child become a portal to the dark universe. Eventually, she came to her senses. Since Barbatos only wanted Batman, she could easily let someone else be Batman. For example, Zurane, letting him control Bruce's body and use it as a portal. Martha would simply take Bruce's personality. The silver gelatinous metal suddenly slammed down on Batman's forehead. The metal began to spread along Batman's body, threatening to form a hard metal shell on his surface, immobilizing him. Batman sighed. Was it going to come to this? He didn't move, his figure faltering for a few moments before splitting in two. One remained unharmed, the other covered in metal. Martha's eyes widened. With nth metal in hand, the illusion had no effect on her. So, Had Batman truly split in two? The answer was soon revealed. The metal-covered Batman suddenly began rolling on the ground, muttering incoherently, "Ah, I'm dead." Then, his body began to transforming into a chubby little owl. Katoom, before entering the Empire State Building, had merged with Bruce. It was at that moment that Bruce understood why Katoom wore Batman suit. It was to create a false impression. The owl was Batman too. Chapter 140 Bruce's Oath. The end metal left Martha's hand, and she lost her ability to resist the magic. Just then, Bruce chanted a spell. Petrify. The full body binding spell struck Martha, her arms and legs instantly clenching together, her entire body stiffening as she collapsed to the ground like a board. Bruce suddenly thought, after casting this spell on my mother, there's no going back. He was no longer a filial son. But that wasn't the point now. The key was to resolve Homelander's personality. As for how to do that, little Zuko alone couldn't possibly do it. Looking across at the battlefield, little Zuko had been pinned to the ground by Homelander, crying out for help. But Bruce was already satisfied with his performance. After all, he had drawn considerable firepower for him. Wasn't that how Robin had used it? Bruce crouched down, and under Martha's disapproving gaze, he retrieved a diary from her possession. Opening the diary, a line of text emerged. It was the second spell left by Ravenclaw. Soul Drain. Bruce chanted the spell. Whether a personality constitutes a complete soul is somewhat controversial, but what is certain is that it is at least a part of the soul. A powerful suction emanated from the diary, and Homelander, who was briskly beating up little Zoo, suddenly sensed something was amiss. He soared into the air, attempting to flee the area. But it was too late. Bruce's spell had already been cast, and Homelander's personality was doomed. Where could he escape to in his own mind? Homelander flew forward, his body receding further and further. The diary was like a black hole, constantly pulling at his soul. Finally, with a roar, Homelander was completely sucked into the diary. Peace returned to the world. Little Zoo, grimacing, rose from the ground. Did we win? He asked. Did we defeat the bad guys? Yes, we did. Bruce looked at little Zoo. From today on, you are the new Homelander. He tore a page from the diary and handed it to little Zoo. Here, this is my gift for you. Great. Zuko happily accepted the small piece of paper. This is the first time anyone has given me a gift. We're friends, right? Friends? No, no, no. We're family. Bruce smiled. From today on, you're my brother. We're family. Zuko froze in his tracks. Bruce's words completely caught him off guard. Family, that was a word he couldn't even imagine. Thank you, Bruce, he cried, his voice tingling with tears. No, thank you, brother Bruce. Okay, don't cry. Bruce hugged Zuko. Don't throw away the piece of paper I gave you, okay? Zuko nodded vigorously, indicating he absolutely wouldn't throw it away. Bruce sighed inwardly, wondering if he'd gone too far. The piece of paper he'd given Zuko wasn't that simple. After the clown's Homelander personality vanished, Zuko became the primary personality. This meant that upon returning to reality, the original Homelander's personality would undergo a drastic change. He would become his little brother. But, Bruce still said that an invincible superpower is difficult to control after all. He believes that little Zoo is kind-hearted, but who can guarantee that he will not turn bad in the future? After all, the reckless Homelander was also evolved from this little Zoo. In this case, it is better to keep some tricks up his sleeve. Robin, I hope you won't let me down, Bruce thought to himself. Although I gave you a piece of paper, I haven't activated the third magic yet. If you behave yourself, it will always be just a piece of paper. After all, he still didn't quite believe that Homelander could completely become a good person. Only by leaving some restrictions could Bruce feel truly at ease. Homelander didn't know what Bruce was thinking. He looked at the blank page and was very happy. I can fold it into 1,000 paper cranes, he said. When I see them, I'll think of you. That's good. Bruce smiled and patted little Zoo's shoulder. Then we'll meet again in reality. Carrying the stiffened Martha on his back and the metallized little owl in his other hand, Bruce returned to his own mind palace. The throne in the temple remained empty, and Zerna hadn't returned. Bruce tossed the little owl aside and gently set Martha down. I'm sorry, Mom. Bruce used the universal breaking spell to free Martha. This was his mind palace, and he was in control. Martha's movements returned to normal, and she slowly stood up, looking at Bruce with a complicated look in her eyes. Bruce, I've never really hurt you, she said in disbelief. And yet you use this kind of magic on me. The owl taught me that. It has nothing to do with me. Bruce plopped down next to Martha, snuggling in his mother's arms, trying to awaken the dormant motherly love. I've been battling that owl. Even if you take me back, he'll definitely come after you and hurt you. I'm not listening to your nonsense. Martha sat on the ground, lost. After just a moment of being petrified, Bruce had already destroyed the Joker persona she had worked so hard to create. Has your son grown to this point? What have you learned in the 2.5 years since you left Gotham? Martha was no longer the war cry of before. This was no longer her home turf. Even if she wanted to do something, she couldn't. Didn't I show you everything? Bruce said seriously. I didn't hide anything. At least you didn't tell me you learned to lie. Martha lowered her head, trying to accept the situation. All her efforts had been in vain. The only chance to save Bruce no longer existed. Mom, do you still think you were right? Bruce suddenly said. But that's not the case. Whether it's me, you, or Dad, we're all bound by some predetermined fate. Over the past few years, it's become increasingly clear to me that your deaths weren't an accident. I left Gotham so I could return one day and avenge you, not an accident. These words suddenly struck a chord with Martha. In the years since Bruce's death, she'd been mad, kidnapping children and forcing their parents to make decisions. She thought this would ease her pain. But Thomas was completely different. He was clearly even more insane, yet he made the exact opposite decision. He began to fight crime relentlessly. Could it be that he'd discovered something Martha hadn't noticed as her previously maddened mind began to unravel? She'd been driven mad by Bruce, but now, with her lively son, that madness began to fade. Martha stroked Bruce's hair in her arms, silent. As for Barbatos, don't worry, Mom, Bruce thought for a moment, deciding to offer a reason the Joker would accept. Even if the 5 metals converge and open the door to the dark universe, so what? I can escape with Al at any time and travel to another universe. Barbatos's efforts would naturally be in vain. Bruce wouldn't actually do such a thing. Fleeing to another universe would be like watching the Hogwarts universe be dragged into darkness. But to comfort Martha, he had to say this. After all, a mother's primary concern was her son's safety. Martha was clearly persuaded, but she still felt a pang of reluctance. We finally have a chance to be together, she said. Can't you let someone else be Batman? Like your alter ego. I see he longs to be the real Batman, too. This is my mission, Bruce replied firmly. Mom, just trust me this once. This wasn't the answer Martha wanted to hear. She remained unconvinced. If he allowed Martha to leave like this, and her madness relapsed, all their efforts would be wasted. Eliminating one of his people wasn't a big deal. Convincing Martha was the key. Bruce sensed this, and after a moment's thought, he finally understood what Martha wanted. Mom, I swear to you, Bruce suddenly raised 3 fingers. When you return, I will definitely visit your world. Not only to reunite with you, but also to let you know I haven't let you down. These words truly touched Martha's heart. She asked, as if to confirm, will you really come? Absolutely, Bruce said. Mom, I'll be sincere to you. Family doesn't lie to family. Finally, Martha was convinced by Bruce. You must be careful of Barbatos. Be careful in the next world. Once the last metal is delivered, Barbatos' plan will be a success, she warned. He has a way to deliver all 5 metals into your body. Don't worry, I've already figured out how to do it. It was actually Katoom's idea. Only an owl could come up with such a ruthless trick. Bruce wasn't afraid of the 5 metals coming together. Then, he'd show Barbatos the true power of Bat strategy. Bruce, you've truly grown up. Martha stroked Bruce's face, gazing deeply at him, wanting to etch his image into her mind. 13-year-old Bruce had only appeared in her dreams before this. That's right, Martha suddenly said. I don't care about anything else, but before you reach adulthood, be careful. I don't want you to come to see me with a child in your arms. Martha left. She had originally entered the minds of her people through the diary, but now that the diary was in Bruce's hands, he had no choice but to deliver it. Bruce stood in the vast temple, gazing at the 6 unconscious phantoms. He wondered if he could one day grant these phantoms some limited ability to think. Allow them to act independently without betraying him. That ideal would have to be tried later. Katoom I had regained his freedom, soaring through the sky. It feels so good to be alive, he yelled. I almost thought I was going to die. Bruce shook his head and ignored the little owl's chatter. Isn't it the second personality? It looks the same as the main personality of Katoom. He closed his eyes and disappeared from the temple in a flash. Then, Zerino was replaced. Zubat still maintained the posture of tightening Homelander's neck, wanting to sink into the deep sea with him. He was still a little uncomfortable when he suddenly returned to the Temple of Thought. "I'm back," he shook his head and tried to adjust the feeling on the ground. Zubat subconsciously walked towards the throne of the temple, wanting to sit back in his original position. At this moment, Katoom I suddenly kicked him aside. "Zubat, you see you don't understand at all." Katoom I flapped his wings and flew onto the throne. "Don't be greedy for a throne that doesn't belong to you. From now on, this Temple of Thought belongs to me, King Katoom." Chapter 141 The Return of the Bat. When Bruce's consciousness returned to his body, he found himself in the endless dark deep sea. He was wearing armor and did not feel any discomfort. His hands were strangled by Homelander's neck. The other party had briefly given up thinking. Bruce continued to float up and finally returned to the surface of the sea. He dragged Homelander's body and walked step by step to the shore. As soon as he came into contact with the air, Homelander immediately vomited all the seawater accumulated in his lungs and regained consciousness. "This guy is really tenacious." Bruce took off his helmet and looked at Homelander, who was vomiting continuously. Strictly speaking, this is no longer the original Homelander, but that little Zoo. It happened that because of the transformation of N-Metal, Homelander also returned to the appearance of 10 years old. There was nothing wrong with it. Little Zoo shook his head, like a puppy shaking off the water on his body. Then he saw Bruce's face. "Brother Batman," he looked surprised. "We're actually meeting again so soon. I told you we'd meet again, why wouldn't you believe me?" Bruce said calmly. "I always keep my promises and never lie." Little Zoo nodded, thinking that Batman was truly a true hero. He had every reason to learn from him. Bruce glanced at his armor. It was the work of the Batman, and he wasn't very familiar with it. But he could feel the endless power it gave him. Great, it was his now. "Don't just stand there like an idiot," Bruce said. "Let's get back to the city. There are some things we need to take care of." The crisis caused by Homelander's rampage was over. The city had suffered immense damage, and Vought Corporation pledged to do its utmost to help rebuild it. To the outside world, the perception was that Homelander was dead. Bruce summoned the power of the devil to stop his rampage. After the battle, Bruce was also overwhelmed by the power and dragged into another world. This publicity story instantly canonized Bruce in the hearts of the people, and countless people took to the streets to commemorate this hero. Bruce isn't dead, someone firmly believed. He'll definitely come back. Many more felt unspeakable pain. A man born into adversity, yet with an unwavering heroic dream, who stepped forward to save people in their most desperate moments. Such a story will surely be passed down forever. Meanwhile, at a branch of Vought Corporation, the headquarters building had been severely damaged during the battle between Batman and Homelander, and the company's core operations had been relocated there. The Seven's command center had naturally been relocated there as well. The first post-war meeting was underway. Bruce sat at the head of the table, with little Zuko sitting to his left. "The Seven will certainly still have a place," Bruce said to the crowd below, "but the world of superheroes is about to undergo a radical transformation. The days of unbridled superheroes, free to do whatever they pleased, were gone forever. While I'm gone, he'll represent my will." Bruce patted Zuko's shoulder. He'd been absent-minded, fiddling with Homelander's phone, searching for comments about himself as an adult. Online comments about Homelander were now extremely negative. The people who were criticizing him most harshly weren't the people who'd been hurt, but his former fans. Zuko felt a little sad, realizing he'd grown up to be such a jerk. Then, Bruce patted him hard. And he straightened his head and chest, demonstrating he'd been listening intently. "You won't be seen in public anymore," Bruce told Zuko. "Just supervise Vought, no problem." Zuko saluted Bruce. "I promise to complete the task." To this day, he still identified with Robin. Even if he became a superhero, he wouldn't give up that title. This time, Homelander was probably dead. Zuko had already decided to make a bat mask and wear it, watching over those unscrupulous superheroes. He'd be Batman's spokesperson. This meeting was essentially Bruce's farewell ceremony. He told the others he planned to travel elsewhere and wouldn't be seen again for a while, but he would definitely return. Katoom told him there were still places worth exploring in this world, and that he couldn't just abandon this hard-earned little brother. He could at least serve as cannon fodder in the subsequent counterattack against DC. The meeting ended, And everyone else had their own thoughts. Little Zuko had been a blank slate, but now that he had earned Batman's trust and been given a crucial mission, he was even more motivated. He would use Cyclops to deal with anyone who dared to break the law. Thinking of his future glory, little Zuko felt a surge of joy. Even happier than him was Deep. Bruce used my powers to defeat Homelander, Deep thought, so, rounding it off, I defeated Homelander, as expected of him. Locomotive's thoughts were simple, he had performed exceptionally well in saving the city. With such career achievements, he was sure to be a prominent figure in future superhero all-star selections. He could even claim to be the cornerstone of the superhero spirit. Bruce left the command hall and returned to his own lounge. Katoom, still wearing his gangster mask, sat at his computer, his wings clacking at the keyboard. "What are you looking for?" Bruce asked curiously. "Good stuff." Katoom motioned for him to come over and take a look. Bruce leaned closer to the computer, seeing a screen filled with chemical formulas. "What is this?" "The complete synthesis formula for compound number 5, Katoom said, then realized and explained to Bruce, "I forgot to tell you, this world's superheroes are actually man-made, relying on this compound number 5. This explosive news didn't elicit any reaction from Bruce. He just said oh and accepted it. Even more terrifying than superhumans is the human heart, and he wasn't surprised at all. Katoom had somehow gained the highest level of authority at Vought Corporation and uncovered such secrets. Could it be the Imperious Curse? Bruce wondered which company executive had fallen victim to Katoom's attack. To have such authority, he had to be at least the president or a director. Artificial superheroes, Bruce collected his thoughts. So, if we have this formula, can we also create our own superhumans? In principle, yes, but we don't have the time, Katoom said. Superhumans are cultivated from a young age, and some are even exposed to compound 5 in the womb. We don't have time to wait for superhuman children to grow up. If adults want to use it, they have to use temporary compound 5, which grants temporary superpowers, but there's a drawback to this thing. Use it 5 times and you'll die. Although Katoom said this, it was clear that he was very satisfied with his acquisition. Bruce guessed his intention. He might want to use alchemy to modify this compound. He didn't know what the result would be. He just hoped it wouldn't destroy the Harry Potter world. If that happened, Bruce would have no choice but to step forward and destroy the evil Owl King. The owl was copying the formula for compound 5 when the door to the lounge opened. Bruce looked up and saw Queen Maeve entering. "Queen Maeve, what's going on?" Bruce asked, puzzled. He sensed something odd in Queen Maeve's gaze, and subconsciously tried to keep his distance. "I wasn't mistaken." Queen Maeve came to Bruce's side, chuckling softly. "When you asked for strength, you called me sister. Now that everything's over, just call me Queen Maeve." Bruce didn't know what to say for a moment. Was it just his imagination? There was something strange about Queen Maeve. Maeve gave Bruce a long look, then sighed. "Are you really traveling around the world? Why did it feel like you were planning your final plans in that meeting just now?" "Don't say such unlucky things," Bruce said. "I'll definitely come back, at least to see if little Azu had strayed." "I'll take that as the truth." Maeve didn't dwell on it, instead asking, "How many years will you be traveling? Will you be an adult when you return?" Bruce didn't know. You never know what the future holds. "All right, I won't ask too many questions. Little boys with secrets are more fun." Maeve blinked. "What I promised you before will still stand after you come back." "What promise?" Bruce wanted to ask, but Maeve had already left with a chuckle. He could only turn to look at Katoom. The owl shook his head. "I don't know anything." "Don't ask me, you must know." Bruce had just finished speaking when someone appeared at the lounge door. "Can I come in?" Starlight said, pointing at the door. "I see it's not closed." Bruce's strange feeling intensified. He observed Katoom's expression again and saw that he seemed to be holding back a laugh. Bruce's anger rose. He knew it. "It must be you, damn owl." Starlight stayed in Bruce's lounge for a while before leaving as well. She and Maeve had said much the same thing, but their final decisions were different. "Is it really safe for you to travel around the world alone?" Starlight asked tentatively. "Do you want a travel companion, someone who won't hold you back?" Bruce feigned hesitation for a moment before decisively declining. "I'm just taking a walk. Nothing's going to happen," he said. "Besides, this world isn't too dangerous for me right now. Even if I do, I can run." Starlight didn't understand why Bruce's words were so strange, why he emphasized this world. But Bruce's refusal left her disappointed. "Okay then," she said. I'll try my best to be a hero and surprise you when you come back. Starlight walked out of Bruce's lounge dejectedly. The next moment, Bruce grabbed Katoom's neck. Tell me, he demanded fiercely. What happened? Katoom stuck out his tongue, looking like he was about to die. It was the Batman. He revealed the real culprit without hesitation. He set you up. I knew it. Bruce let go, his face filled with indignation. He's clearly my alter ego, yet this guy is so insidious. He deserves to be suppressed in the Mind Palace. Let's cut him some slack for now. He was fighting Homelander pretty hard earlier, Katoom said, twisting his neck. I was watching him drag Homelander into the deep sea. Just watching, Bruce asked. Didn't you help him? Why? He's not dead. Katoom tapped the keyboard one last time, and the formula for compound No. 5 was copied. It's done. We can prepare to leave. This trip to the Black Robe world had yielded a good harvest. The Hell Batman armor and the formula for compound number 5 were both worth further research. There was also a dagger that could counter the Avada Kedavra curse. It wasn't a wasted trip at all. At this moment, Bruce suddenly objected. Wait a minute, Katoom was puzzled. What's wrong? Let's go buy some gifts, Bruce said expressionlessly. I don't want to be embarrassed like last year. Chapter 142 Nothing good will happen if time is involved. In the Harry Potter world, Bruce has returned like lightning. This time, the owl didn't resort to any elaborate tricks, dropping him off at the gates of an orphanage. Instead, it landed directly near the Granger residence. You're smart this time, Bruce sneered. I already have a mother. Your jokes won't get through to me anymore. Don't get complacent. Katoom hadn't wanted to argue with Bruce, but he insisted on provoking him, so don't blame the owl for getting excited. Do you think anything good will happen to you after you go to Flashpoint? Katoom sneered. Don't forget, Martha's hands are stained with blood after she became the Joker. Do you really think a happy ending with a reunited family awaits you? After all, Martha is a Joker too. Once she started kidnapping children, there was no turning back. Is there really any chance of reconciliation between her and Thomas? That's not my place to worry about. Bruce's face was expressionless. I have a no-killing principle, so I can't kill anyone, let alone my mother. What a flexible no-killing principle, Katoom sighed, not pursuing the issue any further. Did Bruce really not know Martha's sins? He knew it better than anyone, but he just didn't know what to do. He couldn't really resort to violence against his mother. He could only resort to the all-purpose tactic of procrastination, putting aside these vexing problems. Katoom knew Bruce didn't need to worry so much. As long as he didn't go to Flashpoint, he wouldn't have to face these things. Martha might still follow her predetermined fate and commit suicide. Then there would be nothing to worry about. But was this the outcome Bruce really wanted? The answer was self-evident. Bruce returned to the Grangers. This time, he could finally stand tall amid the warm welcome, hold out his gift, and say, I brought this back from America, although he had said the same thing last time. Hermione had grown accustomed to Bruce's trips to America every summer, and her plans to take him to the beach had been put on hold. Unless they went to America together one summer. Meanwhile, Katoom had just returned home when he suddenly flew into the living room, grabbed a rag doll that was feigning death on the sofa, and tore at it with his claws, venting his frustration. You witch, you're up to something. You were Barbatos' spy from the beginning. This sloppy-looking doll, which Hermione had named Muon, contained a witch from DC. Since being sealed by Ravenclaw, the witch had lost the ability to speak. Faced with Katoom's one-sided assault, she could only utter a few wailing cries, as if to explain that she, too, was a victim. Katoom didn't care. You still dare to argue after all this? You deserve to die. He immediately increased his force. Seeing Katoom's expression, with the doll nearly torn to shreds, Hermione screamed and rushed over to stop him. Katoon, what are you doing? She snatched the doll from Katoon's claws. If you keep doing this, I'll ignore you, Katoon sneered. He hadn't yet settled his score with Hermione. The owl still remembered a grudge for not building him a statue in his dream. When he was in America, Katoon fell from the sky and hit his head, Bruce said sincerely as he walked into the living room. Ever since then, he's been a little crazy. I guess he's become a mentally retarded owl. Katoon's eyes widened. Bruce. You're taking advantage of my inability to talk to others and spreading rumors like this, aren't you? Sigh. Suddenly, Katoon sensed the sinister nature of the world. The whole world was against this poor owl. He lowered his head and flew away. Then, as he passed Hermione, He suddenly pounced and grabbed another handful of dolls, causing Muon and Hermione to scream again. Summer vacation was drawing to a close. One day, at breakfast, Bruce was cracking a hard-boiled egg when he suddenly asked, "Any news from the wizarding world this summer?" He explained, "It's hard for me to follow what's going on in England from America. Big news." "Just give me a moment." Hermione stood up and returned to her room. Soon, she pulled out a stack of newspapers. She spread a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. A large photo on the front page showed a gaunt-faced man with long, tangled hair, blinking slowly at Bruce. "That's the biggest news of the summer," Hermione said. "It's so frightening. Hogwarts even sent a letter to the students, asking them to be careful." Bruce held up the newspaper. "Black still at large. The Ministry of Magic confirmed today that Sirius Black, arguably the most evil prisoner ever held in Azkaban, is still at large. We are doing everything we can to recapture Black," Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge said this morning. "We implore the wizarding community to remain calm." Some members of the International Confederation of Wizards accused Fudge of informing the Muggle Prime Minister of the crisis. "The fugitive Sirius Black?" Bruce asked. "Isn't Azkaban known as the most secure prison? How could there be a fugitive there, the most secure prison, I think?" Katoom stood on the table, slurping his porridge. "But then I looked it up, and it was Azkaban himself who said that." Hermione shook her head, unsure how Sirius had escaped. "I've heard that, but I disagreed from the start," Hermione said. "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Azkaban has been around for a long time. When everyone thinks it's well guarded, that's when problems begin to arise. I've always believed that you can't just catch a prisoner and throw them in jail and think everything's over. On the contrary, once they're in jail, everything begins." Katoom nodded in agreement. "That makes sense," he said, looking at Bruce. "Learn from your cousin." Bruce felt like the owl was mocking him again. Hermione hadn't finished her words, but she was still expressing her opinion. "And prisons are so complex, with all kinds of prisoners, for all kinds of crimes. If you send them to prison without supervision, what if they share their experiences? With so many prisoners learning from each other, there's bound to be a criminal saint." Hermione glanced worriedly at Sirius in the newspaper. "I'm very worried now. What if this Sirius has learned all the skills in Azkaban? Who can deal with him then? Especially, his target is Harry Potter." Bruce saw the introduction about Sirius in the newspaper. "He is the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord. He once killed 13 innocent people in the street. It can be said that he committed a heinous crime. Now that he has escaped from prison, he must want to avenge the Dark Lord. Then his target is naturally the boy who survived, Harry Potter." Bruce put away the newspaper, and then saw that the owl was drinking porridge again, as if it had completely lost interest in Sirius. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat," Bruce said. "Harry is our friend after all, can't you worry about him?" Speaking of which, Bruce felt like he was in a different world and his mentality was different. When he was in the Dusk Wolf or Black Robe world, there were murderers everywhere, and he didn't feel anything was scary. But in the Harry Potter world, a prisoner who escaped from prison made him feel that it would cause a big disaster. Katoom pulled his head out of the bowl and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? It's all misunderstandings. Harry doesn't need to worry about Sirius. In my opinion, the person we need to worry about the most may be Snape." Bruce was puzzled. "Why Snape?" "I don't know how to put it." Katoom thought for a while. "Maybe it's because Snape is trying to erase all traces of James from Harry." "James? That's the name of Harry's father. Is there any other story between Sirius and Harry's father?" Bruce was asking in detail when he suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the glass. Turning around, he saw a little owl standing on the windowsill with a package hanging at its feet. Bruce walked over and opened the window, and the little owl flew in. "Hey, it's my 36th little brother," Katoom said with a haughty air. "Have you eaten yet?" The little owl bowed respectfully to King Katoom. Katoom kicked the bowl on the table and said, "You've come by chance. If you're so inclined, you could have eaten this half-bowl of leftover porridge." Before the little owl could say anything, Bruce interrupted Katoom's pretentious performance. "All right, enough about this. Let me see who sent this package." Bruce untied the string from the little owl's foot and took the package. He turned it over and saw the Ministry of Magic logo. He opened the package, and out fell a letter and two small, gleaming hourglasses attached to thin, long gold chains. "Time Turner?" Katoom recognized it immediately and flew towards Bruce, trying to snatch the hourglasses from his hand. Bruce, wary of him, turned and handed one of the hourglasses to Hermione. I was just wondering when this would arrive. Hermione examined the time turner carefully. Professor McGonagall sent a letter a while ago saying it's approved and reminding us of the oath we pledged. Small words were written on the hourglass. I mark every moment, but never surpass the sun. My value to you is measured by your purpose. What oath? Bruce, looking as if he couldn't recall anything, opened the letter in his hand. It contained instructions for the time turner and advice on its use. The time turner's approval was only possible thanks to the guarantees of Professors McGonagall and Sprout, the two heads of magic. The Ministry of Magic had warned Hermione and Bruce not to use the time turner for anything other than academic purposes. Hermione, this is for you. Bruce shook his head. I'm suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. I can't read anything. I don't know what it says. Hermione took the letter and read it carefully, especially the instructions. It says that turning the hourglass back will rewind time for a short time, Hermione said, reading the letter. 1 turn is 1 hour. Assuming no serious damage is done to either the traveler or time itself, the maximum possible time travel duration is approximately 5 hours. You must not be discovered while traveling back in time, or the Ministry of Magic will confiscate the time turner. Bruce, genuinely curious about the time turner, asked Katoom. What happens if it exceeds 5 hours? Who knows? Katoom said absent-mindedly. I suggest you don't get too interested in it. Playing with time could have unforeseen consequences. He saw it more clearly than anyone else. Anything involving time is bad. According to the law Katoom mentioned earlier, those with self-healing abilities will inevitably suffer the most. This also applies to the time turner. If everything could be reversed, perhaps something irreversible would happen this year. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Time and Flashpoint. The best approach to time turner is to use it solely for learning, like Hermione did, and for nothing else. Then, at the crucial moment, use it to turn the tide. Otherwise, just pretend it doesn't exist. Bruce was a bit skeptical of Katoom's words. It's not as serious as you make it out to be, is it? He said. Look, the time turner's instructions state, anything a time traveler does in the past has no effect on the present. It merely creates conditions they were aware of before their journey. In other words, everything you do in the past is already part of history. Katoom shook his head at this. It's not that simple, he said. Time is something the wizarding world has studied for 1,000 or 2,000 years, and still hasn't fully understood. A time turner is a time turner, and time magic is time magic. Let me give you an example. There was once a witch named Heloise Mintab, an unspoken person in the Department of Mysteries. She used a time turner to travel back in time during an experiment, but died because the time exceeded a few hours. During an experiment to return to the past, Heloise was trapped in the year 1402 for 5 days. When she finally returned to the present, her body had aged 5 centuries and suffered irreparable damage, ultimately expiring at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Her travels altered the life paths of everyone she met in the past, with at least 25 of their descendants disappearing from the present, becoming unborn. Furthermore, the Tuesday after her return lasted 2.5 days, while the Thursday lasted only 4 hours. The magical world still hasn't figured out the principles behind this time paradox, so I urge you not to worry about it. Katoom spoke earnestly, but Bruce piqued his interest. Just because others haven't figured it out doesn't mean I can't, he said. If I understood the principles and possessed the power of time magic, wouldn't I be able to avert many past tragedies? You can't save a damn thing. Katoom finally understood how annoying adolescent brats really were. He wanted to ask Bruce, could you please be more mature? When Barry Allen, the Flash, wanted to travel through time to save his mother, Batman could step in and say, with unwavering determination, our past has shaped who we are today. Such a mature and measured statement. How could Bruce not grasp it now? Bruce, let me give you a hypothetical scenario. Katoom thought for a moment, deciding to use gentle persuasion rather than force his way into Bruce's viewpoint. What if there was a little boy who lost his parents as a child? Are you making fun of my orphanhood again? Bruce was wary, immediately realizing Katoom had bad intentions. Don't slander me, Katoom retorted loudly. I was talking about Harry Potter. You better be talking about Harry Potter. Bruce glared. It's Harry. Alright, stop interrupting me and let me get on with it. Katoom's face was filled with discontent. He had finally managed to build up a storytelling atmosphere, but Bruce interrupted him. Let's assume, for now, that Harry lost his parents when he was young. Oh, no, it seems we don't need assumptions. Let's say, for example, Harry gets a time turner, uses it a few times, and then suddenly has a bad idea. He realizes that while the time turner limits time to 5 hours, as long as he doesn't mind the damage to his body, it's actually possible to go back much further in time. He only needs to go back to Godric's Hollow 13 years ago and warn his parents or Dumbledore in advance to prevent the tragedy from happening, and he can grow up with his parents by his side. Once this idea emerged, it spread like a virus through his mind, and driven by an overwhelming desire, Harry took action. He succeeded, returning to Godric's Hollow in 1981 and successfully preventing Voldemort from killing the Potters. Okay, now here's the question, Bruce, answer me. What would our present be like if Harry had done something like that? Bruce had been listening with rapt attention, not because of Katoom's storytelling, but because he felt so deeply involved in the story. Then Katoom suddenly asked, leaving Bruce momentarily at a loss for words. What would happen now? He muttered, since the Potters are alive, Voldemort must have been unsuccessful. There's no such thing as a boy who lived, and Voldemort won't be repelled by the killing curse. Under these circumstances, Voldemort's reign will continue. Bruce continued to reason. He was still thinking that the Dark Lord's reign of terror would not last long, that wizards would surely rise up against him. But Katoom interrupted him. I'll tell you the most likely scenario. Our lives won't change at all. How could that be? Bruce's eyes widened. After all these uncertainties, parallel worlds, boy, Katoom said. Although the causes of parallel worlds in different universes may not be the same, disrupting the structure of timelines will always cause these ominous changes. When you change the past, the previous reality doesn't necessarily change. Instead, it will split into another parallel world from that point in time. That was pretty much it. Katoom wasn't sure if the Harry Potter world followed this rule, but he was certain that the DC universe worked this way. Otherwise, the Flashpoint events wouldn't have happened. Katoom's inference from this led him to be so cautious about the time turner. In fact, there's an uncredited Harry Potter spin-off called Harry Potter and the Unfortunate Child. In it, Harry and Malfoy's children repeatedly use the time turner to travel back in time, attempting to return to the Triwizard Tournament final and save Cedric from death. Their repeated failures lead to many bizarre futures, such as Cedric becoming a Death Eater, Hermione becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and Harry Potter being killed by Voldemort. This scenario is quite Flashpoint. Katoom's suspicions are reasonable. If his suspicions are true, then the story he just mentioned about young Harry saving his mother would have unfolded like this. First, Harry saves his mother. Second, Harry stops Harry from saving his mother. Third, the parallel Harry, to prevent himself from disappearing, travels back in time to stop Harry from saving his mother. Fourth, in the end, it all leads to a classic dilemma. How many Harry Potters were there in Godric's Hollow on the night of October 31st, 1981? The thought is terrifying. After hearing Katoom's story, Bruce finally realized the gravity of the situation. Those who try to play with time will ultimately be played with by it. Put that thing down, Katoom said. Just treat it as a learning tool. Don't think of anything else. Bruce pondered this time for a long time before finally nodding. Okay, I promise. Then he changed the subject. But is there really no way to go back more than 5 hours without creating a parallel universe? Of course there is, Katoom thought, but he certainly wouldn't tell Batboy. If Bruce knew, he'd be eager to try, and he might end up getting himself into trouble. Isn't it okay to just live peacefully like this? After obtaining the time turner, Hermione was in high spirits. She might have studied it privately several times. Bruce had a similar experience. Hermione suddenly appeared beside him, but he was completely unaware. But she did abide by the Ministry's orders, never seeing two Hermiones together. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Bruce and Hermione were heading to Diagon Alley again to pick up their school supplies for the year. Unlike last year, Hermione's spirits were unusually high this time. Finally, I can have my own pet, she said excitedly. For the past 2 years, I've always wanted to bring a pet to school, but Mom wouldn't let me. Her 3 best friends, Harry had an owl, Ron had a mouse, and Neville had a toad. While Hermione didn't particularly want the latter two, an owl was no problem. She could get one like Katoom. Tell your cousin to find a female owl. In the Granger family's car, Katoom leaned close to Bruce's ear and whispered, "Your godfather is old and wants a companion to live a quiet life. Get lost." Bruce gave Katoom a sour look. This guy was always so energetic. How could he look even slightly old? He'll just talk nonsense. If you bully Hermione's owl, Bruce will have to apologize. Batboy doesn't want to do such a thing. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, Hermione was imagining what kind of pet she would choose. This scene was like going back 2.5 years ago, when she had just received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Her excitement remained undiminished. "Owls are actually great," Hermione said, "but other animals are also possible, such as a big cat." "Absolutely not a cat," Katoom chattered again. "Then you'd look just like me." Bruce glanced at Katoom. "If you say so, there are plenty of owls in Hogwarts Castle that look just like you. You're still the king." He withdrew his attention, turned to look at Hermione, and pointed at the doll, Muon, on her shoulder. "I thought you already had this doll as a pet." Hermione immediately shook her head. "How could Muon be a pet? She's my friend, and not just any friend, but a friend with merit. She'd helped her teach Ron a lesson, and she could discuss Lockhart with her. And it's clear that Muon has a mind of her own. I suspect she's not just a doll, but a cursed witch." Hermione smiled, looking at the doll on her shoulder. "Isn't that right, Muon?" She found the joke amusing and laughed to herself. But no one else laughed. "Come to think of it, Muon might be able to do magic," Hermione said suddenly. "I've seen her hiding in a corner several times, seemingly talking to someone." "Huh?" Bruce's eyes suddenly sharpened. Chapter 144. Rat can also get angry. Moon, the ragdoll, had one in her life. When Hermione spoke of her strange behavior, Bruce and Katoom's terrifying gazes fixed on her. Moon, knowing something was amiss, simply curled up in a ball, hiding in Hermione's arms. "I wonder how long you can hide," Bruce sneered. The dream magic she had brought was flawed before, and now she was even tipping off. "The day Hermione couldn't protect you, that would be your death." "Give her a beating first," Katoom said. "If she says she knows nothing, then the beating wasn't enough." Moon trembled even more violently. She wanted to explain herself, but she couldn't speak. Bruce, regaining his composure, telepathically confirmed with Katoom. "Is it really Barbatos?" he asked. "I don't disrespect the witch, but she follows Hermione around all day. Does she have any information she needs to report to Barbatos? Was Barbatos interested in a little girl's daily life? That was perverse." "I don't think so either," Katoom said. "She's probably reporting her whereabouts to that old woman in Ravenclaw, but what does that have to do with me? I just want to teach her a lesson." As they exchanged words, Muon felt the murderous aura around them diminish considerably. She poked her head slightly out of Hermione's arms and met the owl's eyes. "Oh." She quickly lowered her head, not daring to peek again. Soon, the Grangers arrived at a leaky cauldron. They entered Diagon Alley and went to Flourish and Blots to purchase textbooks for this year's classes. Intermediate Transfiguration, The Monster Book of Monsters, Seeing the Future Through the Mist, Ancient Runes for Beginners. Bruce looked at this year's textbook list. Since he'd chosen almost every course, the list was unusually long compared to previous years. The Monster Book of Monsters was particularly unique. It seemed to have a life of its own, with the books biting each other, forcing the storekeeper to keep them caged. When the clerk heard the Grangers wanted 2 books on monsters, his face was agonized, as if a family disaster had struck. By the time they finished buying the books, Bruce and Hermione's textbooks, combined, filled 6 bags. Bruce and Mr. Granger were just leaving the bookstore, carrying their bags, when they heard Hermione's voice greet them. "Hello, Ron." Bruce looked up and saw they had just run into the Wheeleyes. "Good afternoon, Hermione," Ron greeted. "Did you get the postcard I sent from Egypt?" "I sent one to you and Bruce." "Yes," Hermione shook her head. "But you sent too many." "It's a whole stack. I sent Harry so many too, but he never replied," Ron said. "Come to think, Harry got into something terrible over the summer and is now living in Diagon Alley. Dad told me." Hermione's face was immediately filled with worry. She knew Harry and Ron well. If even Ron thought Harry had done something awful, then things would be really bad. Bruce was also curious. He wanted to ask Katoom if he knew anything, but when he turned, he saw the owl staring intently at Ron. "What are you looking at?" Bruce followed the owl's gaze and saw Scabbers, the mouse in Ron's arms. Scabbers, perhaps due to his age, looked even worse off than 2 months ago. He looked completely abused, and compared to the other mice with a bright fur, he looked particularly shabby. You don't want to eat Ron's mice, do you? Bruce frowned. Didn't you always eat only human food? Why do you want to return to the life of an owl today? Katoom didn't answer. After a moment, Katoom let out a sigh of satisfaction and said, 74. 12 more than 2 months ago? What are you talking about? Bruce frowned. What's 74? 62. Ron's freckles, the owl said matter-of-factly. I count Ron's freckles at the beginning and end of every school year. It's a ritual. It's also a testament to Ron's growth. Bruce was speechless. He had never imagined Katoom could be so bored. So you weren't just looking at Ron's rat? Why would I? Katoom shook his head. Someone will find a dead bone in a grave sooner or later. Elsewhere, the Grangers were chatting with the Wheel-Eyes about their recent affairs. They knew the family had gone on a summer trip to Egypt. As the conversation became lively, Mrs. Granger suggested, let's take the kids out for something to eat. They'll surely have a lot to talk about after all summer apart. Mrs. Weasley nodded in agreement. The two families entered Flor and Fusco's ice cream parlor. Bruce, Hermione, and Ron sat by the window, watching the people coming and going in Diagon Alley. Back to Harry, Ron dug into his ice cream. It seems he used magic outside of school and blew his aunt to pieces, blown up. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. So, didn't Harry kill someone? Oh no, it didn't explode, it didn't explode. Ron realized he'd misspoken and quickly explained, it swelled up, blew up like a balloon, and I heard it floated quite far. Thinking of that scene, Ron couldn't contain his laughter. Ron, Hermione said seriously, this isn't a joke. Even if there aren't serious consequences, young wizards aren't allowed to use magic outside of school, and if anything else happened, Harry could be expelled. I don't know how Ron could even laugh. It wasn't my magic, Ron muttered under his breath for a few moments before his eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed out the window and shouted, isn't Harry right there? Harry! Harry! He waved vigorously, trying to attract his friend's attention. Hermione also spotted Harry, wandering aimlessly down the street, as if he'd just woken up and was about to go out for food. Harry, hearing his friend's call, also saw them and immediately headed over. Finally, we're meeting you, Ron said happily as Harry sat down. We were just discussing you. Harry smiled wryly, perhaps guessing what he was talking about. How did you know? He asked. My dad told me, Ron replied. Come to think of it, he seems to have something else to tell you. He then called out to Mr. Weasley. Arthur looked over and saw Harry sitting among the children. Harry, Arthur suddenly called out. Can you come over here for a moment? I need to tell you something. Harry walked over, confused, and the two of them went to talk in a corner. Bruce caught fragments of words like danger, serious, and protection, and he understood that Mr. Weasley was trying to warn Harry. Why is Sirius staring at Harry like that? Bruce asked the owl. I mean, if Sirius is so loyal, he shouldn't be going after Voldemort instead of seeking revenge on Harry. It wasn't like Voldemort was really dead. Sirius wouldn't hurt Harry. Katoom snatched the ice cream from Bruce's hand, savoring it as he ate. He's Harry's godfather. How could a godfather harm his own child? Bruce was accustomed to Katoom's way of speaking. He'd always slip up a bombshell. Sirius is Harry's godfather? But he betrayed Harry's parents and indirectly caused their deaths. Bruce struggled to process the news, wondering, are all godfathers such bastards, especially since Sirius had murdered 13 innocent bystanders? Stop making insinuations, Katoom said. Sirius was wrongly accused. The real murderer is among us. Do you want to guess who it is? I bet you can't. Ron's rat, Bruce replied blankly. Hey, Katoom looked at Bruce in surprise. Are your deductive abilities that strong? Do you think I'm stupid? Bruce pouted. You just said that someone would catch that rat sooner or later, and now you're saying the murderer is among us. Even Deep Sea can relate to it. He then looked at Ron. Ron, could you lend me Scabbers for a while? No problem. Ron handed the dejected Scabbers over, then asked, why are you suddenly interested in Scabbers today? I've always loved rats. Bruce explained vaguely, then asked, by the way, how long has Scabbers been in your house? Ron thought for a moment. About 12 years. He was Percy's pet, then came to me. He's very old now and doesn't move. I wouldn't be surprised if he died someday, so that's how it was. Bruce nodded secretly. Could rats live that long? Generally speaking, the lifespan of an average mouse in the wild is a maximum of 3 years, and even in captivity, it wouldn't exceed 10 years. How well must the Wheel Eyes care for mice to have allowed Scabbers to live to 12 years? Scabbers, in Bruce's grasp, began to struggle, as if sensing the boy's ill will. But Bruce's grip was firm, the little mouse couldn't escape. Interesting, Katoom said, leaning closer. This creature seems to have a pretty good sense of danger. Seeing the owl approach, Scabbers grew even more uneasy. Owls do eat mice. Did this creature really think of him as food? He glanced sharply at Bruce. Okay, so that mouse-loving thing you just mentioned, you really want your owl to have mice every meal. That's too much. Scabbers was already on the verge of tears. He'd been having a hard time lately. Ever since hearing about Sirius's escape, he'd been living in constant fear, unable to eat or sleep, thinking only of how to escape the Wheel Eyes and get away. And now, not only has it not run away, but even an owl has the audacity to treat him like food. Does he really think he's impervious to temper? Rat, I'm really pissed. Look, Ron, Bruce exclaimed in surprise. Your rat can even make a fist. That stupid rat can do a lot of things. Ron, having seen a lot, wasn't surprised at all. It's lived all these years, so it should know more than other rats. Really? Bruce half smiled as he looked at the rat. One of its front paws was missing a finger. Thinking back to Sirius's murders, Bruce remembered that one of the victims, Peter Pettigrew, had been completely destroyed, leaving only a finger. Is he Peter Pettigrew? Bruce turned Scabbers over and over, peeling back his paws to examine them. So, he must be an animagus, right? Otherwise, there was no explanation for how a person could transform into a rat. Right, Katoom nodded. So you're going to expose his identity? Opening the rat's box revealed the person inside Scabbers. That's a good suggestion, but I refuse. Bruce lifted Scabbers by the tail and hung him up. I'm going to study to become an animagus this year. This rat can provide me with a lot of reference data. Making the best use of something, that's what it means. Chapter 145. Who is Lupin? Animagus is a very difficult spell. According to Dumbledore, learning this kind of magic requires extreme caution. Many wizards have, due to the slightest mistake during their learning process, become possessed, unable to transform back into humans. Although Bruce believed that Dumbledore's teachings were foolproof, he still had a question. Could the animal that an animagus transformed into truly be uncontrollable? If it truly was simply a creature best suited to wizards, then Bruce would undoubtedly have become a small bat. That would be far too insignificant. Katoom, is there a possibility that after further study of animagus, we could improve this spell? Bruce asked. Then, would we be able to transform into any animal we desire, without any restrictions? What about the 72 transformations? Katoom thought for a moment and said, but if you really say so, it's not impossible. After all, you have more than one teacher. Speaking of which, Grindelwald has a special transfiguration spell that allows him to take on the form of anyone. Not only does it not require a compound potion, but it also lasts much longer. Grindelwald. Bruce was just about to ask what the magic that Grindelwald knew had to do with him. But then he thought, Professor Gale seemed to admire Grindelwald very much, and was always studying the magic that Grindelwald had invented in the past. Things like Red Broom Star and the Illusion Charm. If he knew this kind of transformation, it wouldn't be surprising. After thinking it through, Bruce was still a little confused. I admit that this kind of transformation is very powerful, but it is still fundamentally different from animagus. Right, Bruce said. After all, Grindelwald still used some kind of disguise and did not turn into another creature, so it's just a possibility. Katoom said, maybe combining animagus with this kind of transformation will have a different effect. When we study magic, don't we make bold assumptions and carefully verify them? If you don't even dare to think about it, then it's really impossible. As for whether the research process will be dangerous, there is really no need to worry. Don't we still have this mouse? Although it's not a little white mouse, it can be used as it is. Scabbers felt a chill again when he said this. Ever since he fell into Bruce's hands, he has not been able to relax for a moment. He always felt that this kid was thinking of some tricks to hurt himself. As for the owl, it was even more hateful. Its eyes never left him. At this moment, Katoom was painting a rosy picture for Bruce. If you succeed, you can become Batman in various biological forms in the future, he said. Then ancient species and fantasy species will naturally be a piece of cake. Bruce returned Scabbers to Ron. When the mouse returned to his hands, Ron obviously felt that this guy was limp all over. Next I'm going to buy an owl, Hermione said, or some other animal. Anyway, I can't wait any longer. There's a magical beast shop over there, Harry said. He was already very familiar with Diagon Alley. Let's go straight there. They paid for their ice cream and walked across the street to the magical creatures shop. The shop was small, the walls densely covered with cages, the air had a bad smell and was noisy because the creatures in the cages were squeaking, chirping, screaming, or hissing. I feel like I'm in Hagrid's hunting hut, Ron said, pinching his nose. The smell is very similar. Hagrid's hut is even stronger. Hermione looked carefully at the cages displayed in the magical creatures shop. There were scary big turtles, orange snails, fat rabbits that could turn into hats, cats of various colors, noisy ravens, and buzzing balls of fluff. All these made Hermione hesitant. She felt like she wanted to buy everything. Buy a mouse. Ron came over to her and pointed to a large cage. Inside, a group of sleek black rats were playing a jumping game on the floor with their long, bare tails. Although Scabbers is stupid, he's also a respected elder in the rat world, Ron said. You buy a little rat. Scabbers can teach him some useful life lessons, like sleeping on his stomach all day. Hermione shook her head without even thinking. Sorry, I absolutely won't consider a rat. Then what can you consider? What pet could be better than a rat? Ouch! Suddenly, a large ginger creature suddenly jumped out from the top of the highest cage and landed on Ron's head, almost knocking him down. It was a big cat with fluffy, soft fur, but its feet were obviously turned slightly inward, and it had a strange, persimmon-shaped face that seemed to be always angry. When Hermione saw the cat, her eyes lit up instantly. That's it, her eyes were shining with joy. What a beautiful little creature, isn't it, Bruce? Bruce didn't know how to answer for a moment. But Hermione had made up her mind, and she bought the cat without hesitation. When they walked out of the magical creatures shop, everyone was very happy, except Ron. 1 or 2 are all like this, he muttered. Cats eat mice, and owls eat mice too. Scabbers, it's not that I won't help you, but you really have to fend for yourself in the future. At this moment, the only good person Ron could think of was Neville. His pet was a toad, and toads didn't eat mice. The big yellow cat's name was Crookshanks. Compared to ordinary cats, it was indeed a bit big. It was big enough for an owl and a rag doll to sit on its back without affecting any movement. At this time, Katoom was sitting on Crookshanks, lowering his head and mumbling to him. Since you have joined us, I will teach you something important. He brainwashed Crookshanks. Since the beginning of the world, this family has been divided into 4 castes. Owls are the most noble, and then there's you. I will take you in as a guardian, and you will be the second class. The price Katoom offered the big yellow cat was very generous. Second to none, above 10,000 people. Crookshanks didn't seem very interested in this. It snorted and ignored it. But its eavesdropping ears pricked up, revealing its true attitude. Crookshanks also seemed to want to know what the remaining 2 classes were. The 3rd class is an egg. I'll introduce it to you when you get home. As for the 4th class, it's this guy, the owl-kicked moon who was lying on Crookshanks. She is an alien who invaded our Earth. Moon called weakly, hugging the owl, as if wanting him to change the arrangement. Get out of here. Katoom kicked Muon away and said to Crookshanks with a friendly face, well, from today on, you're my little brother too. Crookshanks quickly adjusted to life at Hermione's house. After buying their school supplies, back to school day arrived unnoticed. This time, due to Mr. Granger's mistake, they left an hour late. They hurried to their destination. But the train was about to depart and the seats were almost full. Bruce and Hermione could only drag their luggage and search for an empty seat. Hello, Hermione said, opening the door to a compartment and addressing the person inside. Can we squeeze in with you? There were 2 adult wizards in the compartment. One looked sickly. Although he looked young, his light brown hair was already graying. A large black dog lay at his feet, eyes closed, sleeping. As for the other, he was holding a pile of snacks and stuffing them into his mouth. Hearing Hermione's request, he immediately nodded. No problem. Sit wherever you want. Not only that, he even stood up and offered her his seat. Originally, the 2 wizards sat facing each other, but now they were seated in a row, so the 2 children wouldn't have to sit with strangers. Bruce looked at the 2 men across from him, and one of them looked increasingly familiar. Where had he seen him before? After a moment's reflection, Bruce immediately realized who he was. Dark Wizard Gibern, the Dark Wizard who had appeared in the Hogwarts collapse plan and sided with Jason and the Big Three? How had he become like this? It wasn't Bruce's fault he didn't recognize him at first. Gibborn had indeed changed drastically. Gibborn used to be skinny, with a sullen expression and a giant wart on his nose, resembling the archetypal hook-nosed villain from a fairy tale. But now, Gibborn had gained noticeable weight. While not obese, he looked much chubbier. Most notably, his nose, the wart had vanished, and the large nose had shrunk slightly. It looked as if he'd undergone some kind of magical cosmetic surgery. Bruce was intrigued by this magic trick. The nose puckering looked so natural. He wondered if he could master it. Then, when the time came, he could help Hermione pull her teeth in, and he wouldn't have to bother Mr. Granger. "What year are you in?" Gibborn asked. "I'm the assistant to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. You can call me Professor Gibborn." He was clearly floating as he spoke these words. It was as if he hadn't imagined that one day even a wizard like him would be able to call himself a professor. "Hello, Professor Gibborn," Hermione said politely, then turned to another professor. "Hello, Professor Lupin." She recognized him from the overhead suitcase, and Bruce saw him too. R.J. Lupin? Wait, seeing that name suddenly reminded Bruce of something Jason had asked him to do. He had a friend named Lupin, and he hoped Bruce could help him change his life. Although it was Katoom who had promised Jason, after everything they'd been through, Bruce still took that promise to heart. Jason was family, too. He shouldn't let them down so easily. Thinking of this, Bruce smiled, wanting to establish a good relationship with Lupin first. "Hello, Professor Lupin," he and Hermione both greeted Lupin. However, Professor Lupin simply snorted, offering no reciprocal courtesy. Hermione's smile froze. This professor, how should I put it, so aloof, almost unkind. Meanwhile, even Bruce felt something was amiss. Did Katoom say that Lupin was a very approachable and easygoing person? Why would he treat his students this way? Could something have happened in the past year or so that he didn't know about? Bruce confirmed with the owl. "Katoom, are you sure you were right?" "Of course you were." Katoom was also a little confused. Even if Lupin had spent a year in prison, his personality wouldn't have suddenly changed like this, would it? He acted like a villain. At this moment, Gibbon noticed the two students' embarrassment and immediately intervened to help. "Professor Lupin is just a little tired, don't worry about it. By the way, is this your pet? It's so cute." He looked at Crookshanks and said something against his will. Hermione came down the stairs and smiled. "Your big black dog looks very impressive." She was also speaking against her will. The dog was actually not impressive at all. Its skinny body and dull fur gave the impression of malnutrition. Suddenly, Katoom jumped onto Bruce's shoulder. "Bruce, be careful not to get attacked by careless actions. I have a warning here," he said. "This big black dog is Sirius Black. He's also an animagus." Bruce couldn't help but look at the big black dog. Katoom had previously explained Sirius's injustice to him, and since then, Bruce no longer considered Sirius a dangerous person. At this moment, he had only one thought: our animagus is available wholesale? Peter Pettigrew is one, Sirius was another. How many would he encounter this school year? "Alright," Bruce telepathically told Katoom, "I'll try not to mess with him next time." Whether Sirius had sneaked into Hogwarts to see Harry or to kill Pettigrew was irrelevant to him. Bruce simply needed an animagus for his experiments. Who this animagus was wasn't particularly important. If Peter died, Sirius would be the next in line. Bruce was still thinking this when the large black dog sleeping on the floor suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were gray, filled with a complex mix of emotions. The dog looked up, saw Bruce, and suddenly, woof 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 woof, the dog suddenly barked at Bruce, its emotion so intense it seemed as if it had seen a long-lost relative. Bruce was momentarily confused. He and Sirius weren't close, were they? Why would it be so excited just seeing him? The dog's sudden barking startled everyone else in the carriage. Hermione huddled in her seat, fearing the dog would attack, while Gibborn leaped up and hugged the dog tightly. Gibborn held the black dog's mouth, repeatedly shouting, "Stop barking! Stop barking!" His tone sounded strange, not a scolding, but a plea. Suddenly, Professor Lupin coughed softly. The black dog shuddered at the sound and immediately dropped to the ground, refusing to move. Bruce was stunned. Hadn't Katoom said that Lupin and Sirius were friends? Could this be the way friends interacted? He cast a suspicious look at Katoom again. This time, the owl flapped its wings, gesturing Bruce to take his time. Don't worry, leave this to me," he said. I'll ask the big black dog why he looks so unhappy. Sirius was about to see Harry, so why was he like this? Katoom realized something was amiss. This time, Harry had stayed on the train, sharing a carriage with Sirius. Given Sirius's personality, he would definitely use his animal identity to check on Harry. Look at a face that looks just like the good brother he's been dreaming about. But why didn't he go? Katoom flew over to the big black dog, ready to start communicating. "Cuckoo," he said. The big black dog lifted his eyelids and said weakly, "Woof." The owl nodded. "Cuckoo." The big black dog shook his head. "Woof woof." The owl, startled, said, "Cuckoo." Bruce watched the bird and the dog perform, feeling like he'd been fooled. "I've never heard of owls and dogs communicating." Bruce said as tactfully as possible. "Katoom, if you really don't know the reason, it's okay. I won't blame you." The owl flapped its wings and returned. "Ah," he sighed. "I've already asked around. This is a bit strange. Even I didn't expect it." "What do you mean?" Bruce asked. "I just communicated clearly with Sirius." "He is indeed serious." Bruce's face was immediately furious. He thought, after all this cooing and barking, this is all he got to talk about? Isn't this a waste of his feelings? However, Katoom followed up with another statement, but at the same time, he felt he had another identity, not just Sirius. "What could that be?" Bruce asked. Then, Katoom uttered a name Bruce had never expected to hear in this world. "Gordon," Katoom whispered. "Big Black Dog told me that while he was Sirius, he was also James Gordon." "Wait, you should know that name, right? No? Of course not." Bruce's memory suddenly flashed back to when he was 8 years old, after the tragedy in the alley, left alone, kneeling on the ground. Then the Gotham police arrived, and the first officer to come to his aid was James Gordon. Impossible. Bruce still couldn't believe it. "Are you saying that this time, the pursuer sent by Barbatos is Officer Gordon, that good officer who'd never go along with Gotham's corrupt practices, who always stood firm? He was Gotham's last conscience. How could he be pursued? And to pursue him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I didn't say the pursuer this time was Gordon." Katoom sighed. "It's my fault. I should have expected it earlier. Martha has already said that the fifth metal does not need pursuers, as long as it is delivered. Now the problem has indeed arisen. Bruce, have you ever thought about this question? If Sirius is Gordon, then who is Lupin?" Chapter 146 Homodope. Who could it be? Bruce pondered for a long time, unable to come up with any causal connection to Katoom's words. What had he conjured up? The owl sighed and said to Bruce, "Well, I didn't mention this before because I thought it wasn't important at all. Bruce, what you need to know is that in the DC parallel universe, there's the concept of isotopes, just like your Bruce, and in a DC parallel universe, there's another Bruce. His fate might be completely different from yours, but it's undoubtedly yours from another world, and if we expand the scope even further, from the DC multiverse to the entire universe, the concept of isotopes still exists, but the correspondence is less obvious. Take someone you're familiar with, for example, your mentor, Professor Gale Green. In this world, he's an immortal wizard, but in another, he could be a pirate roaming the seas, a robot with scissor hands, a chocolate factory manufacturer, a fairy tale Mad Hatter, or even a Hollywood actor. These are all Gale Green's isotopes. Now, the same applies to Sirius and Lupin. Sirius's counterpart in DC is Sheriff Gordon of Gotham City. And Lupin's counterpart in DC, at this point, Katoom paused. Only after Bruce's interest was fully piqued did he slowly say, "It's Ares, the god of war." "So," Bruce then said, "does my original world really have gods?" "What are you surprised about? Haven't you seen Barbatos?" Katoom asked. "That's not what I meant," Bruce tried to explain. "I never thought of Barbatos as a god. I just thought of him as a powerful being. But Ares is different. After all, I grew up listening to his stories. He didn't consider himself a religious person, and his reverence for the gods was very limited." Katoom nodded and said, "You're right. Gods are just more powerful beings. At least the existence of one of your future teammates proves that there is no reproductive isolation between gods and humans." "Okay, let's get back to Lupin, or Ares." Honestly, it's hard for most people to imagine that this wretch, Lupin, would have such a high profile in the DC universe. Ares is the god of war, Wonder Woman's brother and archenemy. He often takes on mortal form, stirring up wars among the mortal realm, leaving behind carnage and bloodshed wherever he goes, and now he's in the Harry Potter world, and it happens to be the second Wizarding War. A crucial juncture when the storm is about to break out, Katoom thought to himself. His earlier speculation was correct. When the power of time appears, and everything seems salvageable, something irreversible happens. The atmosphere in the cubicle was growing tense. Even Hermione, completely unaware, sensed something was amiss. She lowered her head and whispered, "Bruce, what's wrong? You look a little strange." "Nothing." Bruce shook his head. "I just have a stomach ache and need to go to the bathroom." Hermione was speechless. "Then go quickly," she said. "You're holding it in. Who are you fighting against? It's just a bathroom break. What's the point of being an idol?" Bruce left the stall, and Katoom flew out right after him. "What do we do now?" Bruce walked down the hallway. "Can Hogwarts really handle a figure of legendary caliber?" "Definitely not," Katoom concluded without hesitation. Although Ares is the god of war, in modern times, he prefers to wage proxy wars. If he wanted to attack Hogwarts, he wouldn't even have to intervene himself. A few provocations would bring internal strife upon Hogwarts, but the problem isn't quite that serious yet. "I have a feeling that there's something wrong with Ares. Why don't we ask him about it?" Katoom finished speaking, and Bruce saw a large black dog following him and Katoom. Sirius had also followed him out at some point. "Go to the bathroom," Katoom said. A man, a bird, and a dog all hid in the bathroom. Once inside, Bruce immediately cast a hushing spell and other spells to prevent anyone from eavesdropping or peeping. Once all was done, the large black dog transformed before them into a man. His filthy, messy hair hung down to his elbows, his eyes were sunken, and his skin was sallow, like a skeleton. "Bruce, it's really you." Sirius, or rather, Gordon, stepped forward and grabbed Bruce. "I heard you left Gotham for Princeton, but why are you here?" He had so much to say, but once he got closer, he realized something was amiss. This Bruce seemed different from the child he remembered. Just the look was different. Yet, Gordon had a distinct feeling that this person was Bruce. What was going on? "Captain Gordon," Bruce confirmed the man's identity. "It's me." Gordon was overjoyed. It seemed that the strange feeling he had just had was just an illusion. "You're Bruce. Then you must know where this place is and why I am here." "Captain Gordon, don't rush." Bruce chose his words carefully. "I'm probably not the Bruce you remember, but that's okay. I'll help you answer your questions. But first, I need to ask you a few questions." Gordon nodded repeatedly. "It's okay, just ask." 30 minutes later, a large black dog slipped silently out of the bathroom. Bruce followed closely behind. As he left, he also cleared the bathroom of the spell he had cast. Back in the cubicle, Hermione frowned. "You were out for so long, did you fall in there?" "I was just browsing somewhere else," Bruce said nonchalantly. "And chatted with some other students." It was a sound excuse that quickly evaded the question. Bruce sat in the car seat, trying to calm himself, not glancing across at Lupin. Lupin, too, paid no attention to Bruce, simply leaning against the window, his eyes closed. When he opens his eyes again, he'll probably be Professor Lupin, Bruce thought. After all, according to Gordon, this state lasts no more than 2 hours a day. Gordon had just explained the current situation. Though his account was somewhat disjointed, Bruce managed to piece it all together. Sirius and Lupin were still the same people, not transformed into DC equivalents. They simply had the memories of another person in their heads. Most of the time, these memories remained separate from their own. Lupin and Sirius could even actively access them, like watching a movie. However, occasionally, for an hour or two each day, memories would flood over them like a tide, causing them to mistakenly believe they were someone else. In other words, during this time, they would act and think according to Gordon or Ares's memories. After a while, they would return to their original state. There would be no gaps in their memories. This was undoubtedly good news. It showed that Lupin didn't possess Ares's power, he remained at his previous level of strength. Average, neither weak nor strong. There was no need to worry about the risks of Zuranar, constantly striving to seize control of their bodies. Nor was there the worry of whispers whispering in their ears, goading them into doing strange things. "A good opportunity, Ave," Katoom said. "You could exploit Lupin and learn some of the methods of the gods. That's not something we should be considering right now. We can't afford to be complacent." Bruce shook his head. Even if it were just an ordinary person possessing the knowledge of a god, it would be terrifying enough. Ares, a war-crazed maniac, couldn't be understood with normal human reasoning. Add to that as many methods, and even appearing for just an hour or two a day could cause significant trouble. Let's keep an eye on Lupin first, Bruce thought. If Ares truly has any ulterior motives, we can strike first while he's Lupin. The only thing he was certain of now was that the two of them weren't Barbatos' pursuers. The memories had other reasons. It wasn't about Ares. Why would Gordon be his pursuer? An hour later, Lupin suddenly yawned. His eyes were filled with fatigue, and then he looked at Hermione and Bruce and smiled. "Sorry, kids," he said. "I've been a little down lately. I wasn't very polite to you just now. I apologize." It seemed like he was Lupin all over again. "It's okay, Professor Lupin," Hermione said with a smile. "I understand. Sometimes when I'm overwhelmed with schoolwork and short on time, I can feel off." Bruce had experienced the situation Hermione described before. Every year around the end of term exams, Hermione would feel a surge of pressure, desperate to bury herself in her books. At that time, she would become extremely anxious and irritable, and the slightest thing would cause her to explode. Professor Lupin nodded. "Indeed, I usually eat some chocolate around this time. I'll share this with you." He then pulled a large bar of chocolate from his pocket, broke it into several pieces, and distributed them to everyone. Hermione took it, thanked the professor, and took a bite. Immediately, she felt a surge of warmth flowing to her toes and fingertips. This was clearly not ordinary chocolate. Bruce held the chocolate in his hand, but didn't eat it. He was very particular about what went into his stomach, and Katoom usually took care of sweets. Then, Bruce watched as Lupin finished distributing the chocolate and stuffed the last piece into the big black dog's mouth. The big black dog had lost interest in Bruce by then, clearly obsessed with Sirius. It swallowed the chocolate without hesitation. One dared to feed, the other dared to eat. I wonder what the lethal dose would be for Sirius after he turned into a dog, Bruce thought. This piece of chocolate would be enough to poison any ordinary dog. He observed Sirius for a moment and found that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It seemed that there was something different about humans turning into dogs. Bruce stopped paying attention. The train continued to speed north, the rain falling harder and harder, and the windows turned a watery gray, gradually darkening. Finally, the lights in the aisle and on the luggage racks suddenly came on. The train clanked, raindrops pattered, and the wind howled outside the window. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt, and then, for no apparent reason, all the lights went out, plunging them into complete darkness. "What's going on?" Bruce stood abruptly, motioning to Hermione to stay put. "I'll go see what's going on." The entire carriage was now filled with a clamor, as if no one understood what was happening. Bruce suddenly heard Sirius whimper softly. With a soft crackle, a flickering light illuminated the compartment. Professor Lupin seemed to be holding a flame, illuminating the entire compartment. Bruce saw Sirius's entire body trembling. "I'll go check it out, Bruce. You stay in the compartment," he said. No professor would put his students at risk. "Professor, your dog." Even then, Bruce still had the heart to care for Sirius. "Is he okay?" "Oh, it's okay. Don't worry." Lupin had already opened the compartment. "He behaves like this every time I feed him chocolate. He's probably a bit picky. He'll get used to it after a few times." Chapter 147 Bruce and Cedric. Lupin had already leaned halfway out of the cubicle. Then, suddenly, he cried out, "No," and ran out, as if he had witnessed something extremely dangerous. Bruce also leaned out. He saw something like something out of a horror movie, illuminating the flickering flame in Lupin's hand. He could see a tall, cloaked figure standing in front of a cubicle not far away. His face was completely hidden by his hood, and a hand extended from under his cloak, grayish-white, gleaming eerily, and seemingly covered in slime and speckles, like something dead and decaying in water. Professor Lupin had already rushed to the monster, blocking the cubicle door, preventing it from entering. Bruce heard Ron's cries from within the cubicle. "Harry! Harry! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." It was over. Bruce's heart tightened. The red-haired man was about to kill the black-haired man. He wanted to save them immediately. Not only him, but also the large black dog, dragging its trembling body, continued to crawl towards the door. Fortunately, Professor Lupin had already taken action. He drew his wand and cast the Patronus charm. A powerful silver light flashed from the tip of his wand, illuminating the entire carriage. The shadowy creature seemed unable to withstand the glare. It shielded itself with its pale hand and drifted away like a wandering spirit. Once the creature was gone, the lights in the carriage suddenly lit up. Everything that had just happened seemed like a nightmare. Only Ron's sobbing voice echoed through the carriage. "Harry. My dear brother. Hang on, I can save you." It seemed Ron wanted to save Harry himself. This was truly a serious problem. Woo woo. The big black dog's reaction intensified at this, dragging its body along the ground, looking utterly miserable. Bruce couldn't bear to watch, so he picked up the big black dog and walked towards Harry's carriage. "Stop slapping him," Professor Lupin interrupted Ron's wailing. "He just fainted." Ron's sobs died down instantly as Hermione and Bruce, holding a large black dog, arrived. "It's okay, don't worry," Lupin said, turning towards Bruce. But it was clear he wasn't talking to him. Harry was lying on the ground, twitching violently. He looked truly frightening. Fortunately, the shadowy monster had been driven away, and this state didn't last long. When Harry regained consciousness, he saw 4 human heads and a dog's head leaning over him, their faces filled with concern. "Hiss," he gasped, not sure if it was from his mental state or the burning pain on his face. "It's okay, Harry," Ron said as he and Hermione helped Harry to a seat. "You really scared us just now." "It's a good thing Professor Lupin and I were here." "What's wrong with me?" Harry rubbed his face, still unsure of what was happening. Then he suddenly realized, that monster. Is that monster still there? "It's okay, we've chased it off," Professor Lupin said from the doorway. "It's a Dementor, the monster from Azkaban," but I heard screams. Harry was now pale and covered in cold sweat, with only his face showing a rosy glow. His friends had all arrived. Besides Hermione and Ron, Ginny and Neville, who had been in the same compartment, were also by his side, offering comfort. A snapping sound startled everyone, still trembling with fear. Following the sound, they saw Professor Lupin, as if by magic, produce a large bar of chocolate. "Eat some chocolate to calm you down," he said. "We should be arriving at Hogwarts soon. Then we can go to the infirmary." "Woo!" The large black dog nearby cried out in pain. Lupin immediately squatted down, stroked its fur, and whispered soothingly, "They're all gone, Alice." A glint of sympathy and sorrow flashed in Lupin's eyes. Sirius had spent over a decade in prison, suffering the torment of the Dementors, leaving a deep psychological scar. As a friend, what could he do? It's all right," Professor Lupin soothed the large black dog, shoving another piece of chocolate into his mouth. "You should have some chocolate too, to calm down." The train started again and soon arrived at Hogwarts. The young wizards disembarked. The small platform was freezing cold, and the rain was pouring down, chilling them to the bone. Hagrid, swinging his lantern, led them to Hogwarts Castle, his massive frame shielding him from the wind and rain. As Harry entered, a voice with a long, gloating drawl reached his ears. "You fainted, Potter? Is that true?" "You really fainted?" Malfoy elbowed Hermione out of the way and blocked Harry on the steps leading to the castle, his face beaming, his gray eyes gleaming with malice. Before Harry could say anything, Bruce suddenly stepped forward and elbowed Malfoy hard, just as he had done to Hermione. "Get out of my way, Malfoy," Bruce said coldly. "If you make me late, then, believe me, you won't want to see me angry." Malfoy was initially annoyed and wanted to teach the person who pushed him a lesson. But when he saw it was Bruce, his angry expression suddenly twisted, and his nose arched. "Okay, Wayne, I knew you guys." Malfoy was about to say something, but suddenly realized and swallowed the insult. "We what?" Bruce asked. Malfoy's mind was racing. He had wanted to say "you bunch of mudbloods," but Bruce's intimidation made him dare not say it. He wanted to change the word, but he didn't know what to say. What word would make Malfoy feel superior while simultaneously suppressing Bruce and Hermione? For a moment, he couldn't think of it. "What's this group of us?" "You tell me, Malfoy," Bruce demanded, showing no sign of letting him go. You, Malfoy gritted his teeth. "You poor bastards. Just stick together." With that, he sneered and walked away, his steps swift. Bruce and the other young wizards were left staring at each other in bewilderment. "Does he know me so little?" Bruce asked, puzzled. "Was that poor bastard just now an insult to me, or to himself?" Neville shook his head and muttered, "I don't know. Maybe Malfoy is just not well informed." Harry, too, was puzzled. "How did Malfoy know about my fainting so quickly?" he asked. "News shouldn't spread that fast, right? He had fainted in the carriage, so no one should have seen him." This time, it was Ron's turn to shake his head. "I don't know. Maybe Malfoy is just not well informed." Entering Hogwarts Castle, The Great Hall remained as beautiful as ever. Harry was soon summoned by Professor McGonagall. Everyone knew what had happened on the train. Bruce and Hermione separated and went to the Hufflepuff table. "Good evening, Bruce," the senior beside him greeted with a smile. "Good evening, Cedric," Bruce responded. The sorting ceremony hadn't begun yet, but the professors had already taken their seats. What surprised Bruce was that, in addition to Professor Lupin, Hagrid was also sitting there. "Hadn't you heard?" Cedric smiled and said. "Hagrid will be Professor Newt's assistant this year. Maybe next year, he'll be teaching care of magical creatures." Professor Newt had been at Hogwarts the previous year, but since care of magical creatures was an elective only offered in the third year, Bruce hadn't had much interaction with the professor. But this year was different. Bruce had signed up for all the courses, so naturally, he would be taking Professor Newt's class. Speaking of Professor Newt, by the way, Bruce, have you taken care of magical creatures this year? Cedric asked. "I should have reminded you last year when you chose your course. You absolutely must take this class. You won't feel at a disadvantage." "I did, but why did you recommend him so highly?" Bruce asked. "Does Professor Newt have any special teaching techniques? Since you've chosen him, I won't reveal them." Cedric laughed. "Just take it. I'm sure you'll be surprised." Looking at Cedric, Bruce suddenly noticed something was amiss. "What's wrong with your face?" Bruce pointed to himself. "Why is there such a large bruise?" He hadn't noticed it at first because Cedric had covered it with makeup, so it wasn't visible. Hearing Bruce's question, a flicker of panic crossed Cedric's eyes. He had concealed it well, but Bruce still noticed. "Nothing," Cedric said. "Just a slight fall. Nothing to worry about." "Really?" Bruce was a little skeptical. After a closer look, he realized the bruise was quite large. A fall wouldn't normally be this severe. It looked more like a fall from a great height. "It's really nothing?" Cedric asked. "Do you think I'm some kind of freak who can't bleed or get hurt?" "Of course not." Bruce shook his head and said, "I'm being overly suspicious. It's just that wizards usually use magic to hide facial injuries. Wearing makeup seems like something muggles would do. You come from a wizarding family, so I find it a little strange, because I took muggle studies." Cedric laughed. "It's normal to want to try something muggle would do." Bruce nodded. "That's good. I heard about this eccentric guy who couldn't wake up during the day and didn't sleep at night. He would fly around the city disguised as a bat. When he first tried to fly, he kept falling from the sky and got himself covered in wounds." Cedric's expression suddenly stiffened. "Ha ha ha, Bruce, you're such a joker." He laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm definitely not going to be like him. Even if I have to contact bats, I'm more like a vampire, right?" After that, he naturally changed the subject. "By the way, Bruce, how was your summer vacation?" "Not bad." Bruce thought about it and thought that being able to meet his mother should be pretty good. Then he asked Cedric, "How about you?" "I'm pretty good too," Cedric said, "except for a few pranks I've suffered." "What pranks?" Bruce suddenly asked. When he asked this question, Katoom, who was pecking at the table boredly, suddenly stopped moving. The owl took one step at a time and slowly disappeared from Bruce's sight. "I don't know how to tell you," Cedric recalled. "There are always owls I don't know sending me packages. There's no recipient written on the package, just my home address." "What's in the package?" Bruce asked. "They're all very strange things," Cedric said. "The first time it was a test tube with a drop of green liquid in it, and the next 3 times were metal fragments. I don't know what they are for, really." Bruce suddenly understood everything. He turned around and wanted to find Katoom to ask for clarification. "You told me there was a way to solve the metal problem. Is this how you solved it?" But he couldn't find the owl anymore. It had disappeared long ago. Chapter 148. Snape was bitten by a dog. Harry followed Professor McGonagall back to the Great Hall. He'd only done a quick check, but it still delayed him enough that he missed the sorting ceremony. Several new faces were already sitting at the Gryffindor table. When Harry returned to the table, he saw Ron fumbling around like he had lice. "What are you looking for?" Harry asked, taking the seat next to Ron. "Harry, do you remember Scabbers following me when I got off the train?" Ron had a look of painful thought on his face. "I can't find him, and to make matters worse, the last memory I have of him is Mum handing him out the train window. He hadn't paid any attention to his mouse since then, and didn't even know when he'd lost it. It usually sleeps peacefully in the pocket of my wizard robe," Ron said. "How did it suddenly disappear?" "Maybe you left it in your luggage," Harry said. Let's go through your luggage when we get back to the dormitory. Are you looking for something? At this moment, Neville suddenly leaned over and said, I'm very experienced in finding things. Do you want my advice? Ron thought about it and realized that what Neville said was true. So he nodded and said, then you tell me. My advice is, don't look for it. Neville said, the more you try to find it, the harder it will be to find it. But when you give up, it might just appear in front of you one day. What kind of advice is that? Ron muttered a few words. He really had feelings for Scabbers. Thinking of Scabbers' recent behavior, he even wanted to shed a few tears. Poor Scabbers, he's so old, Ron said dejectedly. Maybe he sensed his end was near and didn't want to upset me, so he ran off and found a quiet place to die? Ah. That's a good Scabbers, Harry said, mourning with his friend. Let's have a memorial service for him someday. Fine, Ron accepted the suggestion. After comforting his friend, Harry turned his attention to Professor Dumbledore's speech. It was the same old routine, the only two changes being the reminder that there would be Dementors stationed at the school this year and the introduction of the new defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin, and the two new assistants, Gibbon and Hagrid. Just as he was listening, bored, he felt something rub against his feet. Looking down, Harry saw it was Professor Lupin's big black dog. The dog had recovered, no longer the trembling he had been on the train. Hello. Harry had a good impression of Professor Lupin, and naturally, he was very enthusiastic about the dog. He rubbed the dog's head, then took 2 chicken legs from Ron's plate and offered them to it. It seems to like you, Ron said. When you fainted earlier, it was crouching next to you, like it was taking care of you, really. Harry also noticed that the dog had been looking at his face, its eyes brimming with nostalgia and sadness. It wasn't the first time Harry had seen that look. Professor Snape sometimes looked at him with that same emotion. Harry immediately felt a sense of closeness and trust towards the dog. Come on, sit next to me. Harry squeezed over and took the dog between him and Ron. The dog clearly enjoyed the experience, wagging its tail happily. The banquet continued, Harry and Ron sharing a table with the dog. Come to think of it, Professor Snape was here just now. Ron's mouth was full, giving no sign of the sadness he had felt for Scabbers just a few minutes ago. He was very worried about your collapse and asked you to come to his office when you have time. When Ron mentioned Snape's name, the big black dog, who had been happily eating a chicken leg, suddenly stopped moving. Then, he heard Harry's response. I see. I'll go tomorrow, Harry said. I'm really sorry to have caused the professor to worry about me. Snape's a little too nice to you, Ron said. It's almost like he treats you like his son, The big black dog suddenly had a foreboding feeling. He's really nice to me. Harry thought of the dream he'd had of Snape last year. He said, although he can't really be my father, if he wants to be my godfather, I'm actually fine with it. With a snap, the chicken bone in the big black dog's mouth fell to the ground. At that moment, Harry's real godfather, Sirius Black, felt as if his home had been stolen. What had happened to him during those years in Azkaban? The big black dog suddenly raised his head and looked at Snape, who was expressionlessly communicating with Professor McGonagall in the guest of honor seat. Perhaps its gaze was so intense that Snape even sensed its gaze. Then, turning his head, he saw a large black dog glaring at him from beside Harry at the Gryffindor table. He locked eyes with the dog, then quickly looked away. What a strange day, Snape thought, getting glared at for no apparent reason. Sirius was even more enraged. His sense of crisis had reached an all-time high. Fortunately, Lupin and I had come to Hogwarts together. Otherwise, Harry could have run off with someone else and he wouldn't have even known. Oh, I remember, Snape left a potion for you earlier. Ron slapped his forehead and pulled a potion from his pocket. It's supposed to calm your nerves. He told me to give it to you, but I forgot, haha. He handed the potion to Harry, who reached for it. Just then, the dog suddenly stretched out its paw and swatted the potion to the ground. The glass potion bottle shattered into pieces when it hit the ground, and the potion inside immediately spilled all over the floor. Harry didn't know what to say for a moment. During this moment of hesitation, the big black dog jumped off the bench and ran towards Professor Lupin. It didn't even look back, as if it had made up its mind. What happened in Gryffindor College did not attract anyone else's attention. At the Hufflepuff table, Bruce was concentrating, eavesdropping on the conversation between the professors. Dumbledore was talking to Professor Gale. So, Gryffindor is still sealed in that room? Gale asked. frowning. Ravenclaw has no intention of releasing him, no, Dumbledore said calmly. As Miss Ravenclaw said, Mr. Gryffindor has seen 1,000 years more than them. A few extra months of sleep is what he deserves, then you can't release him yourself. Gale cut into the stake in front of him. After all, he was the founder of your house. I can't do that. Dumbledore shook his head. The magic Miss Ravenclaw uses is something I've never seen before. It's a completely new form of magic, completely new magic. Gale immediately took notice. He muttered to himself, then I'll try it someday. The conversation ended there, and Bruce stopped eavesdropping. He turned his attention back to his surroundings and noticed that Katoom hadn't returned yet. The dead owl, feeling guilty, flew off somewhere. Bruce stole a glance at Cedric, who was eating, and felt a little sorry for his senior. After learning about the concept of homotopy, he quickly thought of what Katoom had mentioned, the concept of two Batmen. Cedric's DC counterpart is also Batman. And, recalling his recent conversation with Cedric, Bruce had reason to suspect that Cedric, too, possessed the memories of his DC counterpart. Katoom told me there was a solution to the metal problem, Bruce thought. After all this time, this is the solution. The owl's logic wasn't hard to grasp. The conditions for opening the portal to the Dark Universe required 5 metals plus the Prime Universe's Batman. Now, Katoom was playing a trick, eliminating the Prime Universe and replacing Bruce with Cedric to bear the 5 metals. Will this really work? Bruce was skeptical. Cedric was still Cedric, after all. An equivalent couldn't possibly replace him to this extent, right? He couldn't find an answer for a moment. Everything had to wait for Katoom to return. After the banquet, the young wizards followed the prefects back to the common room to prepare for the new year of school life. The next morning, Bruce opened his eyes and immediately sat up eagerly. He turned to look at the egg-shaped bird's nest beside his bed, pulled back the curtains, and peered inside with one eye. Katoom had indeed returned. The owl lay on a small bed, covered in a blanket, snoring softly. He looked like he was soundly asleep. Without a second thought, Bruce slipped through the entrance and into the vast interior of the nest. Wake up, he nudged Katoom. Don't wake me. The owl flapped Bruce's hand away with a wing, turned its back on him, and went back to sleep. Bruce thought of the way Katoom had woken him up in the past. Either by slamming a book on his head or fanning his face with its wings. Now, was it finally his turn? Bruce's hand was raised, but after a moment's hesitation, he gave up the idea. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but he instinctively knew he couldn't hit Katoom. He was definitely on guard against this move. Forget it, just keep sleeping. A dead sleep is best, Bruce sighed, turning to leave Katoom's nest. Then he saw Thor's hammer resting quietly on the workbench in the nest workshop. Katoom had pieced the original fragments back together, forming a complete hammer, only missing the handle. The handle was already in the shape of the Supreme Wand. It seems the owl is still determined to repair Thor's hammer, Bruce thought, picking it up. The moment he lifted it, the seemingly intact hammer shattered into countless pieces. Bruce's eyes widened, and he glanced back at Katoom. Still asleep. That's good, Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. He piled the fragments together and covered them with a cloth, pretending nothing had happened. Then, Bruce left the nest as if nothing had happened, heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. As Bruce entered the Great Hall, he immediately saw Malfoy. He was standing among a group of Slytherins, dancing and recounting the story of Harry's fainting in vivid detail. He's hopeless, Bruce shook his head and went to his house table. Today's breakfast was a hearty affair. Besides the usual pickled fish and porridge, there were also pie and pumpkin juice. He took a few pieces of pie and sat down, eating while looking over the schedule. 9 o'clock, divination, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies, 9 o'clock, arithmancy. Bruce's first day of school had 3 classes at the same time, a packed schedule to the extreme. Bruce, just then. Hermione came up to him. She glanced around, then asked in a low voice, "So, have you decided which class you want to start with?" "It doesn't matter which one," Bruce thought for a moment. "Muggle studies first, then divination." "That's fine," Hermione nodded, opening her mouth as if to say something. Just then, she saw a young second-year Slytherin wizard hurried into the Great Hall. "Oh no," he said breathlessly, "something big has happened." Bruce frowned suddenly. What happened? Although Hogwarts Castle is known as the safest, something big happens every year, and Bruce is no longer surprised. But this year is too early, isn't it? It's only the first day of school. What's going on? Malfoy has already come to the front of the little wizard. He held his head high, maintaining the attitude of a senior, and said, "Don't be so startled. Explain clearly what happened." "It's Professor Snape." The little wizard had a sad face. Professor Snape was bitten by a dog. Chapter 149. Sunny and cheerful Bruce. At that moment, an eerie silence fell over the great hall. Malfoy, incredulous, said in a trembling voice, "Say it again." "Professor Snape was bitten by a dog," the young wizard exclaimed. "That big black dog, Professor Lupin's new arrival. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Malfoy couldn't believe it. Professor Snape was the head of Slytherin. How could he have been bitten by a dog? He'd probably bite a dog, but the main reason Malfoy couldn't accept the reality was Snape's identity. How could the head of Slytherin be bitten by a dog? He could already imagine that in the future, if anyone wanted to mock Slytherin House, all they had to do was say, "Your head of house was bitten by a dog." Malfoy would have no room for rebuttal. "I don't believe it," he insisted. "Where is the professor now? I want to go see him." Malfoy was anxious, but there was someone even more anxious. Harry, almost teleporting, appeared before the young wizard, his face filled with anxiety, a genuine expression of his innermost being. "Take me too," he said. "How was the professor bitten? Where was he bitten? Is the wound serious?" A barrage of questions completely stumped the young wizard. He simply wanted to be the first to share the gossip, and without knowing the details, how could he possibly answer Harry's questions? Seeing the young wizard's complete innocence, Harry finally gave up. "Take me there," Harry said. "I'm mentally prepared. Even if the professor is bitten beyond recognition, I want to see him one last time." Led by the young wizard, Harry and Malfoy hurried off. No one else followed, not even Ron. After all, not everyone was that concerned about Snape's condition. Some students were even murmuring, worried about the risk of Snape's recovery. "I should go see him too," Bruce thought. Not to see Snape, but to see the Half-Blood Prince. After all, his textbook had been a great help to him. "Hermione, go to class first," Bruce said to Hermione. "I need to go see the professor." But Hermione was about to say that class was about to start and she might be late, but then she realized that they didn't have to worry about being late this school year. "Okay, then. I'll go and save a seat for you," Hermione sighed. She wanted to go too, but girls her age were always more mature than boys. She thought deeper. Did Professor Snape, who had just been bitten by a dog, really want others to see him in his current state? In the Hogwarts infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had just finished applying medicine to Snape. 20 minutes, she said. 20 minutes at most, and your wounds will be healed. Thank you." Hiss. Snape lay in the bed, the slightest movement sending a throbbing pain all over his body. He looked truly miserable. Besides him and Madame Pomfrey, there were two other people in the ward, Dumbledore and Lupin. "I'm sorry, Snape," Lupin apologized to Snape. "Black is a dog of freedom and justice, with his own ideas. He never hurts anyone, and I don't know why he suddenly attacked you this time." He directly said Black's name here, but Snape and Dumbledore didn't think much about it. Black can be Sirius's last name or a color. As a name for a pet, it is probably equivalent to Big Black, Little Black, and so on. There is nothing strange about it. Is this an apology? Ouch! Snape's calves and arms were covered with teeth marks, and he twitched in pain whenever he spoke. But he still insisted on saying principal. "This kind of dog that hurts people must not stay in the school anymore. It must be driven out immediately. I said this not because I was bitten, but for the safety of the students." Dumbledore did not respond immediately, but looked at Lupin with an inquiring look. What Snape said actually made sense. When it comes to the safety of students, there is no trivial matter. You can keep basilisks in Hogwarts Castle, but you can't keep dogs that bite people. "Of course I know that," Lupin did not insist. He said, "I have sent Black to Hagrid. I will not let him into the castle without permission." Snape sneered. "What is the difference between this kind of treatment and no treatment?" He opened his mouth to reject it, but at this moment, a noisy voice suddenly came from outside. Professor Snape." Hearing this voice, Snape's expression changed instantly. He immediately wanted to stop them from coming in, but it was too late. The three little wizards rushed into the infirmary like the wind. Harry and Malfoy ran in the front, and Bruce followed behind. "Are you okay? Were you really bitten by a dog? Did you retaliate?" Harry and Malfoy both expressed their concern in their own ways, while Bruce stood behind them, took out a camera, and took a picture of this touching scene. The title of the photo is Professor Snape, Who was bitten by a dog, is receiving condolences from students. Lupin sighed and left the infirmary. The atmosphere inside was obviously not suitable for him to stay any longer. He turned a few corners, and the big black dog suddenly appeared beside him. "You've gone too far this time," Lupin shook his head and said. He seemed to have a special way of communicating with Sirius in his animagus form. He could understand what dogs say. "Not at all, Remus. Snape is a pervert." "Do you know what he did to Harry?" Sirius said, gritting his teeth. "He got a potion from somewhere that can turn Harry into a girl. How sinister is his heart? And I heard that when Harry turns into a girl, he looks like a replica of Lily. I really didn't expect Snape to have such an idea." Hearing this, Lupin's expression became serious. He asked seriously, "Is it true? Who told you that?" "An owl," Sirius said. "It's the owl in the same carriage with us. It is very smart and can communicate with me." Lupin nodded. "That's indeed very smart. Owls that have a common language with dogs are rare in the world." "If that's the case, Snape really deserves to be bitten by you," Lupin said. "But no matter what, you still have to pay the price for this behavior. I've reached an agreement with Snape. You'll be staying in Hagrid's hut for the next year." "Is that okay?" "No problem," Sirius said. "Hagrid and I are somewhat acquainted. He still has my motorcycle." "That's good." Lupin suddenly recalled the scene in the infirmary. "Come to think of it, the problem might not be what you think. I saw Harry's reaction. He's very concerned about Snape. That shows Snape's genuine kindness to him, in some ways making up for what James and Lily lack. I heard Snape hasn't married yet. He might really treat Harry like a child." Sirius knew this, of course. Children's feelings are very direct. They will treat whoever treats them well. Harry's behavior showed that Snape had done many things that he agreed with. But even so, Sirius couldn't swallow his anger without biting Snape. Could he even covet the position of Harry's godfather? Lupin was still trying to calm him down. "Snape didn't pursue your case too closely, just complained a few times." "Really? That's very kind of him," Sirius sneered. "I'll bite him again next time." After visiting Professor Snape, Harry was relieved to learn that his injuries weren't as serious as he'd imagined. He hurried to his first class, divination in the North Tower. The walk through the castle to the North Tower was a long one. Although Harry had spent 2 years at Hogwarts, he didn't know the castle well, let alone the North Tower. The North Tower had a narrow spiral staircase, and by the time Harry climbed the last few steps, he was breathless. Then he arrived at the strangest classroom he had ever seen. In fact, it looked more like a cross between an attic and an old-fashioned tea shop than a classroom at all. At least 20 small round tables were crammed inside, surrounded by calico armchairs and bulging little puffs. The room was filled with all sorts of divination tools, crystal balls, tarot cards, teacups, and even a pile of bones. He approached the classroom. Ron was sitting at a small round table, a place reserved for him. Hermione and Bruce sat at a nearby small round table. Class hadn't started yet, and the professor wasn't even known where he was. Harry sat cross-legged on the futon and asked Ron in a low voice, "Where's the teacher?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows, a soft, muffled voice. "Welcome," it said. "It's so good to finally see you in the material world." Harry turned and saw Professor Trelawney, whom he had met at the mediumship ceremony last year. "Welcome to divination class," Professor Trelawney said, sitting in an easy chair in front of the fire. "I'm Professor Trelawney. I'm afraid you haven't seen me before. I found that constantly being involved in the hustle and bustle of campus life has clouded my clairvoyance." "No, I have seen it," Harry thought to himself. And when they met before, although Professor Trelawney also looked mysterious, she did not have the aura she had today. Instead, she looked like she was being bullied by Professor McGonagall. Professor Trelawney was indeed well prepared. Her opening remarks today were very much like a fortune-teller's style. Not only did she greet Neville's grandmother, she also predicted that Parvati Patil would be harmed by a red-haired boy. Parvati looked at Ron sitting behind her in panic, her face full of bad luck. "This year we will learn the basic methods of divination," Professor Trelawney introduced. "In the first semester, we will focus on learning to interpret tea leaves, and in the second semester we will start learning palm reading. Tea leaves have a very special meaning in divination. They can predict your future fortune. For example, this classmate, very good, you have already had a cup of tea." Trelawney came to Bruce and saw that the teacup in front of Bruce was empty. The tea leaves inside took on a unique shape. "That's perfect, I'll demonstrate." She picked up Bruce's teacup and took a look at the tea leaves inside. A bat? Interesting. Trelawney put the teacup down and patted Bruce on the shoulder. Child, be more sunny in your heart, otherwise your future will be as dark as your heart. Bruce nodded, looking taut. Is what she said true? Hermione came over and asked. Your heart is actually very dark. How is that possible? Bruce whispered. I deliberately arranged the shape of this tea leaf. I didn't drink it at all. She is not right. My heart is sunny and cheerful, without any darkness. Divination, that's all. Bruce guessed that if he followed a routine of the general charlatans, I'm afraid this professor would make some unfortunate predictions. For example, predicting that a student here is about to die. But this will not really happen, Bruce thought. Chapter 150 Aries' Secret War. Actually, I've never really believed in divination, Bruce said to Hermione in a low voice. The future should be fluid, with infinite possibilities. If the future couldn't be changed, there would be no need for him to embark on this journey with Katoom. He firmly believed that destiny was in our own hands. What did that mean? For example, Bruce would rush forward, grab Professor Trelawney, raise his fist, and ask her a question. Do you think this fist will land on you in the next second? If she said no, he would punch her. If she said yes, he would change the fist to a slap. This was what it meant to control one's destiny. Now, I want you to split into pairs. Each of you drink a cup of tea, and drink until only the tea leaves are left. Professor Trelawney began assigning the class, detailing the method of tea leaf divination. Use your left hand to swirl the tea leaves in the cup 3 times. Then, turn the cup upside down on a tray. Once the last drop of tea has seeped out, pass the cup to your partner to interpret it. Bruce and Hermione naturally paired up, as they were already sitting at the same table. After finishing her cup of tea, Hermione handed hers to Bruce. Bruce handed hers back. I think I see a vortex. What does that mean? Hermione spun her cup and flipped to page 4 of her textbook, seeing the future through the mist. This means something big is going to happen, but you won't be involved. Big things happen on Earth every day, and I can't be involved in every one of them. Bruce shook his head, then looked at Hermione's cup. There are 3 ripples in your cup. This means you might want to go swimming, and then this. He suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Hermione asked. I can't quite make it out, Bruce said. This shape is so strange. It looks a bit like a dog, a bit like a wolf. Let me see. Hermione held out her hand, asking Bruce to hand her the cup. Meanwhile, Professor Trelawney was walking around the classroom, checking everyone's cups and offering comments. She was listening to the conversation between Neville and his partner, Dean Thomas. There's a cross in your teacup, Dean said, referring to the textbook. That means you'll have tribulation and suffering. Neville's round face paled instantly, and he leaned forward to look at his cup. Is that a cross? Neville stammered. It looks like a sword to me. What's the connection between you and a sword? Dean retorted. You're a wizard, you don't have the opportunity to wield a sword. I think you're more likely to experience tribulation and suffering. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse you. Professor Trelawney peered in to see if the cup contained a cross or a sword. At that moment, she overheard Hermione and Bruce's conversation. It looks a bit like a dog, a bit like a wolf. She turned and said to Bruce, Child, let me see that teacup. Bruce handed it to her. Professor Trelawney took a look and suddenly gasped and screamed. Then she sank into her armchair, put her hands to her heart, and closed her eyes. Poor child, what's wrong with you? Hermione asked, frowning. The cup in Bruce's hand was hers. My dear, you have bad luck. Professor Trelawney's eyes snapped open. That big, spooky dog that haunts the graveyard. It's a bad omen, the worst of all, an omen of death. For a moment, all the other students looked at Hermione with horrified expressions. But Hermione, the person involved, remained calm. I don't think it's a bad omen, she said. That's because you have no sense of the future, Professor Trelawney said regretfully. My poor child, let's end the class here today. Please pack your things. She didn't want to say another word, nor did she want to look at Hermione again. The students gathered their textbooks in silence, occasionally glancing at Hermione with complicated expressions. Bruce closed his textbook and whispered to Hermione, I told you divination isn't accurate. If Trelawney wasn't the teacher, I'm afraid she'd be asking you for money next. I didn't believe her, Hermione said. It's strange to say, but this is the first time I've felt like class is a waste of time. Trelawney's teachings are all useless. Bruce nodded in agreement. They left the classroom immediately, avoiding the crowd of students and finding a quiet corner. They activated the time turner, returning to 9 o'clock and heading to their third period class. With such a full schedule, Hermione quickly forgot the unpleasantness of divination class. What omen of death? It was all just a hoax. After Bruce finished his morning classes and lunch, he saw Katoom flying towards him from the direction of the dormitory. "You slept all morning?" Bruce said. "What did you do last night? Kids shouldn't pry into adults' nightlife," Katoom laughed. "Some things aren't convenient for you to know. It's definitely not serious." Bruce, textbook in hand, walked to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, ready for Professor Lupin's first class. On the way, he brought up the topic from yesterday with Katoom. "Did you go a little too hard on Cedric?" Bruce said. "I didn't realize your so-called methods were so unethical." "I think they were quite creative," the owl said. "You can't always play by the same rules when dealing with Barbatos. By the way, what class are you attending now?" "Defense Against the Dark Arts," Bruce said. "That's it, take the day off." Katoom shook his head. "I'm afraid Lupin's first class isn't going to be for you." "Why?" Bruce asked. "He'll bring a boggart to class." "You know boggarts, right?" "Yes," Bruce nodded. "It's a shape-shifting creature that takes on a form people fear." "That's right," Katoom said. "I can imagine what the boggart will become in front of you without even thinking. What else could it be?" It could only be the bodies of the Waynes. Although Bruce had been through a lot, seeing such a scene again would be unbearable. "Furthermore, the spell Lupin is going to teach you isn't suitable for you," Katoom said. "It's a spell that forces the boggart to become a funny shape." "What kind of situation could turn the bodies of the Waynes into something so funny?" Katoom didn't dare to think. It was too hellish. "Then there's no need to ask for leave." After hearing this, Bruce, although he also felt that this class was not suitable for him, still chose not to skip it. "I'll find any excuse to get by later. I won't waste a single class." As he spoke, they arrived at the classroom. Defense Against the Dark Arts class was held together by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. As Katoom had said, Professor Lupin led everyone to a large cabinet where a boggart was placed. After teaching everyone the funny spell, the professor asked everyone to try to defeat this annoying monster. As everyone excitedly and eagerly tried, Bruce approached Professor Lupin with a grimace. "I'm sorry, Professor," he said. "I can't participate in this activity. It would be very painful for me." Lupin gestured for the students to begin, and the teaching assistant Yoshimoto took charge of the class. Then he pulled Bruce aside and sat him down. He said kindly, "Any questions, Bruce? Because what I fear is a painful memory from the past," Bruce said. "Professor, perhaps you don't know my background." "No." Lupin put a finger to his lips, pausing Bruce to speak. "Not only do I know your background," he suddenly said, "but I know even more of your secrets. You don't need to hide them from me." "Did Gordon tell you everything?" "Gordon?" Bruce looked up in surprise. Then he saw Lupin's gentle expression. "Are you Aries?" Bruce asked, frowning. No, I'm still Lupin," Professor Lupin said. "But Aries's memories are public to me. He recognized you the first time he saw you on the train. Bruce from Gotham City, am I right?" Ugh, Bruce was speechless. He'd prepared a good excuse, but now it was completely useless. Lupin continued, "Besides, even without Aries, I know you're special. Don't forget, Gibern and I once followed Jason and caused a lot of trouble for others." Bruce thought about it and realized that was true. Jason, with his cold exterior but warm heart, had asked Bruce to take care of Lupin before leaving, indicating that he truly considered Lupin a friend. Given that, there was no guarantee Jason wouldn't reveal his true story to Lupin during some superhero-style chat. "So, your identity is no secret to me," Lupin reassured Bruce. "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Of course, Aries probably wouldn't bother to do that either. "Then I'll trouble you." Bruce thought about it and asked a question that he was very curious about. "Professor Lupin, does Aries know how he came to this world?" Bruce once asked Gordon this question, but Gordon had no idea. But as a god, Aries might know something inside. Unfortunately, reality still disappointed Bruce. Lupin shook his head. "Aries doesn't remember the specific situation, and he doesn't seem to care about it. Instead, he is doing his own thing. That's why I'm talking to you today, Bruce. When I became Aries, I may have done something irreversible, but I don't remember what it was." "Don't remember?" Bruce asked in confusion, but Gordon said that even if cognition changes, there will be no gaps in memory. But if it is actively deleted, it will be different, Lupin sighed and said. What Ares did, he even had to hide it from me. He deleted that part of his memory and only retained the original idea. Bruce, Ares seems to want to start a small secret war inside Hogwarts. Hearing the word secret war, Katoom, who had been silent, felt something in his heart. Isn't Ares from DC? How did he know about Marvel's secret war? But he soon realized that he had misunderstood. This secret war didn't have any connotations. It was really just the literal meaning. Even if I became Ares, I am still myself in essence, Lupin explained. When I came to Hogwarts, the thing I wanted to do most was to teach good students. After becoming Ares, this idea has not changed. It's a pity that Ares and I have conflicting ideas. His definition of a good student seems to be different. Bruce's expression suddenly became serious. What kind of student is the god of war think is a good student? The answer is probably self-evident. Either a world-shaking powerhouse or a bloodthirsty war maniac. Ares has chosen his student now. Lupin said gravely. I don't know who it is, but I'm certain there's a student at Hogwarts who's been brainwashed by Ares. Well, Bruce, I'll do my best to find that person. Please keep an eye on your surroundings for me. If anyone looks amiss, tell me. It was a simple task, and Bruce didn't mind helping. Seeing Bruce nod, Lupin felt relieved. Then we'll keep in touch, Lupin said. You're the only student I can trust right now. With that, he returned to the classroom. Bruce was still standing in the corner, a serious look on his face. Katoom, I remember you told me yesterday that Ares was Wonder Woman's mortal enemy, and that they fought a deadly battle during World War I, right? I did, Katoom nodded. That's strange. Bruce looked at the owl. If it was a fight to the death, and Wonder Woman was the final winner, then it means Ares didn't live past 1918. In that case, how did he know me? Bruce said word by word. In 1918, even my grandfather wasn't born. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.